not air our dirty laundry in public.
Can we get past this room comparison? Because that was not a room issue. That was simply a brag issue. It could have been solved with one click of the button. And this was not no Aaron.
Talking about me? Talking about me?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult because this is not my house, and I align with serendipity about removing people from rooms. Go ahead.
Tell you what, I'll stop the bragging right now.
Please do. I was gonna get that money. Like there was a bragging rock room here. And some lady boss who they know Brad is Roger friend, and they didn't want to kick him out of the room. That was the only issue. Like, so to make this some comparing rooms is stupid. Act like it's some kind of air dirty laundry is stupid. And to continue this conversation is fucking stupid. Like, let's talk about the blue jeans or something.
Correct. I agree with you, Akima. The thing of it is, there are lots of different moderation styles, and a lot of them work good for different reasons. And we all individually like different moderation styles. We like, there are times I'm given a particular topic, I do like a very firmly handed, moderated room. I think that's best for discussion and the exchange of ideas and being able to talk to people that you're different with and it not turn into this big crash out. But then there are times in a more social element where, current events, topics, it's casual, it's popcorn style. And, sometimes people argue, and I don't even mind the arguing and the bantering. Like, I think it's good and it's healthy. And you know what? I'd much rather people be on this app arguing and working out their frustrations than taking it out on some poor unsuspecting soul in their real life. So, I don't take issue with that. I think you go where, the conversation takes you. And you enjoy what you enjoy. And if you don't, you go find something else. We all get to curate our time here on Clubhouse and spend it the way that we want to. But yeah, so
I have a couple things, Serendipity, and then we can wrap it up because Ms. Lopez just came in and she was wondering what was happening, and I need to tell her that, difficult to mod a room when you can't speak, and comments in chat aren't always read, and when Kristen, I think it was interesting, Kristen, to mod KK to see what she would do. But then also, I said, hey, you have to either demod yourself or unlock Serendipity. Mojo created this room, or I did this morning. Serendipity and Mojo and I have been in here all day. For her to block Serendipity when she left is untenable to me. You don't get to remove or deny someone access to a room they helped build. It's bullshit.
Right.
And then she started swinging her dick around.
Wait.
And I'm like, no, she doesn't get to.
You were blocked?
Yeah. Which was fine. I wasn't going to go back anyway. But yeah, I was blocked.
I'm sorry. See, I don't know the stupid drama. And this is a really great thing. Like, don't bring drama.
Right? Yeah.
Wow. That's okay. Because you know what? We all learned. Okay. Wow.
And in fairness to her, I block her too. When I'm there and I'm modded, she can't get into the space. It is a mutual block. There's no drama there. We're just two personalities that we clash, and we clash in not very productive ways. So it's just better to block her and not have to deal with it, So like this, while I wholeheartedly love Monica for exactly what she just said, I totally get where she's coming from and how she felt about that. Like, I made that decision to leave that room because I just don't like to see people crash and burn like that. Like, it just breaks my heart to see people get torn up, okay? I'm sorry, I'm a big fan like that. So it in that respect, it didn't matter, Kristen. It's not like I was like, oh my God, I can't get back in the room. It wasn't a situation like that. But that's not to discredit or take away from Monica's point, because there could be a time when that would matter to me.
Right.
Right.
And also, while that was a factor that I said, oh hell no, KK's not going to curate my space for me. Also, the concern of Clubhouse glitching me out of the room and me being locked out was a huge factor too. She doesn't get to colonize my rooms. And if Mojo wants her as a mod in his spaces, he And those are rooms I don't have to be in.
I concur. Yeah, no, I absolutely concur.
But John, when I moved Brad down, it was me to try to control the space, and I know it makes him angrier, and my options were limited because he wasn't paying attention to the mutes. I muted him several times, and then I moved him down, and I moved him down twice. I did not move him down the third time, and I do recommend people take responsibility, whoever did it, because, like I said,
The thing with Brad is that I see people getting moved down, and then mods arguing with people on stage, trying to control the stage. And all that needs to happen is a subject change and stop engaging with the people that argue like that.
agreed.
You know, that's it. Just let's change the subject. Stop.
Not entertaining it.
Right, that's right. And I didn't, and so I actually had something personal going on, so I stepped away from my phone. I didn't even know what was happening or the room closed or anything like that until I got back just recently. But,
Yeah, and that's what happened. Like, I was like, okay, well, this room is kind of burnt. KK is modding, and she's not. Well, she refused to unblock Serendipity. So then I moved her down, and then people kept bringing her up so she could insult me. I'm like, this is not working. Let's do a new room. And then when I tried to guide everybody to Serendipity's room, nobody was leaving. And so I demodded all the mods that who I thought could have possibly modded KK, because there was a legitimate concern she would be remodded and I'd be removed. Right.
Game theory.
I would have absolutely, because it's like, how do you figure that? And thank you for asking directly, and I'm the one who actually added her. So I really appreciate
She was
it.
pregnant.
I'm actually
And she called her
glad you did that
very
experiment,
derogatory names
because
off of.
it gave us the
She said
opportunity
something
that
about
when she is
she doesn't
empowered,
want to die when she's 9 months
not
pregnant.
graceful with it.
She's
She wasn't allowed
some trans woman.
and Serendipity doesn't want to be in, but that's not the point. The point is, it's in the muff. It's not one of her rooms. So if you're modding, go ahead, whoever interrupted.
No, I'm not about that. I want to know why y'all like national like that.
Because Brad has value. Brad comes with some knowledge. So when he's on his day, he knows how to talk to him.
Like now, and that's what I'm talking about. And she's like national. Y'all should have never attack again like that.
I agree, Akima. I agree. There's many mistakes made. And I didn't know about and here's the thing too, and I apologize to Dippity and to Monica. Are you going by Scarlett now, or should I call you Monica? Do you care?
No.
You don't care.
I don't think you had to apologize. I think you apologized already, and it really wasn't anything that, I don't hold a grudge, because you didn't know. You needed information that you didn't have, so you made choices based on what you knew. And like I said, in hindsight, it gave us lots of good information. So we're good, Kristen. I speak for me, so we're good.
Chris, are you enjoying
You're
this?
not really an apology at all
I
either.
should have called this the Monica show, actually.
I don't expect anybody to know my personal history with anybody else on this app. I don't expect anybody to fight my battles. People do shitty things. Somebody did a horrifically, probably the most horrific shitty thing to me last night on this app. But you know what? You don't see me making rooms about it, and you don't see me running my mouth about it, because I have to take responsibility for my experience and what I tolerate and what I allow. That's not on anybody else, so I don't hold you accountable for that.
Okay, and so Nai's not here, and I really did, because she's not going to understand. She did her best to get that room under control. She was Herculean with the Game of Thrones music and everything. And I just knew the temperament and the people she was trying to control, and
Yeah,
I couldn't speak.
it does sound like a voice I would
So
do,
I
right?
did the limited things that I could do. So So, if y'all talk tonight, tell her please don't, hey Monica, and maybe check out this replay. And what I'd like to suggest is we open another
I
room
think what
for
was the name
casual
of my
conversation with
transcript
no
during here?
replays and move on to talk about jeans. What do you guys think?
Can we talk about jeans?
See, this is where people don't know how to meditate.
I got my jean
do
PTR.
prayer or
But I can't
meditation or read a
so
book.
that
Y'all want to continue with this room with the replay on? Y'all okay with that?
You know, I just want to say that this is like a perfect example of, you know, where a book can help calm the nerves and reduce the anxiety and change the topic in a positive direction.
well, sure.
We like those external hard drives, John.
In fact, another book I want to read is really very juvenile, but it was one of my favorites because it's a ghost story, and it's called Wait Till Helen Comes. Maybe one day we can read that. It's not very.
Oh. I'll tell you one that would be good for Clubhouses for the next conversation.
It's called The Next Conversation.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's how to say more with less words.
I'm actually gonna write that down because I'm always.
Okay, now I feel called out. Were you talking about me?
No, not at all. But it gives you a lot of good helpful information about, like, you know, when somebody just says something that rubs you the wrong way, a more polite response to redirect their projection without really having to succumb to being nasty yourself.
Mojo.
It's really good read.
I'm gonna go actually look on Amazon and get that because I know how, like, I was raised in a very defensive, aggressive, competitive environment, and that's just, I don't like it.
These
And
are the
I want
Mojo
people
survey
to
questions on Mojo's
responses
profile.
like that. So
What would be
it's-
preferable
Yeah.
to U.S. government, reducing government? Who is the star? Mojo, of course. In your opinion, who is Poseidon's double? Mojo for sure.
My jeans are blue. I think we need a new poll, Miss Monica.
Okay, that'll be my last vocal act for a while. So
Okay.
should we?
I'm sure everybody's aware of the American Eagle ad and the backlash that has come from it. With Sydney Sweeney. And so, yeah, I think first we'll probably ought to get this
Okay,
poll
can't
up
listen
and
to
let
this.
everybody vote in the poll, kind of see where the room stands.
Yeah, I have a problem with American Eagle, like I said.
Yeah.
It's Megyn Kelly, though, is a complete hypocrite, though. She constantly shit talks other girls who are more attractive than her, so.
I'm pretty sure it's Megyn Kelly that got into that argument with that other girl that, let me see. Why can't I remember?
That most people's, if most people's lives, at least in the Western world, is relatively good today, that increases the misery and pain of the unfortunate much more than it was 200 years ago or 300 and 500 years ago when most people's lives was miserable.
What do you mean because of the comparison?
Exactly.
Where people can, oh, I see what you're saying, Raj, yeah.
Well, fuck envious people.
Hey, I want to address the stupid title of your room. Just call it Islam stupid is really stupid of a stupid person who creates a room about stupid Islam or Christianity. Maybe you should, like, read a book or something as opposed to coming on here and complaining all the time. Aren't you, like, divorced or something? And you got a broken heart? Maybe if you read the Bible or the glorious Quran, you would find some peace and love and joy in yourself again and get yourself a girlfriend or a boyfriend and fall in love, because it sounds to me like you just got a jaded heart.
Oh God, that is so funny. That's actually tripped me out today.
Wow, listen, John.
Yeah, what is it, silly stupid man? Stupid orange haired, ugly boy. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna kick me from the room because you got an anger management problem too?
I have a particular set of skills. A set of skills that makes me a nightmare for people like
John. If you
What do you think of Batman? You're like the Jewish Batman now? The Jews never played Batman, never.
see, you can't play like have fun with people if you don't let them they do their bits too. Not doing enough to do their bits. You're fucking.
But see, that's what that. No, my.
Improvisational comedian. If you
That was a good one,
step
wasn't
over
it?
Other people's jokes, bro. You're a failed comedian, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know. I thought that
Hey, bro.
that was.
Sorry.
I gotta clip all
I
this.
was like, shit, no, I unfortunately have to go to an appointment. I was like, I don't know, just think I'm thinking where, I don't know. I think spaces, like, sometimes get really serious, and it's all, I was just like, opinion, but
Yeah, that was
I
good.
mean, also having some humor is kind of, like quality of life. I mean, you can have really serious conversations, but it's all kind of opinion, and it's also kind of, but I mean, there's this kind of humor that, I think works out nicely, so.
Somebody
Here's
just
a fun
wanted
one.
to do a private with
That was
it.
appreciated for it.
Some of them SaberCon.
Here's a fun one. I've been married for 23 years, right?
She's
For shits and giggles, I changed all my relationship statuses to single. I'm 51 years old. I changed all my relationship statuses to single, and the algorithms immediately started advertising like fancy cat food, fancy cat food to me. Not dick, no, cats. Like,
Wait,
I posted the wrong link, Kristen. That's not the one. There's one of them. She talks about I got this from my mother. I got this from my father. Talking about genes as in GENES.
Yeah.
And then she ends it with, I got great genes. My genes are blue.
What does that mean? Sorry for the being dumb, but
Yeah, she's just playing on the. She's playing on the you know, the whole gene versus gene thing, and yeah, basically a lot of people have come out and said that, you know, it's Nazism, it's promoting white supremacy, blah 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 blah.
It's the whole blue gene.
Right.
Like the whole blue blood.
oh,
Yeah, blue blood, and yeah.
all right, watch. Interesting.
So this is John.
There's a history, right? Didn't Beyonce do that? So I don't know the history, but pardon?
Yeah, Beyonce did it with Levi.
Yeah, so there's a history with the back and forth on that.
Oh, do tell, Dawn.
What's that?
Mike has a react to Sydney's Gina.
So, you know, I keep getting accused that I am that person point on this app, who I believe is a white guy doing a, you know, a black, I mean, the PTR is irrelevant. We know that that is not the person, and it's most likely a white gay guy doing that voice. I wouldn't even call it a black voice. I don't know, I would just call it a guy doing a woman's impersonation, right? Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay, so I have a show open called The Point Show Comedy, where I'm gonna do an impersonation of Point. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going deep in the muff into character.
I definitely accused Point of being used several times. This is my first time seeing you guys in a room together, definitely speaking at the same time.
Well,
I'm moving away from the fact that
I did have a trans character on here for a while. I can't remember what it was called. Does anybody remember?
I don't. I was one of those that blocked you on site.
Oh my God, did you really?
I told Roger out of the 299 people I have blocked, John was 297 of them.
I mean, well, it's terrible.
with another one of his accounts, pretending to be a black boy. And it's enough to be favored by women. And so then he carried on a conversation with us for like 15 minutes before somebody else came in and said, "Y'all know you're talking to Edmund, right?"
No way.
I was so mad at it. I was like, oh, screw him.
Wait, you're claiming I played a black boy?
You did. You totally did.
I'd have to hear that recording.
That's why I started blocking you.
See, I think people may project a lot of other people onto me and not even know they're doing it.
No, it was definitely you. Because when you got called out on it, you lost your character voice.
Well, I'd have to hear that recording because it's not often that oh, well, maybe I have. I guess I have. But, I'd have to hear it because to claim.
Like, oh, it's my 3 favorite white ladies. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'd have to hear the supposed recording.
People, huh?
Well, Monica is known as our favorite Canadian who wants to make America great again.
So, Necro, have you ever bought one article of clothing from American Eagle stores?
Yeah, I just bought some of the We're Not Blue jeans.
What did you buy?
I bought skinny jeans.
Wow, you bought skinny jeans.
That tracks.
The thing is I need to buy skinny jeans because I'm only 135 pounds, so.
Got it. Well, you could do squats, you could take protein supplements and have a New York strip for dinner tonight and pump some iron.
You know what? Maybe we can do this too. Since you did the whole eating room, we can do a walking room where for 1 hour we can all do like talking and maybe not that it could be a room from in the class, it could be whatever. But we could do a walking room where it's like, let's see necro, yeah. Some protein shakes and we'll walk for an hour and we'll all do it together. I need that too. I say that because I need it too. You can say no.
I've lost my 6-pack. Thanks to so skinny that, I pretty much was all just, pretty much the bones. So.
The egregore mind.
That's not bad. That's not
The
healthy.
egregore mind.
Let's get you some more protein.
Interdimensional dopamine
Well, this is
mind.
why I don't talk very much. A long time
Free
ago,
from the
Steve was
gravity
saying on this app,
gulag.
said, I figured if I was going to be spending this much time on Clubhouse, I
Pretty
could
funny,
only be
Chris.
spending this much time on Clubhouse if I was doing something else. So I try to stay busy.
Well, see, when I'm here, most of the time I'm really engaged because I am live streaming myself. So I think it gives me a different experience, maybe a higher dopamine experience. Plus I smoke cannabis, generally and drink coffee in the morning. But all I'm trying to say is, let it go, let your thoughts go because it's very hard to purge your memory and you never really can. So the whole thing is, if you do want to purge your memory, you have to create new experiences and new educational moments, in my opinion. I think, reading a book is meditation. So if you are emotionally discombobulated, from a previous room, just imagine the previous speaker's emotional discombobulation, because when you self-roast and you're really nasty and aggressive, it doesn't make you feel good because you're using very negative words and terminology. So I would say have more friendship, have more kindness, because people who are really angry and do road rage, there is no way that they can be sitting well with themselves. So I would just say, amplify the love to extinguish the pain.
I wish I could smoke pot. That's not fair. I want to smoke pot.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who could benefit from it, but unfortunately they have these things called jobs, and a lot of their jobs dictate that they cannot consume a vegetable plant, which in many ways I understand, because knowing them, they should be 100% sober doing that job.
Well, I think it's also, for me, it's I don't need a crutch, to take, sorry, taking good care of myself. I just need to take care of myself.
Yeah, health, wealth, love. I put it in that priority strand because
Well, fine, but yeah.
it's hard to maintain your health. It requires work. It's another job.
Monica, to your comment about who knew the word hun would trigger so thoroughly, it can be condescending sometimes.
Oh, it totally is. I agree.
Yeah, yeah. People can, particularly somebody my age, just looking at me and going, hun,
I once had
no,
a teacher.
I'm not your honey.
I once had told my teacher, my name is Doctor, not Honey.
Shit. Well, I think that this was a great example of the conflict that it was an excellent, it was incredible example that I can never really articulate very well. That's how I grew up in a Midwestern household, but then went to school in a southern,
if they're resistant for their own land or property or whatever, then it turns into a war. It's not a war. They want their property, their shit back. Just like you live in America, you probably want your shit back. If somebody used to come and pull up and say, "Oh no, we have a partition land, or we have this. God promised us this land from 3,000 years ago. Give it up," And they force you, and you try to get help from cops or whatever, and the cops are in bed with these people, these criminals. They're trying to take away property, and they even file the cases. There's the cases that they have filed in the court, to try to get their land back or whatever. A lot of the people, and I came across quite a few Palestinians on Twitter space, on here, and even in my real life, they have keys, deeds, and whatever, paperwork to their properties. So I don't think I don't think we can call it a war. They just were resisting. And then the Arab army, they wanted to help them, try to get their land back.
I guess you could call it an invasion if you wanted, because they didn't have any land in the first place, and they invaded the existing people there to take the space, right? So I could see that being an invasion rather than a war, or an invasion that amounted to a one-sided war. I'm not convinced, though, that there's any basis to take Israel's borders from them as they stand today, but I'm not supportive of them expanding their borders. And
Do you agree with do you agree with the Nakba?
What would I have to agree to the Nakba? Like, what do you mean? When you say you agree with it?
You said that the borders, you don't want them to expand anymore.
Oh, yeah.
You think they shouldn't go.
I agree with what they did in the first place, is what you're saying. Not from a Zionist principle, no. No, I see what you're saying. But that I would consider people that agree with that portion of it are textbook Zionists. I would say that's what Zionism kind of is the people that think that was completely appropriate. I'm not saying I'm that. I'm saying that in light of the fact that they exist already, I don't think it's appropriate to be taking it from them, but that doesn't mean that they should be supported in expanding it as well. They should not. So I guess what I'm saying, and they should lay off the Palestinians when it comes to the West Bank and the incursions on the West Bank, things like that.
Should they give back land? Should they minimize or reduce their borders?
No, other than turning over anything that they kind of encroached on the West Bank and stuff based on, in the last 40 or 50 years maybe, yes, but I don't think they should be giving back the proper borders that exist beyond the Golan Heights and the West Bank and Gaza as they stood, after all that happened, I guess.
But there's still people alive that remember it before that, right? So.
Sure. Yeah, but the world's full of conquered people, right? Like that's where it's no different than any other part of history. I'm an American, right? We came in and wiped out the Indians, gave them this shitty little place, those shitty little places to live, and left them their little
I bet they resisted.
They did. But they were overwhelmed as well. They resisted, and it didn't take very long for them to be vastly outgunned, right? They didn't even have guns, in fact. That was the problem. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not a Zionist because I don't think that Israel some inherent right to have land. I don't think they have necessarily a cultural right to that ground any more than anybody that lived in, I guess what would be called, what was Palestine called for a long time, like Palestine?
Yeah, British Mandate Palestine. Before that, it was called Palestine.
Palestine, yeah. So I don't think Israel has any right to that land over anybody else that lived there when it was Palestine. Let's put it that way.
My question is, right, if they want to live in peace, do you feel like Israel will have to give a goodwill gesture? It's about, what is it about?
I think they should be forced. I think they should be forced.
Yeah, there's no way of forcing them unless countries go to war with them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, from a world perspective, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying that. I mean,
So my question. So do you feel like they're obviously responsible for? Well, they are responsible for most of the stuff, in my opinion. But
they're not. I can't. I think it's going too far to say the way that October 7th went down was acceptable. I'm not saying it shouldn't be expected.
I was going to ask you about that, right? Let me ask you this question, right? So
yeah.
You put October 7th on one side, and then you put the 7 years of the way that the Israelis have treated the Palestinians. Do you really think that October 7th outweighs the evil that Israel have done to the Palestinians?
Oh no, I don't think it outweighs it. No, I think that.
So why is it like?
I think the Palestinians. I think Gaza should have been expected to face some incredibly awful consequences of October 7th. But that doesn't mean that it somehow is worse than.
You can say the same for Israel. Israel should have been expecting the October 7th.
Right. But I have no. I agree with that. But I agree with that. But I have no respect for the way that October 7th was actually. The engagement actually took place. I have no respect for the way. I consider how October 7th was handled as technical terrorism. They targeted civilians on purpose. They tortured for reasons of fear. So if they would have handled it more professionally from a war perspective, they're asking me questions, so I'm answering them. I've been answering questions for a while.
Wednesday, hang on, let him finish, and then you can speak.
So I don't agree with the way that October 7th occurred. I don't agree with what they decided to do for October 7th. If they would have engaged in some kind of official, if they would have targeted military assets or something, then I wouldn't think that way. But they didn't. They targeted civilians on purpose, which is straight up terrorism. Can you argue that Israel targeted civilians? I guess, but I can't. October 7th was blatant. So. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not surprised it happened. I'm not surprised Israel responded the way they did.
Wednesday wants to speak to.
Well, that's it. I think you understand where I'm going with it.
Thank you, Mike. How are you, Mike?
I'm good, thanks.
Oh, that's good. So what I wanted to say is why I don't if you read October 7th, you know that a lot of the IDF soldiers ran into the kibbutz, and they actually used the civilians as shields, and it was back and forth. They were firing back and forth with each other. Now, did some Hamas target civilians? Yeah, we could say that. But what I saw and what I read is that the IDF soldiers didn't stand and fight. They ran into the kibbutz like cowards, putting the civilians' lives in jeopardy because they knew Hamas was there. Now, our military would have done that, Mike, which they wouldn't that because our military is well trained. You would have a problem with it, right? If the army runs away from because it was surprise. Oh my God, even though it wasn't really a surprise. I mean, there's evidence to show that Egypt warned Israel 2 weeks prior. A lot of people I think a woman in Knesset warned higher ups that they were planning something, and they didn't listen to her. And it took 6 or 7 hours for them to even control the situation, which is crazy to me because they have all this weapons that us United States citizens buy for them with our tax dollars, right? So I don't know. I don't believe that. Also, you said something about.
Oh wait! Before you go on to that, can I make the point point about what you just said, and then you can finish the other point. Okay. Everything you said is I think pretty much true. It doesn't obfuscate, whatever that word is, Hamas for targeting civilians. In other words, everything you said is true, and it doesn't change the fact that they went over the border and targeted civilians directly in a terroristic manner. If it ended up where if Israel failed to respond the way America would, that has no bearing on whether or not I think the way that Hamas engaged in the action was acceptable. Period. I mean, none of those things you said changed that whatsoever. That was all after it started. That was all after a bunch of kids at a fucking concert were slaughtered like fucking pigs.
I do want to add the context here. Wednesday, if I may. So 70 October, they came out with 1395. That was the original number. Then they went down to 1195. Then they went down from 1195 to 695 civilians, 500 IDF soldiers. Then you have the Hannibal Directive was applied as well. The amount of, and they couldn't tell from the Palestinian bodies to the Israeli bodies. That's how burnt up these bodies were. The Apache helicopters were used. We have testimony from Shalomi, the guy that's on this app that was a captain, right? He asked him this question. He said that, I said, was the Hannibal Directive applied? Were they shooting bullets? He said yes, while they were taking him in. He was kidnapped on 7th October. You have, what you call it, and they could not tell for about a week or so, because the Apache helicopter carries the automatic, what is it called, an automatic weaponry that holds up to about 1,200 rounds. And they did apply the Hannibal Directive. There's people at the party. I don't know if you know about the open carry law, Mike, inside Israel. So if you have served in the military, you actually have the open carry law, where you would you could, and some of these people, they even walked over to their cars to grab their weapon. What else was it? Oh yeah, 10 days prior to the attack, Egypt warned Netanyahu that there's going to be an attack.
Did you see? Listen, none of this fucking matters though. None of it changes a fucking word that I just said. It just does. You guys keep doing this. I don't care if it's 1,100 or 1,300. I don't care if they had access to weapons in the cars or not. I don't care. I saw it. It was filmed. I saw it with my own fucking eyes. I watched The Last Dance. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. Okay? Now, I'm not saying you have to become an Israeli sympathizer. Hang on. I'm not saying you have to be an Israeli sympathizer by watching that. But what I am saying is anybody in their right fucking mind can see that was a bloodbath that was aimed directly at civilians, not military targets. And I have absolutely no tolerance for that. Zero. I think that there needs to be civilization in the world, and I think countries need to act in non-terroristic manners. We can argue about whether or not Israel is acting in terrorism. We can do that. We can do whataboutism all day long. It doesn't change October 7th and how it went down and what they did and how they did it, and the fact that they're now suffering horrible consequences because they decided to target civilians as a bunch of fucking terrorists in a disgusting manner. I don't see why you have to justify that in order to also think what you guys think. Stop justifying it. It's disgusting.
Hang on a second, please, hang on. So, who do we blame for the Hannibal Directive? That they killed their own people and the hostage?
Who do we what? Sorry, what'd you say?
You do know Hannibal Directive was applied, right? On 7th October?
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Okay. Hannibal Directive, the first time it was applied in 1986. And then the Hannibal, they didn't share it with the public. And then suddenly, in 2005, according to Haaretz, this reservist, he wanted to serve in the IDF. And, he found out about Hannibal Directive. Hannibal Directive is killed your own and kill the person at the...
Yeah, I'm not buying that. I mean, if you want to show me some kind of evidence, that's fine. I just think they could identify the bodies because they were deeply... Because they were burned badly by Apaches does not mean that. I'm not buying that.
Yoav Galan, the defense minister said it was applied. He was a former Israeli defense minister.
I don't care if one person said it. I'm still not buying it. I need more evidence than the flapping gums of one person. There's all kinds of fucking lunatics, including the U.S. government. So
I can provide you the chopper videos, literally, and the testimonies from Shalomi. There's Shalomi on this app. Ask him.
So, So again, what you're doing, you're justifying how Hamas engaged on October 7th by saying Israel also shot their own people. That's right.
Yes, Israel did.
Yeah. Again, it doesn't change. It doesn't change what Hamas did. It doesn't really target it whatsoever.
Hang on. So this is why we have a problem.
Whataboutism is crap, dude. Listen, you can condemn Hamas for what they did and think everything you think. You do not. It is not either or.
No, nothing. I'm giving you data. I'll give you data. I'm not going based on bullshit. I don't talk about the bullshit. I'll give you the data. Hang on.
We do condemn the killing of civilians, but October 7th was justified. Maybe the method is not justified if civilians were...
Targeting civilians is never justified by any country ever. Ever, fucking ever.
Are you listening what I'm saying? Like, are you listening?
I don't care. I don't care. When you say it's justified, you're done. You said it. No, it's not acceptable.
The cause is 100%.
I don't care. No, it's not. There's no. Civilians have nothing to do with it. No.
Brother Amir,
If they want to target civilians after they've joined the military, I don't need to listen to the rest of it because what you started with, the entire premise, is bullshit.
Hang on.
We condemn it and then we say God bless it. Fuck you. That posted video. You want to stop being disingenuous?
Hang on. So I put the link in the chat for Helen Director. This is a testimony of Commander of IDF. And Brother Zero put in the chat, you need to look up the
actual helicopter.
The actual helicopter. He got connected. Yes, he got connected with the people on the ground using WhatsApp groups and whatnot. And this is all Israeli sources. And if you're going to deny the Israeli official saying this, the commander of IDF said it. Yoav Gallant, he was the defense minister of IDF, the Israeli government. I don't know what to tell you, Mike.
Okay, so again, whataboutism? Explain to me what the Hannibal Directive has to do with Hamas beginning an attack on October 7th by targeting civilians, kids, at a fucking concert directly.
No.
Tell me what that is. Now later Israel said we're going... I don't think care if you say Israel said... Hang on. I don't think care if you say Israel said those people rather than look at the video.
Let him finish, and then you can go speak.
Even if you say Israel initiated a directive after they were attacked on October 8th to kill civilians, Israeli civilians, directly rather than allow them to be taken as hostages in Gaza, then that's a conversation to be had, and that's something to be investigated, and that's something to be tried to try them as war criminals if they do that. At the same time, it doesn't fucking change what Hamas did as completely unacceptable. It doesn't. You can't justify it. There's no justification by doing whataboutisms. It's ridiculous. This guy before said, we don't support what they did, but they had a right to do it, and God bless October 7th. That means you do support. Well, that means you do support it. Say you're lying. You're fucking lying.
I didn't say that. I supported it.
He did. He's a guy who did. He's a fucking liar.
Hang on. The mic is on zero. Please allow Zero to respond, and then Abu, you can go up.
Someone needs to change that guy's diaper.
Yeah, that's stupid. If you want to go there,
can you please respond to the point instead of doing the personal attacks?
Well, there it is. Right there. More people were killed by the IDF than were killed by the freedom fighters on October 7th. More people were killed by Israel. More. Take a look at the fucking video, dude.
You're a fucking liar.
Video.
You're a fucking liar.
I posted the video.
You're a fucking liar.
Look at the video. I posted the video.
You're a liar. You're about to look at the video.
Look at the video. The Apache helicopters are just wiping those people out, dude. Of course I'm lying to you. Of course I'm lying. Everything to you is a lie.
No, not everything to me is a lie.
Everything is a lie. Everything is a fucking lie.
Will you shut up Zero for a second? For 1 second? Amir, I have made a bunch of concessions in describing to you what I think. I am obviously not a Zionist based on everything I said, okay?
of the war is? What is the
Mike,
definition of war?
hang on. Mike, so how do you suppose them to get their own people back? Do you know what the objective of Hamas was? The objective of Hamas was to go in there, grab IDF soldiers to, so that they can exchange them for their own people that have been locked up under administrative detention without due process for years, and even including children.
What I saw them grab was, in one case, a girl that was tall, long dark hair, and she had her legs broken and put her on the back of that pickup truck. She wasn't a soldier. So I don't buy that at all. That wasn't any target. They targeted civilians. They ended up fighting some soldiers after 6 hours, and Israel was negligent and not responding faster. But you know what else? Israel created Hamas on purpose. It's Israel's fault, just like the United States created Afghanistan. These countries do this. They go in for their best interests. They put people in place, and it bites them in the ass later. America's done it multiple times.
So, Mike, I'm going to say this, and then we have the mic. I'll provide you an article from Times of Israel. Lieberman, this is one of the Knesset members. He came out. He said Netanyahu was giving weapons to ISIS, Abu Shabat. That's actually identified.
Okay, so this is Amir. He's a potential terrorist, and he's a terrorist supporter operating a clown house. And as you heard, Abu said he praises the October 7th attacks. You hear all kinds of disgusting propaganda in this room. This is a propaganda crafting course.
Multiple gangs. It wasn't just one gang that did that 7th of October. So go on, Abu.
Man, he said after 6 hours, Hamas started fighting with some IGF soldiers. So where were the ones patrolling the border? Was there no one at the border? How did they start fighting after 6 hours?
Apparently, it was some kind of holiday in Israel, and they didn't respond because they were basically not literally like negligent. They were just flat out negligent.
For sure.
Again, what you're justifying is they had a right to have it happen because they weren't defending their borders. That's stupid. Again, that's stupid.
Just listen to your answer, yeah? You're telling me that the idea, one of the most expensive
I've been to Israel.
One second. You're telling me that one of the most expensive borders in the world, a highly equipped border, they're accusing the other side to be terrorists. They had a holiday on October 7th and there was no one at the border?
Bro, can I add, Abu? Can I add to
I didn't say there was nobody at the border. There was obviously nobody. Yeah, there was a holiday, and I think the church refused because of that. I didn't say they had nobody at the border.
Holiday or not, in every corner, holiday
because
or
of the
fucking not
holiday,
holiday,
Fatima,
there
can
is
you
in
relax for 1
every
second?
corner in
Fatima, can you relax for 1 second?
But just hang on. You just came in. You don't know the context of the story that we're going back.
Yeah, I know the context.
You don't know the story. Fatima, hang on. So recently, there's a testimony from an IDF commander, IDF soldier. I even played it in front of Amos. Amos is Israeli kibbutz. The IDF says on TV, he says, we were told not to show up for work on 7th of October at the Gaza checkpoints. I'll provide you that video as well. I came across it a couple of days ago. I was in a shock and this was all self-inflicted 7th of October attack. It had nothing to do with Hamas. It was all nothing.
100% believable. I've been to Israel. There's fucking IDF in the fucking desert, bro. How you gonna justify there's no IDF on a fucking holiday? People celebrating like it's the most dangerous place in the world. Like it's fucked up. No, this is the step up shit. These people were told not to be there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post a video of the man testifying in the Knesset, and he says that he received orders. Listen, can you hear me?
We're not talking to you. We're talking to Mike.
Okay, listen. Israeli soldier testifies to Knesset committee. We received orders from Golani Brigade commanders on October 7th to cancel all patrols along the Gaza border from 5:20 to 9 a.m. So I'm going to go ahead and post it when he talks about how he was ordered to not patrol. And this is the guy that says that one of the excuses was that there was a sniper. He says, yeah, but I was there. If there were a sniper, I would have seen it. So this is a guy testifying to the Knesset that he was ordered by the Golani Brigade to stand down and do not patrol between 5:30 and 9 a.m. on October 7th. And you can watch the video.
Amir, I'll find this file, right? It's like some lawyers in the UK. They've documented and put in an Excel spreadsheet of every single thing that what the Israeli government officials have said, the soldiers have said, everything, and it's got all the evidence for it. I'll find it. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you. Send over. Actually, send it to Mike. Mike, would you be able to, would you be okay reading the file that was compiled by the UK officials, the lawyers and whatnot, what they have said and what they have done, and relate to the 7th of October?
Sure, it's not an end all be all though. Listen to testimony of people. There's a shit ton of there's all kinds of fucking fruit people that say shit on all sides of all issues, and I don't take any one person's word for it, whether or not they work in the government. It's irrelevant.
So
if there's evidence,
you believe?
if there's evidence,
Ask you this.
if there's evidence of more people agreeing to that, and then there's some circumstantial and some physical evidence otherwise, but one person saying something is not gonna change my mind now. It never would on any side of any of it. There's so many fucking fruitcake bullshit people, even people in the government. It's kind of like if one person in the Israeli government said, we're trying to genocide the Gazans. I wouldn't say the entire government is agenda is genocide. I get that you believe that. I know. I use this example, and I know you believe that. I mean, you're pretty transparent. It's not hard to figure out what you think.
What up, Scotty boy?
Hold on. If it wasn't the genocide case, ICC would not have issued the fucking, the arrest warrant for Netanyahu. ICC goes based on data and facts. ICJ, they played clips as well. Wait, did you see the ICJ trial? What the amount of crimes that they have committed, the army? So they have to base it off videos and the evidence that they have, we have. You see what I'm saying? We have to base our opinion on the evidence that we have. How the hell are you gonna come up here and ID a commander, a chief of defense minister of Israel is saying that no water, no food, the intentions right there. Okay, he said it, Hannibal directive was applied. And it's part of the idea of military. Kill everybody that's taking your own. Kill that person and kill your own. That's called Hannibal directive. I want you to go look it up, do your research. It's a lot of evidence out there that shows the Hannibal directive was applied on 7th of October.
Well, there's
way more people.
There's a few people in this room that it's impossible to change anything about what they think, and I'm not one of them. Okay, so the rest of you are it's like banging my head into a fucking brick wall because you're disingenuous and you're not open-minded enough to explore things that are not just blatant fucking propaganda. And I'm over it, dude. You guys are intolerable. It's an intolerable group of closed-minded, stupid people. It's an intolerable group of stupid, closed-minded people.
First, you don't want to accept any. Well, you drive me nuts, to be honest with you, Fatima. So first, you don't want to accept anything coming out of any high-ranking official or whatever government.
I didn't say that.
In other words, you did say that, and now you're saying you don't want to believe us because it's all propaganda. So where do you?
In other words, I didn't say that. You adding in other words doesn't mean I said it.
Sure. So where do you get your information from?
Evidence. More than one person.
Evidence.
Not hearsay. All kinds of evidence. There's tons of evidence on all kinds of. There's a lot of evidence. Multiple sources, multiple articles, multiple sources, news, Associated Press, CNN, all of it, Wednesday.
My blood pressure's gonna get high. I'm worried about you.
How are you sure they're not?
I'm gonna go to Boston to speak somebody in that brother.
He's a shy Zionist. That's nothing hard.
It does nothing to accuse me of bullshit like that.
But you're
Listen, again, I can tell you lost the argument when you resort to this.
You can say it.
You're calling me in. That's okay. No, that's what people do when they lose. I already proved I'm not a Zionist. I already proved I'm not. I already proved that I'm not. I proved that I'm not. Because you're saying I'm a Zionist. Are you hearing the way when I explain why I'm not a Zionist?
to speak and then we can pass the mic to Monty.
Okay, I want to say something. Okay, people in here are very aggressive sometimes. I think we need to stop calling people Zionists too fast. Or
You're a
like,
fucking Zionist too.
Let her finish, let her finish.
because we have some disagreements, like
No, it's not a disagreement.
Let her finish, man. I want to pass the mic to Monty. I want to finish.
because of disagreements, you shouldn't call people Zionists. Because it's not. Let me finish, please, because it makes it more difficult to know what you're going to say now. So I don't believe in any government, okay? Why? Yeah, that's true.
You don't deny it. You're trying to change the. I don't know. How many elderly that you're talking about that never served you the idea of coming? You've been morally defeated. I have not many, Mateo. Okay. So what? Now that you've conceded that you were wrong, now you want to say how I was wrong. Well, you got to admit it. They killed Holocaust survivors who had never served. Old people. Right? You show me the evidence. I don't admit it. You show me the evidence. Who's the Holocaust survivor that was killed? Do you deny it? I don't. I said I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, sure. You finally been honest. You're ignorant. Yeah, but this is the difference between your claim. Yes. No. Well, no, you're ignorant, period. You don't know who serves. You don't know what the rules are. Because of that they killed little children. No, you know very well that you're no longer active duty and reservists have an ID. They have an active duty or a reservist ID, and they carry that around, regardless of whether they're in uniform or not. This show references their military status. If you're not active, then you're not a combatant, and you know it. You're just a citizen. So the guy's name is Moshe Riddler. That's the first one that comes up. Killed by Hamas during the October 7th attack. He was 91. Murdered in his home by Hamas. He escaped a concentration camp in Eastern Europe at age 11. Yeah, was he murdered in his home as in shot and you have it, or was it the Israelis when Hamas took over the kibbutzes and Israel started bombing the kibbutzes with tank rounds? With heat rounds? Because we have that on camera. We have literally tank rounds firing into the kibbutzes. You see how we could take it? You see how we... No. You know what's weak when you go, when Israel goes. What's weak is your moral failure. Your people that you support murdered children, too young to serve, as you know, the Beavis twins, deliberately, and kidnapped them. They either killed them on sight or they kidnapped them and killed them when they were in captivity. They said that there were signs that they'd been strangled. You killed Holocaust survivors who were too old to serve. We did not distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. And not everybody in Israel is a legitimate target if you're not a terrorist like us. Those are the facts. You should really stop interrupting because it undermines your position. I understand that you are trained not to engage with an actual intellectual point. You keep changing. How many old people would no longer serve? How many young people would never serve? Workers who were not reservists because they did social workers, but if there are reservists, I can give you the 1,200 people who were murdered by Hamas. They didn't know who was serving it. It was not here. They were in active duty. So the international law says that a combatant must be in uniform.
The source violates it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, who said, that, you stupid people that are listening to CNN, listening to Fox News. It's a fucking genocide.
Hey, Zero? Who else did I mention other than CNN?
Marjorie Taylor Greene said it.
I got it. Yeah,
It's a volume contest. Please don't make it a volume.
I'm not making it a volume contest. I have to answer the question.
Do you agree with Marjorie Taylor?
What else do I listen to?
Do you agree?
Where else do I get my information? Hey, Zero, where else do I get my information?
Zero. What else did he say? What else did he say?
I asked my question first, Zero. Then I'll answer your question about GC. I asked my question first. What else do I listen to? Where else do I get my information?
Do you agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I'll answer my question at the end of my question. My question was first.
Why are you listening to CNN?
Zero, I asked you a question.
Saying that they straight out lying, and they're trying to bring in 100% it's not true.
I just believe that.
The point is that Marjorie Taylor Greene said that you people that are listening to that
I heard you. I know that.
Go ahead, but somebody was speaking. Go ahead. So do you constantly go back in history? Do we say God bless your father for making you a fucking midget? No, like why? For what? No. Should we bless your father and your mother that you're a short fucking like freak? That's fine. No, but how does that change the fact that you spit garbage every day and you're a terrorist sympathizer? Okay. No. How does that change the fact? One at a time.
The fact that Prince is a midget and he's got anger issues separate. And it is fascinating that he and Mikhail so desperately want to be Jews, so desperately want to be victims, that at every chance they get, they want to compare themselves to the Jews of the Holocaust, as though there's any comparison involved. Don't forget Mikhail and Prince. Hamas invaded Israel, not the other way around.
And that they keep talking more and more about Warsaw and Auschwitz. I don't remember the Jews committing a terrorist act.
This is the part that I heard you, right? Okay, man.
The Jews were not holding hostages because that
The Green said that the attack was I guess, genocide, or she disagreed with it, whatever the fuck you said. So the point is, did I hear you say?
No, I'm going to correct it again. I said, first of all, I didn't say, hey, Mike. I said, Amir. This guy, Mike, says that he is getting information from CNN. Right. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I did not say no, Marjorie Taylor.
What's that? Oh. Well, you're interrupting, sir. What's your problem? Did you not hear me talk? Is there a language issue? Okay, that's correct. You were. So don't interrupt until I'm speaking. That's okay. Okay, so, okay, don't interrupt. Don't make personal attacks. So, Shlomi was kept in the home of a journalist, so-called, who was really a Hamas member, and his father, who was a doctor, and even the kids and the wife participated in the hostage keeping. That makes them active members of Hamas. That implicates them in war crimes. That family is committing war crime as a family. Go ahead. Feel free to bring somebody up. I don't want to be the only one.
Bring up whoever you guys want, man, because it's funny. It's not funny anymore. It's actually sad. I actually feel sad for their parents, for their family, for their relatives, for their neighbors. How fucking stupid they can be, and how they always want to go back into history, but they fail to talk about what really happened during the Holocaust. Jews didn't have captives.
They want to be Jews.
What about the innocent Russians that got killed by the Bolsheviks? Where did they get
Whoa.
the Bolsheviks are terrorists. It's not an analogy. But I think, why don't you engage with somebody? I think you're good at it. You want to get some steam off. Bring somebody up and engage with them. I'll let you guys do it. All right, I don't want to be
I don't know anyone really who would want to talk to me because I'm probably one of the most hated people on here. But yeah, no, I just. Sorry, go on. Okay, well, give me a second. I just want to.
I'm trying to bring Prince back up. Somebody else has to. I've already brought him up twice.
Enigma, they hate all of us. It's not just you.
Okay, so.
Oh, the normal people? Yeah, they hate normal people. No, I'm talking about the terrorist supporters that he's asking. You know, I don't want to be friends with the terrorist supporters. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to play a clip in the room. The Israel Chai, can you play it, please? Right now?
I don't have that.
No, nobody's playing it right now, guys. There's gonna be a clip being played.
I wonder why none of the Arab countries that loudly claim to care about Palestinians are willing to take them in, even temporarily. Egypt, their direct neighbor, won't even let Gaza shelter the Sinai. Instead, it has tightened border security to keep them out. It's time to name the elephant in the room: Arab hypocrisy and the calculated mistreatment and marginalization of the Palestinians. The truth is uncomfortable but undeniable. The Islamic world never intended to solve the Palestinian issue. They created it to weaponize it against Israel. Arab regimes have never supported the idea of sovereign, independent Palestine. Instead, they kept Palestinians stateless and disenfranchised by design. So why is that? Because a bitter, unassimilated refugee population was far more useful as a permanent thorn in Israel's side, but was the Palestinian condition, the rebellious regime, as propaganda tools against Israel, and as a bottomless justification for siphoning Western taxpayer money through compromised organizations like UNRWA into the pockets of Hamas and the PLO. It is the sadomasochistic system of perverse incentives, and the Palestinians aren't just victims of Arab betrayal. They have made their bet again and again. They launched every major war with Israel since 1948. They rejected every peace offer that didn't involve the dismantling of the Jewish state. And they elected Hamas, a genocidal desecrate and normalized child sacrifice. Thus, their perpetual suffering isn't just imposed, it's also chosen through leadership, ideology, and a collective refusal to abandon the delusion of erasing Israel. For nearly a century, Palestinian leadership has aligned with the wrong side of history, supporting Saddam Hussein, allying with Assad, attempting multiple coups in Jordan, and playing a devastating role in the Lebanese civil war. Every host nation that welcomed them eventually paid the price and learned the hard way that solidarity came with subversion. The roots of this pathology run deep, long before Hamas, the PLO under Arafat, cultivated a quasi-religious cult of blood. The revolution was treated as a sacrament. Children's death were proof of commitment. From the river to the sea was not a metaphor, it was a murderous mandate. In school books, children were taught that Israel is a temporary entity. Jews have no right to exist in the holy Arab land. A claim blatantly refuted by the very mosque they built atop the 3,000-year-old Jewish temple. And that martyrdom is nobler than coexistence. Hamas took this culture and codified it into state ideology. Civilians are used as human shields. Funerals are PR spectacles. And death is a public relations weapon. The strategy is brutally effective. Provoke Israel into retaliation, continue civilian casualties, then scream genocide. In this grotesque economy, dead Palestinians are the currency, spent for headlines, sympathy, and foreign aid. The tragedy is hijacking the fabricated nationalist cause engineered to exploit them. You're helping their jailers, theocrats, kleptocrats, and terrorists tag the grim. You're not standing with the oppressed. You are kneeling before Moloch.
This video has been, or she has been faced with multiple death threats since posting this. She is an Arab woman from the Middle East. I will not mention her name. She sees things for what they are and what they really are. And that's it. And you know what? All these so-called Palestine supporters, all these North Africans that support this Palestinian cause, all these people, they should be fucking hanging their heads in shame. Look at the Egyptians, the fact that they've not opened the border, they haven't given these people shelter. It tells you, as she says in this video, about the hypocrisy, the absolute and utter hypocrisy of the Arab people. Thanks.
Thank you.
I want to read an update on, I checked ChatGPT, so key takeaway. Inactive reservists have a military obligation and could be called back to active duty. They are not considered active combatants unless they are activated and directly participate in hostilities. That's the international law. Regarding this weird stuff that they're posting in the chat, this sort of Nazi-like, no, they're not military personnel, they're not armed. You're just wrong with that. It's sad to see somebody so stupid. I mean, how do they even let you in the army? Isn't there a minimum IQ? Yeah, it's tragic to see the pretzel that you have to bend yourself into in order to wriggle out of your moral depravity when it came to slaughtering innocent civilians. As you focus on all the people in the dance festival, no people from other countries. You're killing Tanzanians and Thai people and Filipino people. You massacred them. You cut their heads off with a hoe and you filmed it and you uploaded it. That's what you did. You have to live with that. Sorry, dude. I hope that wasn't interrupting.
No, it's alright. You can see. How can I join the IDF? Do I have to be an Israeli citizen? Submit your application in the bottom left. There's a chat. We'll review it and then, yeah. Because I know you're fucking trolling right now. Okay, what do I put in there? You want my weight and age, strengths?
Oh yeah, you are outside of the job. You need to go to the website. This is called www.imaschmuck.com. Your name there, and we'll consider your application. Thank you.
Dead on that same day.
I'm not sure.
But more than like 10, you think? Like more than 10?
Yeah, I think they say 40 or something. I think they say the grade was over though. I think he said that he worked for like 40 days or something like that. I don't think they say the number though.
No, it just says
there, and then you started moving people down.
I didn't mention that. I didn't.
How does it feel to be the bitch and the side bitch to Monica? Like you are that's great. Fuck!
No, it was told us early. We had money earlier in the day.
Look at that guy. They're gonna respect.
Thanks for joining.
I didn't.
Really? Oh yeah. Just like you're not white, you're fucking made that shit up. Let's talk about you and your fucking bullshit. I'll go toe to toe. Like again, like listen, you sent your money out there, you sent your booty out there, nobody rejected it. We're actually shocked that the short guy, he must be really desperate, went with you. It's like at the PX, it's like the barracks briefings. That when the guy, the first fucking recruit brings the stripper home and he's like, I'm in love with her after she spent a barracks money for her entire life, you are exactly that fucking person. You are that woman at Clubhouse. You ran through Clubhouse. You ran through more dick than any other fucking OnlyFans model. And then you were like, I'm just an innocent girl and I'm not white, which you are white.
What's a barracks buddy? These new terms. Can you go slow? I'm trying to write these new terminologies down, please.
I'm sorry you're having a bad day. I'm not the reason for it. And you're really tough, coming at a bunch of women. You're so tough. Right?
Like one of the guys that you jumped in the fucking way. You wanted to throw him out. Here's the thing, gang. You should shut the fuck up.
I
Guys, hold on. Listen. We don't need to have 1,000 rules, but I think that some of the stuff, the personal stuff, is unnecessary. And I think some people have made a huge mistake on this app by sharing a lot of personal information with each other. And it gets crazy when people want to bring it up. The reality is that when I look across the stage, everyone on this stage, well, most of the stage, I'll just say most of the stage, is guilty of breaking just some basic rules that would make this app better. And then the offenders play the victims then go on the offense. I'm just simply asking the question, can we set up rules of engagement that allow for families to be off limits? Could we set up rules of engagement where first of all, if the drama is 4 years old, I think we should get over some of that stuff. Dude, some of the drama on this app has lasted longer than World War II. And I think that it's time for us to think about, can we have conversations with each other, with people that we like, people that we dislike, and be honest, but without trying to harm them. I think the doxing thing needs to come to an end. I think the including people's families, honestly, if you've learned about somebody's spouse, brother, sister, mother, father, whatever it is, let's just leave them out of it. Let's just stop talking about the family. I don't think that's a bad rule. And I think all it would take is for us to all agree that, that would make the conversation better. And that also means to process the fact that, well, some of these people have already done this, and maybe I need my pound of flesh. The way that forgiveness works, and you don't have to completely forgive, you just have to simply say, okay, from this moment forward, I'm going to vow to do better. And again, I would be lying if I said I didn't find the drama intriguing. When Brad goes on his rants, I find myself, and I've shared this with Brad, I find myself in a position where I have to moderate the room. Some of the things that he says I do think are cringe, and other things that he says I think are fucking hilarious. And you have to balance.
They are. I always make popcorn when Brad starts his shit.
You have to balance these things, and all I'm saying is, wouldn't it be grand if Brad had the flexibility to go on an epic Brad rant and just have just some bumpers up, just like bumper bowling, where we simply just say, okay, no gutter balls. You can't talk about family. And I don't know what that full set of rules should look like. All I can say is some of the things that people say are super out of pocket, and the kind of things that wouldn't be said in real life, because if it was said in real life, people would be flipping tables and there'd be fights going on. We shouldn't be talking to people on this app in a way that we wouldn't be prepared to talk face to face.
Yeah, can I just say something? Can I just say one thing? There are a lot of people on this application who can't stand in their own truth. There are a lot of other people who are just a persona. They're the way that they are on here is not who they are in their real everyday lives. So I mean, it's sometimes a genuine person who's battling this alter ego persona type bullshit, and they're not even really. Nothing can be dealt with, because when a person logs off, they go back into their everyday problematic life probably, and they have to sit with themselves and their truth. And some people get uncomfortable with that, so that's why they come here and they create these wonderful personas that make them who they're really not. So if we could, find people who are willing to sit in their truth, that would be great. And if hurt people can please heal, that would be awesome.
Let me ask John Kitover a question. Future Congressman Kitover, can you tell us what you think the Dow would say about the way that we've been treating each other on this app?
Yeah, I would just say stop thinking answer problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So, this isn't like a meditation course. I think, this is entertainment, and people come here for dopamine creation and stirring the pot, and the listeners also partake in that. But when people start crying, See, I believe this is a roast top. It's a roast. It's a roast show. It's a barbecue party, and the problem with slinging insults at scale is, in retrospect, if you listen to that recording, you would say, I'm also roasting myself because I'm making myself, into something I would probably not want to be, which could be like a Jekyll Hyde, Mr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of thing, where it's better to remain the doctor as opposed to becoming Frankenstein. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, let's talk about standing in truth, guys. You know who it is. It's your good friend Diogenes, and Brad owes me $1,000. I would love for him to stand on that truth. Would he like some proof of my Marine Corps enlistment, or how should we arrange that? Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's stand on truth. Let's be about the things we say. Let's do the things we say we're gonna do.
I thought you were going to show up in my door with your back.
Hold on. Everyone meet up. I think this is a perfect time. We were talking about some new rules that might need to be adopted, but let's talk about the old rules, shall we? I'll read them off to you here in a second. Well, if the app stops glitching, I will.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let's just establish one thing.
You're gonna shut your mouth. You're gonna shut your mouth.
Oh, please, don't do this.
Well, no, I'm gonna do this. I just said that I was gonna read the rules, and you're interrupting. So, if this app will stop glitching, I can move you to the audience. I'll bring it back up, but I want to read the rules. The rules, I think rules are important. It's funny that the libertarian is the one that always needs to talk about the rules. It's amazing. Okay, so rule number 1, no threats of violence. I've heard some of those from some of you over time. No doxing. I've heard a lot of that over time. In fact, right here in this room. Stay on topic. Right now the topic is pretty meta, so we'll be okay. Keep your share brief. That's an important one. Do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. That's one that Diogenes is going to struggle with mightily, but we'll give him another chance. We'll get him up there. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. If anybody has a problem with that, they can discuss it privately with me. I have my reasons. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. I would say that we're all violating that rule, including myself. So rule number 9, we have been violating the fuck out of that rule. English only, that's a pretty easy one to enforce. Just don't speak other languages. Any objection to the rules? No objection to the rules. Okay, great. Should we add to the rules?
Yes. I think there should be a rule for the hurt people if they can heal first, and that would be great.
Well, I think that before people are offended, they should declare, who hurt them, and they should confess that, hey, I'm hurt. That there's an exercise that therapists walk people through where they use I feel statements. I feel, and yeah, the I feel statements would sound something like, Brad, when you went after Shirley, I felt that was a little over the top, even for you, and I feel that you could do better than that, and I feel that you know that you can do better than that. See, this is the use of I feel statements. What do you guys think of those?
I think that's a great one. I'll give an example too, Brad. I think when you were going after Shirley, I feel that she may have been a little entertained by that. I feel that she also may have felt like, wow, I'm recognized today. But that's just me. Is that good?
I feel that Shirley didn't like what she got when she tried to interject earlier, and that the biggest, I guess that's probably the most much she felt in the last, 50, 60, 75 years.
think that you owe me money, and you're not a man of your word, and got an abundance of evidence at this point that you just run your mouth. So I thought it was great to come in here, see you running your mouth again, and there's a moderator who's talking about, or continuing a conversation about people doing what they say they're going to do, being the person they are in real life on the application, and I agree with that. I think that we should take our internet personas and, as much as practical, combine them with the people we are in real life. And I think, Brad, you could start by paying your debts. You said I wasn't in the military. You said you'd pay me $1,000 if I could prove I was, and I did. And now you're running away from that, Brad. Do you want to tell the people? Is it because you're too poor? I did suggest that if you would apologize, and admit that you lied, I would forgive the debt. Because I am magnanimous. Okay, Bradley, you have anything to say?
Okay, so again, I thought that, I get it. You're broke, you're homeless, you're dating a very obese Muslim girl on the ad, and you think somehow or another you're a winner. Even, has to wipe your ass for you, and you've got your 2 followers. I get that, and you need money. I get it. You have issues, and that's a part of it. I don't know what's going on. I guess child support is expensive, even for you. I guess you've been broke. You've asked me for $1,000, and you even threatened to come to my door with a firearm and say, I'll get you to back down. I'm still waiting for that. I said it was a sleep where I was. I was called the whole sleep. They backed me up. But you know what you did? You went to your own private room. They cried today. They cried the kitchen. They cried the garage. They cried literally everybody in the office. Somehow I guess they were going to convince me or anybody that they really wanted to take the side. And I get it. They do it. My name is cowgirl. You know, because I'm a dog. You want to come there. Satisfied all of the requirements under multiple state and federal laws that constitute a contract. There was a consideration. He offered $1,000 if I provide proof that I did serve in the military. I didn't provide that. I can't provide that again. And therefore, he owes me what he promised. He promised to pay $1,000. Do we have any lawyers in the room? Do we have any lawyers? Where's Abby when you need her? Look, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, but all I can say is that, somebody that says, like, hey, I bet the moon is made out of cheese, and then somebody, proves that the moon is made out of cheese. I don't know if you're going to be able to collect on that, but if I'm being honest, I think if you guys were to go into a courtroom, I don't think you would get paid. That would be my guess, but I wish Abby was here to settle this for us.
Well, I can say
It's that it doesn't matter. Ultimately, the question is not what will a court decide. The question is what will the public decide, and how
how is it that we're going to conduct ourselves? Are we going to platform and waste our time listening to people who run their mouth? You heard just the verbal diarrhea there a moment ago. Brad will say anything and everything. And so, you have to take that into consideration and understand that generally in our real lives, we don't spend time with people who will say anything because we know that they're lying. Nothing that they think has any real value because they'll say anything. You don't know what they actually believe. You don't know what they'll actually stand for. A man should do what he says he's going to do. And he said he was going to pay $1,000. He was so certain he was offered every single possible opportunity to back out. And many people can testify to that fact. He's been given multiple opportunities to simply admit, I was wrong. You proved it. I got in over my head. I don't want to pay you the money. But instead of doing that, he threatens violence. He makes insults, crass and unnecessary insults. And at the end of the day, he owes me the money. And I'm not going to let it go. I would never let it go. Well, he wanted to run his mouth. And I've paid my debts. Ask anyone on my face that I know.
Hold on. Listen, the problem here in this room is that many of the people weren't present to know what's going on. You and Brad may have been. Maybe there's some witnesses here. Sounds like this Dino guy, this questionable character, is on your side. All I can say is that whatever that arrangement was, it didn't happen here. That is bringing drama from outside of this room into this room. That would be a violation of rule number 9.
Well, I'm going to understand the inception that's happening here, right? Because now that I made it clear, hold on, you're not supposed to interrupt the speaker. I'm speaking. Excuse me. Hold on.
I did address him, and then he has spoken. And I need to post this as the 11th rule. That basically, everyone decides that it's their turn to speak once the keynote begins to speak. I don't know what this fucking phenomenon is all about. The only time he's ever uninterrupted been able to speak is when we did a reading room, which we'll be doing another one today. Reading from a book. John, can you tell about the book that we're reading?
Yeah, we're reading from the ancient Chinese classic, the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, which means the Great Way or the Book of Changes. It's a psychological thriller on wisdom, politics, governance. You're gonna love it. I hope you'll join us in the mouth.
There we go. All right, nice shout out for our book reading room. Look, I'll just say this. I don't want to adjudicate this, and I don't think it's my place because it happened in a different room. So, Diogenes, if you want to file a suit against Brad, you can go do that. If you want to open a room and complain about it, you can go do that. But in this room, we're not going to bring yesterday's drama to today's room. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know how you feel, Mojo. And I have to say, obviously, I am greatly disappointed that you're going to cuck out on this because I hope I won't ever catch you again talking about wanting there to be some realistic behavior. You sit here in a room with Brad for hours. He runs his mouth. This is not yesterday's business. This is today's business. A man who says he's going to do a thing and doesn't do it. It's very more than a neighbor. So what you little cocksucker, kick me from the room and be done with it. Platform the cowards. Make all the excuses you like. You owe me money, bitch. You are a whiny little crybaby. Run your mouth. Run your mouth. That's all you can do. You know what? It's fine, bro.
Hold on, can I just say, before you do, I just want to encourage you, if there's any mental health professionals here, please raise your hand when you bring it to the stage. I don't necessarily need you to diagnose the problem that we just heard, but I'd like to personally understand it a little bit better so I can know how to better deal with certain people, because I want to meet them where they're at. KK, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't speak, I was in the gym. I wanted to give context for what the bet was and how it evolved into this misunderstanding. There was a back and forth argument. It was talking about, I think, something military. Diogenes says that Brad didn't believe them, and Diogenes went on, he was like, yes, I know how that Asian country. And I'm thinking, okay, that doesn't make sense. So it then got misconstrued that Diogenes was on an active mission with SEAL Team 6. Brad called Cat, and it turned out to be. I'm sorry, who are you who's talking? Excuse me.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Who is the spineless little prick that interrupted somebody violating the precious rule number 5 of this house?
Didn't Joey B did the same thing?
Let's see. Okay, I'm moving you down. Listen, moderator privilege. Rule number 11, the moderator is always right. Go ahead, KK.
Well, first of all, Keegan, you need to stop calling Brad and Pato. I put the link that where you did it in the chat. It's very problematic to spread those type of lies. So that was the misunderstanding. So it wasn't that Brad was he never served as a Marine. Because I told Brad from what he shared in that room, I asked him very specific questions, understanding how Westpac's work, which is the Marine Expeditionary Group that travels along and you either be on a Westpac or on one side of the world or the other. I know how it operates and whatever. It's working on a ship. He said, well, yes, I would know because I work for SEAL Team 6. Brad's like, hey, how is that possible? I'm like, they've been on the ship. They're not going to have them operate with them because usually when they do those operations, they practice it ahead of time and it doesn't involve the Marines on there. And actually, they might do intel ahead of time, but Brad doesn't actually so that's where it got misconstrued as far as Diogenes feeling like Brad was saying he was never Marine. I told Brad Diogenes was a Marine, and Brad's like, well, he was saying that he was doing this special operations with SEAL Team 6. I said, no, he's mistaken. They don't operate that capacity. What would probably happen is and it did come out that he was on a new ship, that maybe SEAL Team 6 was on, sleeping on the ship while they're in between missions or whatever, or on their way to. Understanding how the Navy specializes, the Navy SEALs operate, and how a SEAL operates, and how Marines operate, they don't bloody those lines. So that's where Brad said, no, you did not operate this thing, and Diogenes thought he was saying, no, you were saying that I wasn't a Marine, which I told Brad over and over again. He was a Marine. I asked him questions, I was there for it, and that's where it turned into this long drawn out miscommunication. That's just what I wanted to share with the actual context.
Okay, so here's what I heard. I've heard that there was a claim made, there was maybe some feeling that the claim was dishonest, and there was perhaps a wager made, and there's some confusion and disagreement over what the wager was. I think if that went into a courtroom without proper documentation of what the wager was, I think that Diogenes would probably lose. I'm no judge, I'm no prosecutor, I'm certainly not a defense attorney. All I can say is that it sounds like it would be a losing case for Diogenes. So, we can move on. Should we settle other things? I want to just bring it back. That's why we're getting together. I think the tensions on this app have boiled over, and I think we can do better. I think in this season of Clubhouse, we should all strive to get along better, communicate with each other better, and that doesn't mean we can't have fun and poke fun and talk shit. I'm certainly not going to stop doing that. I'm going to continue to talk my shit. I'm just saying that maybe we can decide what we're going to talk shit over. Like, if somebody has an idea that I disagree with, maybe I can go in hard on that. Rather than talking about people's families, rather than talking about, personal information and trying to dox people, I think those types of things are harmful. I don't think that they have a place on this app. And I also understand that people have kept score. These things have happened in the past. I don't have a fucking time machine. It's my understanding none of you do either. So we can't go back and fix any of the things in the past. All we can do is decide that we want to be better moving forward. And I propose that we start
these other ones, show up. Like, you guys threatened it multiple times. Show up and see. I think you guys, after 3 years of proving you're cowards. There is a person that I owe a apology to. His name is Zig. I did wreck one of his rooms. I went after a buck-tooth prognosticator of old women who was very much a Christians save the world, Christians do all this stuff, and he's a very religious fellow who likes to hold the hands of old ladies trying to get their fortunes. And probably a little wonky in the age limit things, as we're well aware of, like various other organizations. So I called him out, and I did wreck his room, and Stig had removed me, and I do owe Stig an apology. So there you go, Roger. There's your win for the day. I will apologize to Stig because I acted like an asshole, and that's it. As far as on stage, yeah, I'm good. Outside of you and maybe Nye, Steve, Diggy, I don't owe anybody an apology. I think I'm good.
Well, that was boring as fuck.
No, we got some progress. Look, we have to take the baby steps. That was good. He offered an apology. I'm not sure if Sig is accepted. I have to look in the chat. It's all good, Brad. Still love you, bro. Salute with an American flag. This is what I'm talking about. We can bury grievances, and I don't want to pull any of these grievances up. I'm not going to dig up old dirt. All I have to say is if it's on somebody's heart to apologize the way that Brad just did, this would be a perfect time to do it. Nobody, huh? Alright, okay, go back to killing each other.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Steve, welcome to the room.
Hi, I'm back. Hello, everybody.
Do you have any drama on this app, Steve? Any haters? Any detractors?
Yes, I do have haters and detractors, but they're generally speaking 95%. There are other rooms that I go into. Occasionally, they come into my rooms on the weekend, but when they do, they're very respectful because I'm known as running my rooms with an iron fist. I never put a restriction on content, but when it comes to timelines and people speaking over each other, everybody knows I won't put up with that shit, and I'll clamp down on it within 5 seconds so they don't get away with it.
Well, there you go, ladies. If you want to get fisted, you can go to Steve's room.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I just threw up.
Steve, you may have to put like an anchor rope on you. I'm just gonna let you know you're gonna need like you're gonna need crampons. You're gonna need. I mean, some of these women, man, I'm telling you, it's like throwing a Mack truck down a hallway. It's huge.
I was in here earlier about an hour ago after all the drama occurred, and I came in. I just asked if I could speak, and I said I had only been here for 5 minutes, and I simply asked the question, does Roger know what's going on? And then I spoke for about 5 minutes. I started to compare what was going on here to what happens in my room. I laid down a couple of facts in that one of the problems that I saw, because the issue of problems was brought up, is that the leaders in this house, in the MUF, don't always trust each other and don't always believe each other. And then I compared it to my mod squad on the weekends in that all of us have our cell phones. We don't air our dirty laundry in public, and we have a private text chat, not a clubhouse chat, but a text chat. And one person responded negatively. That person is here now. I won't say who it is. He or she can respond. And his response was...
Can you give us a clue?
Yes, that person is here on stage. Let me just verify. I'm not going to... Let me see if that person is still here. Yep, that person is still here. And
do they live west or east of the Mississippi?
Rather than say, well, yeah, Steve, that's true, or No, Steve, that's not true. The comment came back, well, you're just doing a comparison. You're basically publicizing how wonderful you are. And what I didn't say at that time, but what I will say now, is that person I see in my room basically every weekend and doesn't come to the stage, but sits in the audience and simply listens. So obviously he enjoys the way I run my rooms, yet in response to that comment, he basically was saying, well, you're just doing a PR for your room and you should stop doing it.
That's what you were doing, Steve.
And now I'll be happy to say it was Hakima.
Wow. Can I just say, Hakima really ticked me off this week. I put up with all of his bullshit. Everything from flat Earth to making a truth claim that the black people are indigenous to the United States of America. I put up with all of that nonsense. But yesterday, when he told me that he could swim faster than me, I'm calling cap. We have a contest. It's coming up. It's going to be in Chicago. We're all going to party in Chicago. We're going to join the a.k.a. the Amistad. We're going to have some boat drinks, and we're going to have a race.
It's called the Beer Can Race every Wednesday. I hope you'll join us. It's going to be a big clown house blowout summer soiree. All the girls are in bikinis.
And I'll just say this, you know, a lot of rooms are popular because people yell, scream, insult, and talk over each other, and that's fine. And I'm the first one to say that I'm attracted to those rooms occasionally, but I would never run my room that way. But I'm the first one to admit I do frequent those rooms because I like to get that poison out once in a while, and I enjoy it. But I would never, ever run my room that way.
What does me having been on your room has to do with me calling you out about you trying to say that the leaders of this house don't get along and how great your mod squad is? Me going to your room, sitting there waiting, have nothing to do with that claim that I made. So I don't know why you bring it up. It's kind of silly of you. But
my statement.
May I finish? Can you
sure.
The house? Thank you, sir. So my statement about what you were doing is exactly what you were doing. And you should grow up a little bit.
My statement that the leaders in this house don't all trust each other and don't all believe each other was made directly 2 minutes after the mods in this in the room were specifically saying, well, I want to do and say stuff, but the other leaders don't believe me. It was in response to directly that.
You heard one person say that about another mod, and them mods are not the leaders of the house. The leader of the house is Roger. And so I'm not sure who it is.
Roger is the admin. Roger is the admin.
Fucking rules,
If you're gonna lie, I'm gonna call you out on it. If you're gonna lie, I'm gonna call you out.
I said Roger is the leader of the house.
He's not the leader of the house. He's the admin. Is he or is he not the admin?
Who the leaders is, Roger?
Is he or is he not the admin?
Who the leaders is?
I have no fucking idea, but I know Roger is the admin.
Why the fuck you make this statement about the leaders of the house if you don't know who the fuck the leaders are?
Because it was said 2 minutes before I made my statement.
You sound goofy.
Okay. So, if we're gonna get specific here, just want to make sure. Okay. What is the label I have here? So I created the house, and that gives me admin privileges. So I'm the creator of the house. The other admins of the house are Kelly, who is on vacation right now. The driver, my personal driver, he's not a good driver, but Dr. J. And then Ro, you guys might know him. He's the Australian guy with the nice hair. And then we have leaders in the house, which are Scarlett Noke, one of the most intriguing, lovely ladies of the app. We have Dippity, as I like to call her. We have Nye, hero, because everyone needs a hero. And let me just say that I think Nye is probably the most neutral person that this app has ever produced. So when we have disputes, I would say just get Nye's opinion about things, because she's not going to sugarcoat shit. She's going to tell people exactly how it is. And what I've appreciated is every time I've ever seen drama in these houses, I can go to Nye and say, what happened? And she will give me a story that sounds like half of the truth that I got from one side and the other half of the truth that I got from the other side. It's amazing how she has the complete story. It's amazing.
And when I was making my comments in the room, and correct me if I'm wrong, Scarlett, who Roger just said was a leader in the house, was in the upper left. She was the super mod. There were also two other women. I think one of them, I could be wrong, is one of the two that Roger mentioned. And they were saying, at least one of them, if not two, were saying, well, I want to do things, or I say things, but other people, other leaders don't believe me, which is why I made the comment. So, Hakima, as much as I respect what you're saying, and I've known you for years, your remarks to me, in my humble opinion, are completely unfounded.
No, that's just silly abuse. But I'm not. This is a petty little back and forth. They're not even worth going back. You might enjoy this, but you can have it.
I wasn't here when the drama occurred. I admitted I showed up after it occurred when I presume Scarlett took over when I came in. She was the super mod. I waited a couple of minutes. I was called on, and I admittedly said I've only been here for 5 minutes, but this is what I think based on what I've heard.
Yeah, 5 minutes make blanket statements about how she's been in for 5 minutes. Just make it make sense. But you can have this challenge conversation. You got it.
Guys, I have to make a decision here, and it's tough with all this infighting and the events of earlier, but I'm about to eat lunch, and I need to have other moderators. Now, the thing I have to think about here with other moderators is I have to think, who do they have blocked, and what vendettas do they have, and are they going to move people? Are they going to weaponize this ability to be a mod? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hand, Nye, are you there?
I'm here, yeah.
If you don't mind, it'll take me about 30 minutes to complete my lunch. I'm not having Mexican food today, so it'll be a little quicker. And I'm going to go ahead and mod Nye. And if you accept, do you accept?
Sure, yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. I will be on the stage, but I will be unable to participate. Everyone, please respect Nye. I will say this. If people get unruly and I hear about it later, I am not going to be happy. You're going to get a very cranky version of Mojo. Nye, you have it. I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did not participate in the poll at the top. Does Brad owe money? Because I don't know anything about that. But if y'all want to vote, there it is. And other than that, I prefer not to talk about the drama unless there are grievances that people still need to air out. The mic is open. Please keep it peaceful. Shout out to John. I love being part of your PTR social experiment. Keegan, I saw you coming off mic. Go ahead, Keegan.
Yeah, so Ryan, as part of the leadership for the House, as Mojo told us that you are, do you guys hold different standards towards different speakers? Because I've heard multiple people interrupt, but when I interrupted, I was supposed to keep down. I'm just
What are you talking about?
Listen, I'm just asking the rules of the room, which I did not know the rules until, of course, Mojo read it out loud, and then I read them as well. And I said, oh, okay, number 5 is you should not interrupt speakers. But Steve then he said, well, I can't hear someone lie. I must speak the truth. I thought I was doing the same. Of course, KK came up and lied about the event that I was in the room for, and that's not what happened. And most of the people that tried to agree. But also, I saw JB interrupted, and again, these people were not kicked out. I was kicked out.
When did I interrupt?
You interrupted Diogenes when he was going on his little rant. And then again, Steve interrupted Hakeem. So my question is there different standards for different speakers?
Well, yes, there is. I'm sorry. I got my mouth full, but I want to answer this one directly. Yes, there is. We prioritize kindness. We
prioritize intelligence and we prioritize beauty. Thank you.
Are you saying that I'm not beautiful, bro?
You're probably at the bottom curve of all three.
I think it's also important to know, Keegan, first of all, when you were in the room earlier talking to Brad, I didn't even realize that was you. I recognized the voice, but I couldn't figure out who it was until later on someone said Theo was Keegan. I think it's also important to note that not just in this room, but any room you go into, if there's multiple moderators, everybody's opinion is their own. If people have grievances with other people on the app, it doesn't mean that all the mods feel the same way about that individual. And that kind of concerns me because of some of the messages I get in the back end about why are you there and why do you talk to this person and this, that, and the other. And so I think we all should remember that, especially the room earlier when it got crazy. There was, a lot of insults hurled at the women on the stage, like we're all a monolith, and, I just hope going forward that we can appreciate the fact that everybody's opinion is their own opinion. And if one speaker may have an issue with it, one mod has an issue with certain speakers, the rest of us, it's right, Sid, we don't all feel the same way. And notice, you guys, if you are in rooms that I'm modded in, when folks on the stage start talking shit about some of you nuts, I will say a word. There's only been one person that I have verbally stated their name. I'm not going to say it in this room. I've said it too many times. This person who's harassed me on this app. And other than that, I don't have problems with anybody, especially people who hit me up in the back end saying this person is a racist and that and the other. I don't actually give an F, right? So let's move on. Peace in the Middle East. If we're allowed to say that, maybe not. I take that back. I don't want no smoke. The mic is open. Does anybody else have any grievances they want to air out?
I have a grievance with you.
Not you and me, JB. You're my eagle. But go ahead. I'm listening.
I got no grievances. I think you're the greatest person on the steps this ceiling.
Yeah, I don't have any grievances with you, JB. I absolutely adore JB, and I've told JB that one of the things I like about him is sometimes he'll pop in a room, curse somebody out, and then just bounce. I mean, if that's not leading character energy, I don't know what is. Shout out to all the leading characters. Go ahead, Holly.
No, I just came off my laugh because I'm driving and I can't feel the emoji.
I will say that I think Brad taught everyone a very important lesson today. That there's a lot of information that has been passed between each other on this app, and if you were to just listen to the sound clips or the sound bites of the most toxic communication, not from today, but I'm talking over the 5 years, and you were just to listen to it, you could still forget it and come to peace. But it is a roast app in many ways. It's like the Johnny Carson roast, or the Dean Martin roast. If you think that you are not guilty or worthy of being roasted, well, then you're definitely worthy of being roasted. But again, in the process of roasting others, you can roast yourself sometimes. And I believe that self-deprecation is an important tool to essentially reflect, but it shows intelligence if you're willing to be roasted and let it go, and it shows intelligence if you're willing to roast other people, and it's really intelligent if you're willing to roast yourself, because this is all just short-term dopamine, for a long-term problem, which is wisdom. And that's why I'm encouraging you to all join us after Roger's delicious lunch in the book club, where in the muff we will continue reading an ancient Chinese philosophical classic called the Tao Te Ching, written by Lao Tzu over 2,800 or 2,300 years ago. And I hope that team building experience, reading what's called a book or an external hard drive instead of having meaningless, endless, heated discourse, a book might be just what you're looking for.
And we read some of it yesterday. I encourage those with tensions and grief, and kind of maybe I say this very delicately, not directed to anybody in the room, but if you find yourself navigating this app and you're stuck on stupid at times, come to the reading today. I think you will find it quite healing. say something to Brad. When Mojo was like, what did he say? When he was using examples about people saying, I feel. So, Brad, I apologize to you because I said twice some variation of I feel. You should not argue with women, and perhaps I should not have said that, right? I think because of the opinion I have of you, which is, I like Brad. It was probably not my place to tell a man how he shouldn't have, dole out his energy on Clubhouse. So I apologize for telling you, Brad, don't argue with women because it's not a good look. Because clearly, even though I felt like I should say that, in hindsight, perhaps not. So I apologize, sir.
You didn't owe me an apology, and I'm not a cuddly guy. I don't really fucking care. Like, you've offended me or pissed me off, and if we have clashed, it's there. I've clashed with Raj. I've clashed with a lot of people. I don't fucking care. It's not memorable. Except for, like, in the cases of, like, the Keegans of the world. You know, the guys that want to get up there and call women hoes. I mean, I can't wait to hear the stories about how, held and cuckolds are, all of a sudden fighting for masculinity in the world as their wives are getting, like, choked on dick. So, I mean, I have no problem going low with everybody. Like I said, Diogenes, again, nothing. He's broke, clearly. He said he was going to come up, he was going to bring a gun, and he was going to face me. I said, all right, here's my door. Come up. I offered a place where he could land, both in Minnesota and fucking Texas. And the motherfucker still didn't show up. And he was going to bring his posse, quote, his crew, to come at me. Still didn't show up. I don't fucking care. Because you know why? You guys are pussies and you're afraid. You don't have spines. Let's see. Going forward, Monica's and the ant don't really fucking care. Because I was actually friends with Ant. I was nice to Ant. I was the one who used to protect Ant. I was the one that offered my house, my land, to offer to build her a safe space when people were trying to, quote, kidnap and rape her kid on this app, or at least threatening her, or at least that was the story that was relayed to me. And then she decided to use that as a mockery because I offered her a safe haven. She's never apologized for that. She doubled down on it, and then she made a room about it to gain clout in her feelings. And then that fucking Oompa Loompa next to her, Monica, who's just a racist piece of shit that's just like a fucking trailer trash Roseanne Barr version.
Wait, don't go low, Brad.
Oh, okay, I won't go low. I will not go as low as her Fupa. I promise that. I will stop going low like that. So again, like, I did that. I went and actually, you know what? There was a woman on this app who was getting stalked. The guy broke into her house. There was a couple women. I showed up at their doors. I put one of my knives through the hood of his fucking car and said, if you came at her again, you were going to feel it. I made another one so scared he pissed himself and he left the woman alone. And so I have no problem doing that. I've done it multiple times. I've helped out people financially. Diogenes asked for $1,000. I know he's broke, but you know what? I don't really feel like giving him $1,000. He wants to show up and try to take it. Go ahead. But you know what? I have helped people out to the tunes of thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars on this app. I paid off entire mortgages, rental leases, fixed cars, paid fucking utilities, paid college loans, paid medical bills. In fact, I owe KK a fucking shit ton of money because I'm supposed to match every dollar that I give out to them. But I will never give one dime, one penny to Diogenes because he's a cuck, like Keegan. These two are cucks. So I'll just play that game back and forth and just laugh. And so who else wants to go? And I said, I don't need the bubble wrap. Everybody else needs the bubble wrap for me. So that should tell you that if you're all afraid, you're all nervous, and you all think, oh, I don't want my feelings hurt, maybe you shouldn't throw stones from your glass fucking houses. Or I should say, your cavernous vaginas, since that seems to be the majority of what you feckless feelers seem to have.
Thank you, Brad, for your very poetic submission. Scarlett? I see Scarlett. Monica's off mic. I don't know if you want to speak on. Go ahead. I think Monica's on speaking straight. She might be at work. But go ahead. Guys, this is not an official rule. This is just a nine rule. Not that my rules matter in the house, because the official rules matter. But I almost feel like a subcategory should be no white on white violence in the month. Please. Brad, thank you. Mic is open.
No, wait, you said that again. I did not understand. You said no white on white violence?
No white on white violence.
So Anne has stated that she is not white because she made up some genealogical trait that she is now Lebanese. So she no longer considers herself white. So it's very fine to attack the walking hate crime between her legs and her actions.
Okay, wait. Guys, I'm sorry, I think Brad is hilarious. And I know I shouldn't laugh. It's outrageous. Brad, you're hilarious. Okay. Next, go ahead, Keegan. I see you're off mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, my name was mentioned, so I do want to address something, which is that Bradley does like to act very stoic on the set, right? I'm here to protect women, and that's noble of him, of course. He says that, listen, when people are attacking and threatening Anne's children, he came on her defense because, of course, Brad thinks that threatening children is a bad thing on the set. Did he say that he was going to rape my daughter, who is 2.5 years old? Yes, but that doesn't matter because Brad loves children. Does he love them a little bit too much, in my opinion? Maybe, based off of his own words. But it's just really interesting. Again, the stoicism that Brad decides to display, but then when he goes in other rooms, of course, he does not display that stoicism the same way. So that's all I have to say.
Great, so now I can respond to the guy whose wife's in Africa on a missionary work while she's learning all sorts of new things for 6 months while he can't even babysit his own daughter. So she wanted to lay down some low blow shit. And here is the correct statement that I stated, you little fucking spineless fucking worm who can't even keep your wife happy with your own little tiny penis. She's got to go over there and get some booty jungle juice in her system. Since you raised this piece of shit, your wife's going to suck more black dick and then come home and kiss you with that mouth. How's that make you feel?
Not too much on
fucking
BBC.
cracker?
Not too much on BBC.
Alright, so I'll stop there. So here's what happened. So Keegan does have a child. He bragged about it. He threw some shade at my kids and all that stuff. And I said, Keegan, don't worry. We'll send you the OnlyFans links of your fucking daughter when she turns 18. Apparently, Keegan thinks that's his little version and tit for tat of that. But this motherfucker walked around and said, what did he said all sorts of shit to KK and several other women. And he thinks he owns it. But Keegan, again, your wife is getting gangbanged by a whole bunch of African guys and other priests and missionaries. Your wife's not studying to give God's help. She's in the missionary position just with 12 cocks on top of her. She's getting fucking doubled. She's getting double paid. She's taking 2 in the mouth, 1 in the ass, and 1 up the vagina. And you know what? I'm laughing at this shit because you aren't even raising your own kid while she's getting all this dick. Your fucking wife's parents are. So you can't even be trusted competently to manage your kid, your wife, or anything in your household. You cockle. Like, that's all you are. You have no place in masculinity. And I, for one, never would have fucking sat on the stage talking about masculinity and then in the same fucking breath said my wife is going to do missionary work in Africa for 6 months. I never would have fucking even thought to say something as stupid as that. But your ass did. Your ass got up there and went ahead and did it. So please, when your wife comes back and leaves you because you're pathetic, weak, and you're a Walmart oil change sales rep, and she's like, I'm done with you. I found out what real dick feels like. I found out what real men are. She goes and finds a real man. Don't cry on the stage about how all fucking women are hoes. Because quite frankly, you just can't stack up. I mean, again, you're just a feckless little boy who cries for mommy and daddy to bail him out. Because you can never be a man. I get it. I feel bad for you. Maybe you should turn gay. Maybe you should stay stuck in Diogenes' dick.
Okay, hold on. I have to chime in. Keegan, would you like to respond to these claims that your wife is getting dick down by the Africans?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, what Bradley, of course, is saying is not true, and he, of course, wants to show any evidence he can. Now, Bradley is claiming that he never said those things about my daughter. I'm deciding right now, at 3 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Time, Standard Time, I will be hosting the recording of Brad saying that he would like to have sex with my daughter. I'm sorry, I don't want to advertise my own privilege. Of course, I'm not trying to do that.
Do you
what Brad is doing here. You guys should leave the families out of it. You guys should quit trying to dox each other. You guys should just get a little bit more mature about this. Look, I think anybody that's ever been on the app that knows you knows what a piece of like just shit you are. But nobody should be talking about your family. I don't know if that's true. I don't care if that's true. The bottom line is, you're not going to bring that shit into this room because that's violating rule number 9. Thank you.
I completely agree.
Running right now. Running right now.
Wait, hold on.
I have the proof. I have the proof. I have the proof. I brought the proof.
Hold on. So we're gonna move on from the family slurs and the wife drama.
Of course.
So let's just leave. We're done.
Well, real quick though. Again, I did not. Brad brought my name up. I did not bring his name up, right? Again, I was not on stage doing that. Brad brought my name up, said that my wife was, of course, having sex in Africa. I never brought up his daughters in any recordings whatsoever. I never have. I never brought up Brad's family. Again, Brad has, not me. But this is what we do. I think that sometimes we play this game where we say, listen, what Brad is doing, everyone does. Well, no, Bradley does something completely different than most of us, which he does threaten us physically, threaten violence upon our families. But then again, tries to play this weird. And Mojo, I know that maybe my opinions that I hold on certain subjects you maybe disagree with, but again, I don't feel like I've treated you or Nye or even other people on this app the way that Bradley, even just now, kind of have shown you. Again, I'm just calling out the bad versions of us as individuals. We show each other the worst versions of ourselves at times, right? And Bradley shows the worst version of himself consistently over and over again. And one of those times, yes, it was the threat of sexual violence upon my child, who is 2.5 years old. It was not about her joining OnlyFans. It was truly about him having sex with her in a way that was gruesome and violent and terrible. So I wish Bradley would apologize, of course. Again, Bradley, you know I've never spoken about your
Yeah, I think you're in the matrix a little bit. Here's the thing though, Keegan. You're in the matrix a little bit. Hold on, let me just say something really quick. Oh, you could hear us, so it's just me? Yeah. Keegan, if you didn't land, go ahead and land.
Yeah, here's my final thought, which is that again, let us enjoy the troll aspect of this app. I do enjoy it, but at the same time, if individuals want to claim masculinity or stoicism or some form of version of that, they should be held to the standard that they can.
Let's cut the NDAA by $400 billion per year and bring down our national defense budget to $600 billion a year.
I came and protected you, Ann, because I know that that's wrong. But then you did it to me, so because I see it's not it really does hurt.
Yeah, I think these kids out of it. Okay, wait, now Dianaji, is that how I'm taking it? Dianaji? I'm just gonna call you D. Here's the thing. We don't want to fight D, so if you want to fight with Brad, can we not do that right now?
No, I don't want to fight either, and I honestly, the only time that it has ever become a fight and not a discussion is as Dio, the one above me, was just saying, when you put Brad into a position where he has to face the things that he said, he gets triggered in the most, typical way and begins to say very out of pocket, aggressive and disrespectful things. He brings wives, children, friends, family. He brings everything in there, and you don't have to say anything about anything else. He's going to do it. And why? Because he's angry. I wanted to bring the proof. This is one of many recordings that exist of Brad where he is absolutely unrestrained and threatening to kill, threatening to beat, threatening to rape. I mean, and we're not talking about saying, I'm going to fuck you up. We're talking about, I'm going to put my penis in your asshole. So, and I want to be clear. I don't want to fight. I want to agree with Keegan's sentiment here. And what I had hoped when I first came onto the application is that this would be a good place to share ideas and meet people. And while we do appreciate, some of us have things to lose. Some of us have situations where we don't trust others because if we expressed ourselves, they would try to cancel us or hold us in some way. Brad went through some things like that. I would hope that we can do what we say we're going to do, and I would like to be held to that standard. I've apologized to people on this application because I wanted to be held to that standard. I've come into this room and apologized to people that I was upset with because I want to be held to that standard. And so all I'm asking is that we consider the facts. And the facts are, Brad did wager. Brad did wager. And he should pay that money. He should be held to pay. He should be held to his word. I want to be held to my word. Sometimes I fail, and the people around me have to remind me. And sometimes I try to run from my duties and my obligations. But I'm less of a man when I do that. And I shouldn't respond with anger. And I shouldn't respond by losing my temper. I do like to lose my temper performatively because I think it's funny, but it's not because I want to fight. And at the end of the day, if anyone wants proof of my military service, if that's the difference for you, let's go ahead and arrange that. You know, at no point in any of the insane, vulgar, and unhinged ramblings that issued from Bradley did I not entertain every proposition he made for collecting the debt that he owed me. It even offered him on multiple occasions monetarily.
You need some new material there, Diogenes.
I don't need any new material. All right? I offered him multiple opportunities to get off that highway he'd gotten himself onto by running his mouth. I said, listen, Brad, if you don't have the money, you don't want to pay the money, there's some concern there. How about you just issue an apology? And then you know what he did when
Don't quit your day job.
Fuck you. He said he engaged in vulgarities. He engaged in profanities. He engaged in graphic. So many different ways. He wanted to hurt me. He wanted to hurt my wife. He wanted to hurt my loved ones. He wanted to hurt people that I cared about.
No, hold on one mic. Listen,
all right.
I think that we can have a clubhouse duel. I think that we can have a clubhouse duel between these men or at war, and then we can bet on who would emerge.
I agree. And I have
This is a ridiculous waste of time.
I have told Bradley the original proposition when Brad said that he would not pay the money, the original proposition was made that we should have a match where we have a sanctioned fight so that neither party can claim that they were being assaulted or battered under the state laws because they don't provide for mutual combat. Regardless, the only way to fight is to have sanctioned fights at gyms. I said we should do that. We can actually sell this. Since you want to hurt me.
Hold on. The city of Seattle, which is not far from where I live, actually does allow for mutual combat. So if you guys want to come to Seattle, we can videotape it and we can stream it. We can stay.
Okay, I'll try to plan that, but I'm going to stick to what did happen, which is that he told us where he was. I told everyone where I was. We saw the halfway point was somewhere in Tennessee, and we agreed that would be fair. That if the issue for Brad was that he didn't want to pay his debt unless he had an opportunity to physically hurt me, that I would provide that in a sanctioned environment, but he would have to agree that he would sign the documents agreeing that he did make the bet, he did have to pay me the money, and then I would happily engage in consensual combat with him, sanctioned in a way that neither of us could claim that either party assaulted or battered the other person or attacked them or anything like that. And again, I see Sig, running his fucking mouth in the chat. Guess what, Sig? Brad doesn't do what he says he's going to do. So it'll be a cold day in hell before the man who ran his mouth and bet me money he won't pay me tells me he's not going to assault me, or he tells me he's not going to cry to the police if he gets the bad end of that fight, because he absolutely is untrustworthy. All right, so I have something to lose. Brad probably comes onto the application and runs his mouth because he has nothing to lose. Because there's no one that loves him, that relies on him, that depends on him for being brought up and taught the ways of the world. He just runs his fucking mouth because no one would care if he died in an alley somewhere in a fight with some stranger who came out on the internet over $1,000. Shut your mouth, JB.
All right. Okay. Here we go.
Thank you for the day. Thank you for the opportunity.
Here's what I would like to know, ladies and gentlemen. I just have one question. If anybody can honestly just help me understand, why do we go into rooms and spaces and stages with people we don't like. If you don't like certain speakers and certain personalities, why don't you just block them? Why do you engage with them? Why do you come into their rooms? Why do you open private rooms to talk shit about them? Can somebody help me understand why y'all entertain and interact with people you don't like and go on stages and fight with them?
Yes, it's because only somebody who makes you feel uncomfortable in your own skin can make you a better person. Well, that's kind of
Thank you, Yogi. Yes, Steve. Oh, hold on. I'm going to jump in, Steve, real quick. I just wanted to let everyone know that at 4:20 Eastern Time, which we're approaching, we're going to read. It's going to be a book reading. And what I'm going to do is keep people on the stage that want to participate in the book reading. Who's doing the thumbs down? Who did that? Don't let me catch you. That one promoted the book reading. It's weird. We're going to read. I understand that not everybody on this stage is a book reader, but as John likes to say, it is the oldest and the best external hard drive. It's a word called books, and we're going to continue reading from this book. It's a good book. It was fun reading through it. Some of you that were reading were on the stage. They're on the stage today. We welcome everyone that wants to participate. You will be called upon to read out loud, but everyone's welcome to participate. You will not be able to interrupt, though. It's going to be a different type of room. It's going to start at 4:20 Eastern Standard Time. And if you or John, if you guys want to post in the chat or up above, you can get the reading material. And correct me if I'm wrong. We left off on verse 49. Is that correct?
I thought it was lower than that. John,
it was about that. It was right up in there.
I think we left off on verse 49. I remember feeling a particular kind of way because it wasn't exactly 50. So it was either 48 or 49. Anyhow. All right. Hopefully you guys are feeling better. Got a little anxiety out of the system. You know. I welcome you guys to come and read. Steve, I hope you can stick around for the book reading. I think your voice would be great in reading out loud. That would be amazing. Holly, I believe you know how to read. Jebediah, you've heard of books. You're welcome to stay. Yeah, you're all welcome to stay. You're all welcome to participate.
Yeah, it's called the Tao Te Ching, written over 2,300 years ago. It's the second most translated book in human history. You're gonna love it. If you've never experienced the Tao, you can become the Tao by reading the book about the Tao. Instead of arguing endlessly about things and having heated discourse and road raging all the time on this app, try to read a book. You might like the experience.
Oh, and by the way, we will be doing what do we call it, rational discussion group. That'll start right after the book reading. We will be opening the room. 1:50 is when we open the room, but we begin at 2 o'clock Pacific time. That's 5 o'clock Eastern for those that need the conversion. Thank you.
You know, I will say.
So if anybody's doing, John, sorry, I just want to let them know that I added the PDF link at the top. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, you've experienced Clown House up until now, but until you read a book with other people on the stage and you actually create something together, you really have no common bonds or desire to even like each other. But at least you can remember that experience of reading the Tao Te Ching with that person and, educating yourself. So in retrospect, when you ask yourself if it was worth it to be here for 5 years arguing and screaming and raising your blood pressure versus reading a book, you may realize that you are your own worst enemy. I don't know, that's just my opinion. I am complete.
Hey, in the effort to piss Roger off, everybody in the room who don't know me and Roger was racing in the swim match. Really bad. If no one believes it, please show up and bring your money. We all can be shocked, just like Roger will be shocked and dismayed.
I will be wearing a onesie bathing suit for this event.
I might lose then. I might lose. Come get a fucking onesie, baby.
go. It's not popular anymore.
I will say this about Akima, my personal experience, when he loses a bet, he pays up immediately.
Thanks for saying about you beat me in the bet, Steve, but thanks for vouching for me.
I didn't say what the bet was or what I won. No problem. You mess with me anytime you want.
Just for the record, I bet it on Connolly, bet it on Trump. I lost. Clearly I lost.
Oh, I hate that you made that bet. It was so obvious she was gonna lose. But God bless
Well, to be specific, it would be that Trump would win by more than 100 electoral votes. That was the bet, and I won.
That wasn't the bet, Steve. The bet was just a straight up bet. You probably made somebody else. No, it was a straight up bet.
I'll take your word for it. And also, it would be remiss of me to say that the other person I had a bet with was JB. I won't say what the bet was, but he lost and he paid me immediately also.
Well, I lost to you and Anthony.
I offered to bet anyone that would take the bet, predicting that Trump was going to win. And the 3 different people took that bet, and all 3 of those people paid up. They didn't pay me cash. They all donated to my favorite charity, and they gave me a screenshot to prove it. So some people do pay the bets.
So PTR, I updated my profile. That's the 49th verse in this 150-page document of the Tao Te Ching that we will be reading from in 8 minutes.
Yeah, and for those of you that are not familiar, and Anson, welcome. After the book reading, following the book reading, we'll be opening a separate room in the Rational Discussion Group. And we don't even have the title yet, although we've kind of noodled around the topic. I will be sending private messages to those involved in the Rational Discussion Group. So Anson, please check your back channel soon. And so just stick around. We're going to have programming all day.
With the cast of characters, no doubt.
That's why I came in. Couldn't figure out what was going on with the 4 o'clock rational thinking room. So I'll hang around and see what happens.
Yep, you got it. We're going to do a little book reading here in about 7 minutes, and then that'll flow right into the Rational Discussion Group. And for those that don't know, the Rational Discussion Group, we open the room at 1:50 Pacific time. And the reason we do that is we want to allow people to get in there, so then we can open the room and have a discussion that starts at 2 o'clock sharp Pacific time. And we leave the chat open, unlike some discussion groups. Thank you.
What are we reading today before the rational thinking room?
Oh, John, this is your territory.
So if you click the link above, you will get a PDF, and it's called the Tao Te Ching. It's written by Lao Tzu in ancient China. It's about governance, philosophy, psychology, wisdom, mysticism, philosophy. I think you're gonna love it if you've never heard it or read from it. It's the 2nd most translated book in human history.
Yeah, there were some interesting takeaways from yesterday's reading. Hopefully we get a similar crowd that we can build upon. And when we're done with this book, we'll pick new books. The 2nd book that we'll be doing is The Art of War. So we're gonna get to a lot of things. Eventually we'll get to Twilight. We're moving on the idea of reading out loud Huck Finn, just to challenge the sensibilities of certain people. But yeah, we're gonna be reading a lot of things.
John, do you already have a curated list of books you want to go through? on the Firehouse?
Well, you know, I don't want to get ahead of anything here. I would love to see, you know, a room dedicated to actually just reading one book.
I would love to get us to all read Common Sense by Thomas Paine. It's a very short read, but it's a very important read. It's quite literally what led to the revolution. I don't know why Dima would give me the fire. Thomas Paine was the one that started the revolution that led to the United States of America. And as an anarchist, I can't believe that you're in support of that, but it's okay. All right, people. Who's going to be reading? Because if you're not going to read, I'm going to gently to the audience. If you plan on participating in the reading material can be found up above in the link. All you have to do is click on it. We will start. John kicks us off. He will read 5 verses, and then we will go to the next reader. And we will do this for 30 minutes, and then we have to jump over to another room. So we'll do 30 minutes of reading, starting in about 3 minutes. John will get us started on verse 49. And again, anyone that wants to participate, feel free. We're losing people that don't like to read. Okay. Hopefully the people that are... Listen, if I call on you and you don't read, it's going to be hell to pay. We do not need that kind of noise up in here. Let's see. Holly, you're in for reading? Holly,
Yeah, sure, I'll read.
okay. Myth, do you know how to read? Myth, do you know how to read? Myth doing it once, Myth doing it twice, Myth going to the audience. Dima, I don't know if you do read a lot, but you know how to read, right?
I don't have any comprehension skills, but I can read words. I know how to sound them out.
Okay, that'll work. You'll fit it perfectly. Angel, you're a reader, correct? Angel, don't disappoint me, girl. Okay.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I'm leaving this week. I was talking to somebody else. I was listening, but I really wasn't. Sorry. I'll talk to you. Okay, bye.
Are you gonna help us read today?
Yeah, I'm off at 5. What time? What time it starts at 4:30 for like 2 minutes?
We're gonna be reading in 2 minutes, yes.
Oh, okay. I'll get you a little bit.
Okay, perfect. And then Kima is a reader. Brad, you're gonna stick around and read? Bradley?
Sure. What do you want me to read? Link at the top?
Link at the top. We're gonna start in 2 minutes. John's gonna kick her. The verse is 49 that we started with. John, actually, just so we can keep it symmetrical, could you read the first 6 and then everybody else will read 5? That way, to just take us from 49 to 55, and then we'll pick up, and we'll do it in PTR order. Got about 1 minute left. Perfect. Glad people are sticking around. Again, if anybody wants to get up here and read, that would be great. All right, John, go ahead. Take it away, sir.
Okay, so I like to, you know, think about this as like a meditation. So, you know, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. This is the 49th Tao. The master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She is also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind, no resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back in life. Therefore, he is ready for death. as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body. Let circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back to the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results, thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed, thus his spirit never grows old.
Alright, that was good, I'm gonna go, it's like, I started 56, I believe. Let me get there, hold on. When I unmuted myself, I looked at myself out of the link, sorry for the delay, guys. Okay. Those who know do not talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Log off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from. Benefited or harmed. Honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desires for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus, the master is content to serve as an example, and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce, straightforward, but supple, radiant, but easy on the eyes. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is the freedom from his own ideas, tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view and makes use of anything. Life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him because he is letting go. He can care for the people's welfare as a mother cares for a child. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. I'll stop there, and we'll start, Nye, if you could start at 61.
Okay, when a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his flaws as the most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people, scroll down, and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find, and when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves you. Act without doing, work without effort. Think of the small as large and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus, she achieves greatness. When she runs into difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. The giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature.
Awesome. Brad, you want to jump in at 66?
Give me a second here. What do you want me to read? Chapter 66? All right, here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it power. If you want to govern people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. Because she competes with no one can compete with her. Did you need me to go on?
Yes, please. If you could read to number 70, that would be great.
Holy shit. All right. Wow. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts. You return to the source of being, patient with both friends and enemies. You accord with the way things are, compassionate toward yourself. You reconcile all beings in the world. The best athlete wants his opponent to at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. Okay. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than understanding your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield.
All right, let's Brad stop at 69. Hey, Kima, you want to start with
You
something?
said to stop at 70. Did you need me to go on?
Yeah, you went through 69, did you not? Okay, Kima, go ahead and give us the next 5.
My teachers are easy to understand, easy to put into practice. Your intellect will never grasp them. And if you try to practice them, you fail. My teachers are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. The master comes back. The people want you without what happened. The Tao is all you need. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. It never covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. If you realize that all things change, there's nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there's nothing you can achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's plate. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you will cut yourself.
All right, very cool. Angel, can you pick up where he left off?
75, right?
Correct. Yeah, just and why don't we do this, because we got a few people up. Just read 3, then we'll go to B Master. Just read 3 of them, and then we'll go to B Master.
Just 3, okay. Okay, gotcha. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too instructive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and sweet. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and flexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. As it acts in the world, the towel is like bending of a bow. As it acts in the world, the towel is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward, the bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the towel. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. Am I stopping there?
Yeah, that's good.
That's 3? Okay.
B Master, you want to pick that up? B Master, you with us?
Sure.
Perfect. Give us 3.
Okay, I'm gonna have to close it out. I gotta go back to it. Okay. To unmute myself. Nothing in the world. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet, for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. Bullshit, I'm just kidding. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Ooh. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. I think that's 3. What number? 81. Okay.
Are you reading that, Marcus?
The words? Oh, I was.
Okay, sorry.
True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating, the master leads. Do would you like me to read the notes? Sure. Okay, well, that's a lot of notes. I can do chapter 1.
I don't think you have to read the notes.
Okay.
Just go to the next
That's it?
chapter, yeah.
No,
We're reading 3 each.
that's it. And now it's on the chapter now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're through those verses, so why don't we just take this opportunity, we got about 9 minutes before the next room starts, and let's just talk about what we've read.
I think the Dow would be an anarchist, reparationist.
Yes!
And I also feel like it was written for today. Like it don't feel like it's written on
For a while ago, I agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment.
Wait, you think the Tao that inspired communist China is anarchist?
Yeah, that would sound. It sounded like it.
Phenomenal. John, what do you think? It sounded to me like it's not making a position. It's actually, the lesson is supposed to be that.
If you're right, you're wrong. And if you're wrong, you might be right. It's more of just letting go and just letting things be. Which also means, the idea of getting rid of government is just as wrong as creating a more powerful government. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very smart book, and so it's so universal that I'm not trying to offend you, Hakima, but I think people project onto it what they want to see. And the unfortunate reversal of your position, Hakima, or people who believe that it's an anarchist book or a communistic book, it's a governance book. So whoever is rising to power or in power will utilize the wisdom to manage the situation. But some people will just come on social audio, complain about it, but they read it. So it's a very smart book. I would encourage you to read it a couple times and try to really ingest it, because what it does is it creates a large language model, and it's a lot of positions and words. It's what they call a book. But again, it's a very smart book. And one of the reasons why it's so smart is because so many people have read it. It's global. So if you could master this book and you could master the Bible, you are now a subject matter expert who can have intelligent conversations about these topics that hopefully edify and lift you up in power and health and wealth and love. So that's my opinion.
I was just gonna say, I'm like in the middle of like my work day, so I'm like trying to rush through, what you guys are reading. I'm looking, I'm listening, and I'm like, oh, maybe I might want to read this one.
No, I don't think no offense taken though with me. I think most people gonna class things first. But you're right, that book needs to be read a couple times to get, because the book is saying a lot. It's not just saying I'm an anarchist. It's saying way more than that. You know what I'm saying? And not that definite. It's not definitely saying that.
I think you guys want you to look in. Hold on, Andrew, I'll say this really quick. It definitely forces you to look in and reflect. That's it. That's all I want to say. It's very reflective read.
I love that the part that Dina wrote was exactly what her life looks like.
Right?
I thought that was so cool.
I missed the part about a bag of dicks.
Oh.
I don't understand what.
It was a pot shot for me. It's okay. Yeah. Anything else, Monica? I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
No, like it was delightful to hear your excitement when it talked about roosters and you have a farm kind of like situation.
Wait, I think Angel wanted to speak too. Angel, go ahead, Angel. I had to cut you off. I'm sorry if you're there.
just gonna say that I would like to do a combination of this book and the 48 Laws of Power. Kind of read them simultaneously. You know, if I could run through maybe a chapter each, I'd like to see how that goes.
Sorry.
Just to comment on how short the book was. Go ahead, Dima.
No, I just wanted to say, I'm trying to remember, I saw this thing where if you want to remember something, you make like little games to remember it, and I don't remember where, but the things that I took from it, I said to myself, remember this spicy, and it was, SPC, and it's simplicity, patience, and compassion, right, to remember those things. I thought, oh yeah, I really like that. Simplicity, I think it was simplicity, but it's S, simplicity, patience, and then compassion. And then I loved the part that I started on, because people always tell me this, well, specifically my love, every time I get upset and I say like, look, this is all effed, this is messed up, and he'll ask me in the moment of like despair and frustration, he says, what's the opportunity? And I love that it like started as just like failure's an opportunity. You know, like look for the opportunity. Because as soon as you're starting to blame somebody, then it's just going to be an endless blaming thing. And then the fact that you could be just so content in what you have, and everybody just enjoys everything to like all of this. It's so beautiful. It felt like I felt that peace. And I just thought that was so cool. The other thing was the spicy that I want to remember, and then there was something like the compassion, something in humility. I thought they were such great. Oh, the rigidness. To remember not to be rigid, because rigid is just, you're just going to break, right? But if you can be flexible and adaptable, that's what's like life-giving, and it speaks life. And that was inspiring for me. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? That's a great, instead of being frustrated and like, okay, no, I didn't get my way, you know, but then it's like, wait a second, if you flow and you could just like have this flow with, I thought that was so cool. Yeah, so it was like this softness to being gentle and pliable and being able to just flow. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other things I'm looking, but yeah. So great.
I see. Does somebody want to post the link above for the discussion group, the rational discussion group?
We cannot, we're not on.
Oh, I can change that, darling.
Please, you have to raise it on right now.
There you are.
Okay, I'll be back.
This is the first time that I've ever come into the space and you guys are reading.
Started it yesterday. It's a 2-year tradition.
I'm glad I'm not.
Can I ask, how do people feel, you know, reading or listening to a wisdom book versus listening to road rage conversations? Like, what do you think might be better for your mental health or mental diet? It's just a question I'm asking.
I like a healthy mix of both. A little chaos, a little drama, a little play.
I actually like that because right before it we had the crash out road, and so then we read, and now we're going into the rational discussion group. I feel like we're giving people a little bit of each, and they want all of these things. But as we learned yesterday, you can't eat your cake and have it too.
Well, space within themselves to harbor, these feelings, these emotions, these whatevers, and yeah, that's why before I was like, I wish that hurt people would heal. And I think that there would be an opportunity for thank you very kindly. I think that there would be a opportunity.
All right, well, link is in the Jumbotron. We're transitioning over to the rational discourse room.
We'll have a conversation. So, 2 p.m. Pacific time to start the chat. We just like to start this a little early because it gives people a head start. So people might think you want to go into the room that doesn't have a chat. Just like what comes out right now. So, let's make a lot.
Hey Brad, I really enjoyed your reading of that book. It's one of my favorite books. I thank you for reading it, and I think that when a lot of people heard you, reading from a book, everybody was, titillated. Let's just put it that way.
I think it has a lot of constructs that are not relevant to the world, and I think it just uses up a lot of hyperbole to say, hey, we could just be better, but in reality it takes none of the constructs from everyday life and applies them.
Friend in the group.
I also think that it's done with reading that most of the people, most of the people don't understand the interpretation. It's been revised in multiple languages, and just like the Bible, it has phrases and translations that are taken out of context or what others have applied, even in the book you have. I think Lewis highlights this most of the I might have the book title wrong, but I think it's the Green Book. In his review of the Tao, he highlights some of those more prominent narratives. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I've never been a big philosopher fan, because usually those are people that are writing about a moral high ground, usually from a place of comfort, and usually from a life that is provided for them, and they don't really truly go out and experience the world. Similar to Marx, he was always cared for by somebody else. He lived off of a rich friend, and I don't take a lot of what they say seriously.
I just want to welcome people. We do have about 6 minutes before we officially kick this stuff off, but we got an interesting topic. We got a poll up top if people want to respond to it. Topic of the room: should Ukraine give up land to Russia? The choices are not one single inch, if it saves lives, sure, or it belongs to Russia. If you've got other thoughts on that, you could put those in the chat. If you want to talk about this topic, go ahead and raise your hand. We're gonna just kind of keep some small talk going until it's time to get going. Once we hit 2 o'clock, I'll let my friend Anson here just kind of get us started with his initial thoughts on what he thinks about the topic. But let's just have a little bit of small talk, and I'll let you guys know at 2 o'clock, and Anson will get us kicked off.
Just to clarify for me, Roger, that tax thing is off the table for today, or did I get the date wrong?
It was supposed to be today, but Alan didn't message me, so I don't know exactly what happened with that. It might have happened while we were crashing out in the other room, so we may have missed it.
Okay.
Because I know Alan had popped into that other room and then he disappeared, so we may have missed it. Oh, we got Abby here. Hopefully she comes up. That would be great.
I'd like to give a little bit of a reminder for hydration. Drink your water.
Or Diet Coke.
Whatever liquid makes you happy.
Abby, you missed some fun rooms earlier. We had a good mix of crashing out and reconciliation. I think some progress was made in that other room. I don't know if you guys agree.
Who were the actors?
Brad was probably the star of the show today. I'm gonna have to say, Brad, were you the star of the show today?
I suppose.
Yeah, Brad was in Brad form. Let's just put it that way. He was Brading out.
I'm saluting you, Brad, from here.
Okay, we got a few minutes. We're gonna let some people pile in. I'm gonna send out some invites so we can get the room populated. Abby, you've been missing our reading rooms. We've been reading out loud to each other, and we got through a book over the last couple days. We're gonna start doing this every single day, but I think you would be a welcome addition there. Be nice.
Are you reading like Lady Chatterley's Lover, or like what are we reading?
John, would you like to share?
Is John here?
Yeah, we read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, ancient Chinese philosophy book about the Tao. It's about governance, philosophy, wisdom, mystical approach to dealing with complexities. Some critique was that it's the inspiration for the communist revolution and that it's actually an anarchical book. But I do think in Saul Alinsky's book, he also references it in Rules for Radicals. So I think it's an important, document to study because it's useful in terms of either knowing the enemy or knowing yourself. So that's the book we completed today. It took us 2 days to read it.
That sounds fantastic. I mean, it sounds like it's knowing your enemy, you beat the art of war.
That'll be our next book, by the way, Abby.
Yeah, the Rules for Radical, that's an excellent choice.
The next book's going to be The Art of War.
I add a book to the book. Since there's so many people, like we used to have, I don't know if they exist on here, but there's so many people that espouse these grand ideas about anarchy,
Socialism. Why not throw Joseph Stalin's book up there? Leninism. Why not?
His honors,
A review of Stalin up there. This will give insight to a lot of how some of those virtue signaling policies lead to the outcome under Stalin.
Yeah, I think Art of the Deal would be another fun one here, just because of the divisiveness around the author. I want to turn this over to Anson. Anson, the topic of the room, should Ukraine give up land to Russia? Why don't you go ahead and kick us off with some initial thoughts? And I like the framing that you do of these conversations, so if you want to do that, that'd be great.
Well, I'm not going to, I don't want to.
Oh, you muted yourself.
expensive clock.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I think you're doing the glitch where it mutes you. Because you started speaking and then you muted yourself. All right, we'll okay, are you back? You may have to leave and come back, Anson. You may have to leave and come back to correct that. There we go. We'll get it back here, and then typically when we do these rooms, Anson just likes to get everybody to agree, is there a problem? And then we kind of go from there with opinions. Anson, go ahead. You're still muted, buddy. All right, I guess we'll get started without him. And when he comes back, we'll welcome him to jump back in. The question for the room, should Ukraine give up land to Russia?
You want to mute yourself and turn on? And again. There you go, I think you're back. Or maybe not. Alright, I'm just going to get it started, and then Anthony, you'll have to figure out your technical challenges. We'll definitely welcome you once you do. So, should Ukraine give up land to Russia? I think we have to ask ourselves, what is at stake? On one hand, you have a tyrannical leader who is invaded his neighboring country, who's trying to invade a sovereign nation in Europe, and then on the other hand, you have the reality that in order for Ukraine to continue this fight, they're going to have to be highly subsidized by the United States, European allies, in order to continue to wage this war. Now, the people in Ukraine may want to fight, but in order to do so, in order to have a chance, they do need the right weapons in order to sustain the fight. So this brings in lots of questions. I think that it's righteous to fight against these tyrannical Russian bullies. There might be a practical piece though where lives could be saved. And so I think the conversation today is really to figure out what precedent does it set if an invading force could then get land and get the nation that was attacked to surrender land. Is that a wise thing to do? Those are my questions. And Anson, let's see if you're back and see if you got a microphone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank God.
Okay. I'm not going to vote yet. I want to hear what the room has to say. You're right. There's the old altruistic. No way are we going to let Russia get away with it. We're going to fight until we drive them back to their original borders before 2014, including Crimea. But I don't see how that is possible in any way, shape, or form other than NATO entering the war, full-scale, conventional war, to assist Ukraine to drive Russia back to the pre-2014 boundaries. So, I don't see any conceivable way other than a collapse of Russia that we strangle them for so long with sanctions and all the other things. But how long is that going to take? Years, in my opinion, particularly as long as they have the support from China, Iran to a degree, etc. I don't see Russia throwing in the towel anytime in the coming several years. If we want peace, Ukraine's going to have to give up land. But if you want to stand on principle and keep fighting, and God help Ukraine, because I don't see a way to bring it to a conclusion other than on the battlefield. Did everybody hear what I said?
I think they did. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some thoughts. I'd love to hear, Brad, what do you think of what Anson laid out?
I think he articulated the problem very well. You've got two choices right now. We're aware that Zelensky has gone through, about 92% of his resources and capabilities capabilities that he has been offered. No other nation seems to really want to reinforce the lines that Ukraine has tried to do. Their military tactics are subpar at best. It seems that Russia was doing a different kind of campaign, and so let's keep it into it instead of actually, utilizing, various other operations to expel Russia out of their territory. They've also faced some constraints from European nations as well as the U.S., particularly under Biden, about some of the tactics they wanted to take. And despite some of the tactics that they did take, it still has not relented with Russia. Zelensky now is in forced conscript. He's waived a lot of, quote, Ukraine constitutional, end quote, powers. He's removed those from the country at large. You have ongoing protests, which the citizenry does not seem to be happy with a lot of his decisions. We have questions about where the aid is going. Right now, I would, due to the Ukraine's ability, you've lost. And I don't know how to put it simply. Unless the U.S., NATO, European nations are willing to put boots on the ground, and the only nation that I think was willing to really truly do that was Poland at the time, until some stuff went awry on between Ukraine and Poland, particularly over the agricultural treaty and some of the weapons. I don't see where Ukraine comes out on top. My one thing would be, how much are you going to lose by currently? And right now this territory is significant. They're sitting over a lot of reserves. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of opportunity for Ukrainians. However, you just do not have the capabilities to resist them. And your problem was just believing that the U.S. was going to be there at your defense should this happen. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that you fell for it, but the U.S. is not going to put boots on the ground to go fight this war against Russia. They're not prepared for it. We're not capable of really taking on that conflict right now. We're tired, we're sore, we're angry, and we have too many domestic issues that we really want to focus on rather than having our young men and women engaged in a war with the likes of Russia for the next 20 years. So, honestly, right now, the stage what they have left as a civilization, I would sue for peace. I would relent to the terms and go back. You just don't have military means to win this.
So does that mean that anybody that wants to invade someone else, as long as they have the might to do so, that they ought to?
No, I don't think it's on a moral front. This is the problem with wars. Everybody tries to apply a moral stance. It's your country, it's your nation, it's your house, it's your territory. If you can hold it, if you can maintain it, it's your house as long as you can pay the mortgage and the taxes. The minute you can't, someone else takes it from you. So this is the way the world has always been. And the realistic point is, unfortunately, for Ukraine, they are caught in a very bad spot. And I don't think it's right of Russia, but at the onset, the U.S. shouldn't have held up weapon systems if they were so worried about it for 6 months. That occurred under Biden's administration. He held back weapons. He held back supplies. He held back things. Europe held back things. They couldn't get on board and decide what they wanted to do. They wanted to play games. And so now you have a horrible deal that's going to be presented to the Ukrainians, and they're going to lose. And if they stay in the fight, I mean, it's a war of attrition. Russia's just bigger. Ukraine does not have the capabilities to go much longer. I would say maybe a couple of years. They could probably put up an IRA type style resistance when Russia takes over the territory. But I mean, in the end, the results are going to be the same. Russia's going to come out on top of this. And that's a shame because the U.S. fucked up. We did another Vietnam, except we put it in Ukraine.
Hey, moderators, this is John. I'm ready to go if you can put me in the queue.
Yeah, please, Steve, jump in.
So I use X. My account is in my profile. It's John Kitover, IL for Illinois. These are the queries I asked Grok on X Spaces. Hey Grok, tell me the Ukrainian and Russian war casualties with top 10 incidents or battles. Should Ukraine give Russia land for a lasting peace deal? Is Zelensky or Putin an honest, good faith actor? The latest estimates, June of 2025, Russia had 250,000 killed, 950,000 total casualties. Ukraine military had 100,000 killed, 400,000 total in the war so far. Civilians, 13,000 killed and 33,000 injured. The top battles are Bakhmut, Mariupol, Sverdlovsk, Lyshansk, Avdiivka, Soledar, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Volodar, Kharkiv Yar. Ukraine shouldn't concede territory. It rewards aggression, and Putin won't honor deals. Putin acts in bad faith historically. Zelensky is more transparent but pragmatic. Then I asked, hey Grok, tell me the contrarian position of why Zelensky should step down as president and give up land to Ukraine for a lasting peace. This is what Grok says. This is the contrarian view. Zelensky prolongs war by rejecting realpolitik. Russia won't retreat, so conceding occupied Donbass, Crimea, ethnically Russian per polls saves lives and the economy. His expired term erodes legitimacy. Resignation enables pragmatic successor for honored peace deal, backed by Rubio, Sachs analysis. So that's what AI says.
Here's the best outcome that could happen. We know Putin's not long-lived, John. My best guess is, and I don't know who's going to win in the wings under Putin. It could be I can't say his name, but it could be the fanatical guy that's even worse than Putin, or it could be an overwhelming sense of the Russian people say, hey, no, this is not going to happen, or maybe there's some shift. But in reality, accept the terms now, and then wait till Putin's dead, and then seek pressure to basically get those territories back under Ukraine. That's the best avenue that I see for Ukraine currently, and I don't know if Captain agrees with that.
I'm still waiting to hear somebody to suggest that the moral route is the only route possible, and therefore the war must continue, but with more money, more weapons, more whatever other than boots on the ground from NATO, which would include the United States. Can anybody make a rational argument that that will work, and how long will the war last if they make that rational argument? I don't think as long as Putin's in power that he is going to give up the land that Russia currently occupies. He may give up a line here or a line there, but certainly he's not going to give up Crimea. He's not going to give up Sevastopol, and all of those things. And if we just wait out Putin's death, or conceivably maybe, very unlikely, but conceivably his overthrow by the Russian people, unless somebody has a crystal ball that says that's going to happen in the rest of my lifetime. Again, I think you've got the moral dilemma, you've got the moral construct to keep fighting. We are in the right, therefore we're going to wait for the equivalent of Washington crossing the Delaware Valley Forge, or on the other hand, the practicality of it all. And don't forget that if this war continues, how assured are we that the stalemate will hold? And if the stalemate doesn't hold, and by stalemate I mean basically the current boundaries of the battle lines of the war, where Russia is gaining, yards, not miles, to a degree. But if that stalemate breaks down, Russia might go all the way to the Dnieper River. Hell, it might go all the way into Kiev. So if we keep fighting, you've got to hold out the possibility that the stalemate will break down in favor of Russia. And what are you going to do then? Which would be a hell of a lot worse than what the current situation is. So again, this is morality versus practicality, and I sure want to hear somebody provide a rational argument that we can hold our moral ground, and here is the path forward to win the war on the mountain. Can anybody come up with a construct where that is a rational possibility?
Well, I don't think I would want to make that argument. What I would suggest, though, is that if it's the NATO position or the U.S. position, that since Putin has acted so belligerently, that we take advantage of the opportunity to weaken them. It will never get less expensive to kill Russian soldiers than it is right now. And that expense in terms of American blood and in terms of American dollars. If the goal of the West is to weaken Russia, specifically their military might, then this is the cheapest that we'll ever be able to do it. And I know that doesn't provide a response that you were looking for, but I think it's something to consider. Is that if we might be looking at this as a gift, and the longer it goes on, sure, it's expensive, but it's less expensive than any direct conflict with them. And Russia will never be the same after this conflict. I mean, make no mistake, between their birth rate and their immigration policies, they didn't have the luxury to lose soldiers. They are in trouble. They have a demographic problem, and this only makes their demographic problem worse. And so, again, depending on what our goal is, we might be achieving it.
Like, I agree with what you said about it. Like, I voted they should give up land, but I don't only I voted that way because I don't think Trump would give them the support that they need or they deserve. But I feel like the U.S. basically begging them into the situation. Not necessarily Trump, but the U.S. in general. So I think the U.S. should give them what they need to finish down with. You know what I'm saying? Like Ukraine is small thing like that. Like Russia is not. It's no big deal for Russia. They're shit tons of so their economy is not doing great. So like so they got in a great position themselves. So but I don't think Trump one of the reasons they're not great. I think that's why Trump is not going to help Ukraine. I believe they support Russia.
Wait, can I just hear you say give them what they want? Is that what you said? You don't remember? No, if you don't remember, that's fine. No, I wasn't confused. I heard it said that. Okay, then what's okay?
So, and I disagree with you, Captain. Sir, I have some issues with Putin saying, like, the idea that he's going to march into Kiev. I'm confused from the start of the battle plan. Like, he employed Hannibal's old tactics of, like, the try, whatever you call it, going around each side. But unfortunately, he never carpet bombed anything, and we're aware that they could have done it. He didn't destroy necessarily oil reserves. He didn't really interfere with electrical areas, and he left the western corridors open in Ukraine. This has always been puzzling to me, because it just seemed like a ploy to have Ukraine just kind of sue for peace quickly, but it may have been just part of Putin's grand plan, knowing that the U.S. was going to provide aid, Europe was going to provide some financial assistance, and that this was going to be a war of attrition. Because when he actually set his lines, he parked them very distinctly and very permanently right now over those heavily rich reserve areas. And his core areas that he wanted access to the seas. This has always bothered me more because the first thing you would do would be to cut off supplies. You would be able to he wants is just the section that's going to be rich, and he does not want the U.S. to be or any Western alliance to be in control over those areas. And he doesn't want the access to the sea ports, the deep water ports, to be hindered by anybody, particularly Ukraine, who's vying to join alliances with Europe and the U.S. in broader trade agreements. And the only reason I say this is like when Kazakhstan, when the U.S. started to make inroads there for trade agreements, Russia came in, and even with China trying to go toe-to-toe with the U.S. for agreements, Russia came in and squashed all. And so that nation lost the opportunities to trade with the U.S., Western alliances, and Eastern ones. So I think it's more about economics and the potential for the money for Russia. And I think that's what Putin is really truly focused on. I said this at the start of the war, and so far has played out how I thought it would go. But it's always been mind-numbing to me that for the people that believe he would march all the way there to Kiev, like if that was the case, he could have easily taken Kiev. He didn't have to hold back, and he could have cut off the airdrops. He could have cut off even the western routes that brought supplies in, and he could have cut off the energy and water sections, and he never did. I don't know if he's just dumb. Also, Putin's like what, 75 years old? He is technically going to be like let's call it what it is. I mean, unless there's some miracle cure in Russia that keeps guys, forever 150 years old. I mean, he is getting older. He is going to be prone to infirmities that affect old age. He's going to be prone to sicknesses. At some point, the man is going to die and have to relinquish power. I doubt he makes it to 2030, but we can see. I mean, he could be 80 years old. It's not unheard of, but I just don't see him retaining power that long.
So, how did you vote, Brad? Are you saying don't give an inch and continue the war with the expectation that we can wear Russia down and drive them back to 2014 boundaries? Is that what you're suggesting is the best route to go?
No, I'm saying that they should accept the agreement on the table and try to rebuild. Zelensky has not fortified his infrastructure to a military footprint that is needed to win this war. It just has not.
Okay, I tend to agree with that. But the pool doesn't allow me to do it because let's say that the war stops and the current battle lines are an armistice line, and both sides agree that they're not going to try to advance across the current lines. But a peace treaty will not be signed by Ukraine until Russia cedes all the land that Ukraine claims. In other words, do we go now for a Korean War situation? And if so, who is going to man those battle lines or be held in reserve with massive power to prevent a resurgence by Russia a year, 2 years, 5 years from now to restart the war? In other words, is it going to be American troops sitting somewhere encamped along the Dnieper River or somewhere in western Ukraine? Or is it going to be NATO troops? In other words, is a Korean War situation something that we should hope to achieve now in order to stop the war and stop the killing, but not signing a peace treaty that would lead them to shore? In other words, Russia gets the current land de facto, but they're not allowed to get it to shore in accordance with a peace treaty that Ukraine would sign with Russia. And would Putin even agree to such an armistice without a de jure secession of some land on the part of Ukraine? Again, it's a tough nut to crack.
I mean, I'm not saying Zelensky should just give away the driveway and the garage and without receiving anything in return. I think Zelensky could ask for a NATO base directly in Ukraine. It could be one of his precursors. Whether or not the powers that be will agree to that seems to be more on the table. And if I was Zelensky, I would be asking for that. I would say, hey, this is what my nation needs. Here's what we need as people. I need trade agreements for, grain, production and manufacturing. Here, I want these also on the table with this. And then I want the assurances in a treaty stating that if Russia breaks these lines, then you are going to definitely put boots on the ground. I'm not saying we should put boots on the ground, but this would be me as Zelensky saying, hey, I want NATO here, and in case they break that, I want you to go toe-to-toe with us to repel Russia. And if they violate this peace treaty, we're going all the way. We are not holding back. We're not holding this into our territory. We will attack all the way to Moscow. And I would put that clearly on the table and say, here, this is the agreement we'll reach to. I would put the NATO nations in a corner. That's just me playing Zelensky.
That's you playing Zelensky. But I don't think Putin would even dream of signing an armistice that would allow NATO troops to enter Ukraine and be prepared for military action. That's almost the equivalent of allowing Ukraine to join NATO. And from everything I know about Russia, not just Putin, but Russia, they wouldn't even come close to agreeing to an armistice, a cessation, stop shooting at each other, if the prospect is going to be a de facto NATO presence in Ukraine, much less a Ukraine membership in NATO. I think Putin would just keep on fighting. Russia would just keep on fighting. If that was proposed by, say, Trump or the United States or even NATO on Friday. Do you agree with that?
I agree that Putin wouldn't take it, but we're forgetting about one big thing with the Russian people, because they're not immune to this, would be the optic war. That all of a sudden there's a chance for peace. Would Putin start to receive pushback from his own people, particularly the military, and the numbers he's losing, the number that are wounded, and the numbers that are returning? Would he end up being forced to accept something along these lines? Because again, the Russian people also want peace. They're tired of the war too. So, it would be like boxing into a corner. And Zelensky could come out looking like a hero. Putin can come out looking like a hero temporarily. And the U.S. and NATO looks like they fulfilled their obligations at some point. So, if I was Zelensky, I'd be playing hardball. I would put everybody in a corner and I would put them all in a box and say, here, this is what we're going to agree to. Because right now, he has nothing to lose. Either the war keeps fighting, he loses more territory, or, he accepts terms of a peace agreement, and Putin's he's gotta obey at least somewhat the will of his own people.
Well, this has devolved into Hanson and Brad, two military guys' discussion back and forth.
Let's throw one more in there then. How you guys doing? Ironically, Edson, I have a personal question. You wouldn't happen to be a descendant of Edson Burlingame, the minister to China that went there with you? If so, that would be pretty awesome. I think that I've listened to the conversation.
I have a picture that was taken last fall in Faneuil Hall in Boston. It shows a big picture of that Anson Burlingame that was during the Lincoln administration of the Civil War, and me at age 82 in front of that.
I might have missed it. So are you a descendant of his?
Yes, I am. He branched off, so he and I were great cousins or something like that.
Oh, well, that's pretty interesting. To this point, conversation. I think that a lot of people forget something, right? And that's that Putin's his old KGB guy, right? And he mainly controls government and all kinds of other levers in the country of Russia. And what I mean by that is that it is an optical war for him. If he can come out of this looking like or phrasing the argument in front of his people that, hey, I won or I got something or I bested them, I think he is willing to do whatever. I think both men, Putin and Zelensky, they are leaders, right? They're willing to lose people. They're willing to send men to die. And they will sleep like babies about it. I think that who has the capacity to withstand longer is a good question. Ukraine has obviously got some backers, right? It's almost a proxy war with us and things like that. But Ukraine should hold out as long as they possibly can. Any nation should. But there's a precedent for this, right? Crimea. They held out for long as they could. And they still were annexed by Russia. And so maybe it might be time to cut a deal, right? So Putin's not, I still believe he still plays 3D, 4D level chess. He always has, and I think he always will. But sometimes even when the facts are not on his side, if he can turn the optics on his side, I think he'd be willing to cut a deal to get him out of there. But, we'll see.
So I changed my vote, right? Initially, so the question is, should Ukraine give up against Russia? Initially, I said if it saves lives, sure. But after listening to Anson and Brad speak, and then while they were talking, I read on PBS that according to a May 2025 poll, 55% of Ukrainians oppose ceding land, right? So I'm wondering what role does public sentiment kind of play, or should public sentiment play in Zelensky's decisions regarding this? Because considering how many lives have been lost, the public might perceive, giving up the land and ceding territory as a form of betraying the sacrifices of the civilians and the soldiers. People have lost their lives. So I'm wondering if, public sentiment should be considered here in his decisions. And how much influence should foreign powers have in Ukraine's decision? That's a question that I have for all the politically savvy minds on the stage.
Well, what do you suggest, NY? What do you suggest foreign powers, which specifically, I think you need the United States and let's don't even differentiate between NATO and the United States. Let's just say NATO. Because right now, I think that Trump and NATO are singing from the same sheet of music. So for simplicity's sake, let's just say, what more can NATO do to allow the war to continue with a rational goal that is different from the current status quo and more in favor of Ukraine? I don't know what else NATO can do other than intervene militarily. I just don't see this thing ending until it's decided on the battlefield, not by public opinion or by Henry Kissinger or any other of the international greats in negotiating peace. I don't know. I just don't see a way forward that is going to keep Russia in a Russian box the way NATO, the big concern that wants it to be, and that NATO, that Russian box goes all the way back to pre-2014 boundaries. I'm still waiting for. I wish there was somebody in here that was super woke, hates Trump, and says, here is the clear, Trump's an idiot. He should just bow out and do nothing, and here is the path forward in order for Ukraine to stand tall and Russia not gain any land. I want to hear somebody tell me how that could possibly happen. And I don't see anybody on the stage or in the audience that seems ready to rise to that challenge. And I wish I could figure it out for myself as well.
I just can't. The argument for that answer might be, right, if the United States stops helping Ukraine, let them win or lose on their own, right? Let's see what happens.
We did, in other words, can you imagine if Trump comes back from this Friday, he comes back from that conference with Putin and says, that's it, we're out of it, we're going to stop providing anything or any military for Ukraine, and we're going to let the decision stay on the battlefield. My God, this country would erupt if that happened.
I don't think so. I don't think we care. I know it's people tend to think we're in a war, and the United States is not in a war. We ain't in a war, right? We are aiding a country, and knowing Donald, keep in mind politically, I generally do not disclose my beliefs. I'm truly mainly in the middle independent. But knowing Donald, he could. He's a little cantankerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't take much for him to say, you know what, fuck this, I'm not having nothing to do with this shit no more. And seriously, at least threaten to say, to pull out. That's totally within the realm of possibility. And the average American doesn't care. People have opinions. We have in these social media rooms, but people don't. It's not as important to the American people because it doesn't affect us. It's not as important to us as it is to them.
That's a good point. I kind of agree with that on some level. I don't think your average American, it's not that we don't care about the lives lost, but I think many of us understand politically how this political game works and how wars are profitable for many leaders. No doubt likely profitable for our government. And because this war doesn't seemingly directly impact your average American, I'm with Rob on this. I wonder how much the average American actually cares about this war.
Hold on, let me just jump in real quick. I don't think it's whether they care or not. It's the fact that we're divided in people. There seems to be thirds. There's that third that is going to support Trump no matter what he does. There's the third that really doesn't care and fits into that category. But then there's also a third that no matter what Trump does, they're going to criticize every move he makes. And I think anything he does, he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If they can weaponize something against Trump, I think they will. And so I think you do have to be careful the decisions he makes because you've got enemies that are committed to trying to take him down, right, wrong, or indifferent. I mean, you got to remember, they tried to keep him off the ballot, they tried to throw him in jail, and they tried to kill him. You think they're not going to criticize his decisions on war and peace? Well, I won't jump into that convo, but just being I think, to that point, I think Anson has great experience and things like that. I just respectfully, obviously, I don't think that the people care. I think that it's something to talk about, but people are not going to take to the streets about Ukraine. People in political circles will get on TV and social media and etc. They'll have the interested regular people will have something to talk about, but it's a nothing burger. Now, what will turn people out in the streets? Israel and Gaza. That can literally not tear the country apart, but it can definitely have an effect. Seriously. But the Ukraine and Russia, nobody. It's not that big of a deal to Americans like that. For real.
So I just wanted to jump in here. Like, you brought up a poll that you read, and I'm assuming it's the Gallup poll from August. That's generally the one that I hear people cite. I would be careful about this side of it because, again, the desertion rates that, like any reporting out of Ukraine, you have to take with a grain of salt. It's like believing China's economic numbers when they say things. It's just like, okay. I would say that a lot of those polls seem to be targeted, even those that are on the other side want peace. But I do hear from more and more with the way that you have the AWOL rates going on in Ukraine, you have people fleeing the battlefield. There's not this overwhelming narrative to rush out there and defend the home. And I think that's, like, if I look at those numbers and I look at some of that reporting, and then I take into account, like, what we have in the U.S. or Europe, saying, oh, there's high support for Ukraine. And no, I don't think the people there are really, they're just sick and tired of it. They don't want to be bombed anymore. They don't want to see their relatives come back. That there isn't this world push that Ukraine, that I think many people try to get for that. I just, the way the numbers are, and the number of people that are citing refugee status, numbers that are fleeing into Europe, that's actually causing consternation in those areas, I think it is now more prevalent that more than half of the country is now at a point where they just want it all to stop. They don't care what the outcome is at this point. They just want it to stop.
Marshall, do you have anything you want to say? Can you bring anything over from what the sentiments might be over in the critical thinking forum? I mean, we're kind of stuck here between the practical side and the moral side. You got anything to add to this conversation? Marshall?
Sorry, Anson, I didn't hear you say yes.
Do you have anything? We're kind of stuck between the moral imperative of don't give them an inch and drive Russia back to the 2014 boundaries, and the practical side that there's no way in hell to do that unless NATO puts massive moves on the ground and we essentially go to war with Russia. So if we seem to be, and there's the other option that's been suggested that to hell with it, the U.S. pulls clear and stops supplying anything to anybody to continue to fight the war. And what insights can you bring over from the critical thinking forum, or are they just stuck on the moral ground and we're going to continue to fight until hell freezes over and Russia gives up?
They're stuck on the world piece. There was a commenter from Scotland, the guy named Paul, who made the point that most of the time countries in history take land through conquest and then, person with a bigger stick ends up governing. I am very much in your camp when it comes to Ukraine, which is we're no longer Ronald Reagan's military. We have to pick and choose where we put our resources. China's a much bigger threat overall than Russia is. Russia's still a near-peer competitor as defense experts rank it. But I think we need to focus on our main peer competitor, not the second-tier competitor. While I think supplying East Coast with weapons through the Europeans is probably a decent idea, we're not going to go forward. There's not an appetite for that in the United States. And so we're essentially stuck between having a long, drawn-out meat grinder like Korea and just letting it all go. I think the meat grinder probably, takes more Russian lives in the invasion. But that's what happens with meat grinders. They take lives on each side. So for me, sitting in the middle of this, my overall conclusion is, look, if we can, help supply the Europeans with weapons and the Europeans give those to the Ukrainians, that's absolutely fine with me. But if people want the United States to step in so we can roll things back to 2014, that's not a place the United States to get involved. And in fact, that's just what China would be hoping that we would tire ourselves down and get another quagmire and not be able to focus on our near-peer competitor. And so I think we have to keep, in terms of U.S. grand strategy and national interest, I think we have to keep our eyes on the ball. And eyes on the ball means deal with China more than it means dealing with Russia.
But you don't think that giving those resources and
It's
should have a problem with me, but oh yes, you're right back. We're out of switching. But yes, that's my general take. It seems like it is within the interest of the U.S. to be violently involved and not majorly involved. To one weapon, it seems like something that only would drag on the war. It would lead to a decisive end. So maybe we don't want to do that because it, again, puts Russia in a meat grinder. Although there does seem to be a strategic piece, because if we put Russia in a meat grinder, the Russia-China Defense Pact has a harder time operating because the Russians are tied in Ukraine, and they may not have either energy or military resources to redevote to helping China with its defensive strategy in Southeast Asia. Having said that, I have been on this kind of train for the last several years, which is we need a bigger U.S. Navy. We need a bigger U.S. Navy. We need more ships. We need more people. China's going to be a 400 ship Navy in 2039 or 2040. And while it takes time to gain the expertise of the water Navy and become proficient at it, the inability of the American public or the American government to adequately recognize that we need to bulk up our Navy is a problem. We also have to deal with the Jones Act, which requires a lot of stuff to be manufactured domestically, a lot of ships to be manufactured domestically, which I think having a domestic manufacturing base is really important. But in the short term, why don't we look at buying destroyers from South Korea or Japan? They make really decent destroyers, as I understand it, and that would help us push off some space in which to get our domestic manufacturing house back in order. Because at least as I understand it, the Navy is supposed to get something like 15 ships a year, and they'll only be getting 5. So, for folks who understand why I'm focusing on the U.S. Navy, from San Diego to Seoul, South Korea is 6,000 miles. From San Diego to Diego Garcia, which goes through the South China Sea, into Indonesia and the Malacca Straits, and then out into the Indian Ocean to Diego Garcia U.S. Naval Base is 11,000 miles. So we can't be on the other side of the world at the snap of a finger. We have to be able to forward deploy, and forward deploy means we have to be able to put ships out there, and it doesn't really help if we're putting ships out past their service time or what they should normally be out into water on before they come back to the port and get the needed repairs. That's why I'm really focused on the Navy in that way, because it's such a long distance that you can't do anything without an adequately functioning Navy. And I think we just don't largely have an adequately functioning Navy, but the inability to get those ships when we need them is a severe problem for the United States.
Okay, I have a question for you, Marshall.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So I know you essentially compared Russia as basically a two-tier problem comparatively to China being our closest competitor that we need to be more concerned with. But don't you think that, if we stand back and we see to Russia keeping the land that they're currently occupying, doesn't that give them control of all of those resources over there and the Black Sea control as well? I mean, wouldn't that be bound to shift things for them if we just, negotiated to give them the land that they're occupying right now?
I mean, look, I worry that giving them the land will only involve Vladimir Putin's want to roll into the rest of Eastern Europe and put the USSR back together.
Right.
However, having said that, we have to take what is principle and important and again what we practically do. My ranking of China ahead of Russia comes from the National Defense Estimate, which is something put together by our defense community and the different multilateral intelligence agencies. And one of the things that allowed China to bump up as quick as it has, for example, was us being tied down in the quagmire of Iraq. Right? That allowed us to focus our attention on China,
China focused their attention on Africa and doing trade there and doing debt swap deals in which they'll build ports and roads, but if you can't pay back for it, the Chinese government then owns it. So while I do think there's an imperative to tell Vladimir Putin, no, you can't have this stuff, China's always going to come in the number one position in the defense element, and Russia's always going to come in the number two position. Or at least it's been that way for most of my lifetime, I should say. Having said all of that, I can wave my fingers, and we can make sure that Vladimir Putin did not take the rest of parts of Ukraine. I would do that. But as Anson, I think, has properly pointed out, the ability to have anything other than a meat grinder in Ukraine is dependent upon putting troops on the ground to fight the Russians. And if the Europeans get involved fighting the Russians on the ground, it could draw the United States into that, which was, as I said earlier, nobody in the United States wants to go to war again. They're just not interested. And also, if the Europeans want to get involved that way, I don't necessarily see a problem with the Europeans doing the European thing, right? Like, it's territory that's closer to them than it is to us. But if the United States were to get involved and have to put, the 82nd Airborne on the ground in Ukraine, we would get tied down in a way that would not allow us to turn our attention to our first near-peer competitor. Essentially, we're in between this idea that ideologically we might want not want more rent. Practically, we don't have the resources or the public support to ensure that, right? We have the public support to ensure build-up of the U.S. Navy to confront China, but we don't have a popular idea that submitting U.S. troops on the ground would be a good idea. So I think in answer to your question, as much as I would like to stop giving one more inch, I think the best we're going to get out of this is some sort of a meat grinder like Korea. And it's still within U.S. national interest to have the Russians grind themselves up in the meat grinder, right? It may not be within our national interest right away to help put troops on the ground or to spend, 1/9 of the defense budget on the Ukraine war. I say all of that because the defense estimates rank our most important adversary as China, and as I said, Russia always comes in as a number two in the modern world. So I always tend to go for practical over ideological, because that's the real world. If we let ourselves live by our ideology, then we're going to be pursuing things in a way that is hopeful but not practical, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, hopefully that helps.
So, I just wanted to check on something you said, Marshall. Ordering ships from Korea, I'll let Captain speak to that a little bit because he knows more about the subs and some of those. But you would never pay someone like me to go on a Korean maintenance destroyer. The best that it can produce with our Aegis class weapon systems is probably comparable to the Arleigh Burke class destroyers that we have. And most of the world kind of falls either just beneath that or on par with them. And they're nowhere near as small class destroyers. As a destroyer man myself, I love my little boats. I think they're fantastic. However, scaling up to say 5 destroyers every couple of years from Korea, South Korea, would severely impact their resources. They wouldn't be able to meet the demands right off the bat. Secondly, when we talk about shipbuilding, U.S. Navy ships, just to give you a record, we test them. We actually do explosives. We run them through the gap. But you have to have shockproof pumps from impacts. Think the USS Cole, for instance, had a hole in his side and it still stayed afloat. Our ships are designed in such a way to actually absorb impacts or take an impact and still function. It takes a lot to sink a U.S. Navy ship. Korea does make a good boat. However, they're not comparable to ours. They're about 10% larger in capacity, the last records that I've looked at. But they're what? It's more of a commercial marketing rather than a tactical or actual nautical marketing. Our ships have a lot of other things that we adapt that came from us, like most specifically World War II. We learned a lot in shipbuilding in terms of making our ships. Now we've made mistakes trying to do more advances than other things, but I would not say that Korea could supplant a U.S. Navy ship. Also, not to mention the fact that China would take drones, launch that. That's a little bit too close to home. You'd have Russia doing the same thing, and they would gain tactical advantages watching these shipyards being built over a few years. But sorry.
Let me intervene here. We're getting off topic. It's a great topic. How do we rebuild our defense establishment so that we can go one-on-one with China in the modern world? But the topic of the room is about Ukraine, peace, giving up land, and so forth. And I want to see if I can, and Brad has brought up a good point that he thinks Russia is going to wear down in a meat grinder faster than Ukraine, maybe. So let's talk about Friday night after Trump and Putin have their session. Would it be in the best interest of the United States and NATO and Ukraine if Putin refuses to give an inch and Trump recognizes that, he walks out of the room and says, we're going to keep fighting, but we're going to keep fighting with the U.S. providing arms to Europe, which Europe buys and then gives to Ukraine. We're going to continue the meat grinder, and we're going to wait and see which side wears down faster and sues for unilateral peace, maybe not unconditional surrender, but which side is going to surrender first. Is that the best it could come out of this session with Putin this coming Friday?
If I could jump in, is it the best scenario? No, right? Is it the most likely and the most probable? Yeah. Unless, as I mentioned before,
what is the best scenario, Rob?
the best scenario is they find a way to make a deal and cut it out, right? The best scenario is they find a way, Donald Trump understanding, for lack of a better term, the strong man ethos, right? Let me give you cover to save face in front of your people. Not that he necessarily cares, but Putin cares about his image. As Frank mentioned in the chat, he controls the narrative that the Russian people will get, and he doesn't care, right? He doesn't care about that. He does care about his image. So if he has cover to lack of a better term, to retreat, right, and still call it a win, he'll take it, right? And Ukraine could say the same thing, right? Ukraine, I believe, just wants the war to stop and leave us alone, that kind of situation. But Russia needs to save face. That's the best scenario to come out of this meeting. That's the best scenario. Is it the most likely? No, but it is the best.
But you agree that Ukraine has to cede significant land to Russia in order to achieve that outcome this Friday, right?
From a pragmatic perspective, they have to give up something. Yeah, they have to give Russia a reason to want to say, I'll stop, right? I don't think that he will. I don't think he's not incentivized to do so. The only incentive for Zelensky to do that is if the United States, vis-a-vis NATO, says we're done. We don't have the capacity anymore. We can't. I'm not going to do it, right? If the United States says that, then Ukraine doesn't have the prerogative, and they'll try to cut the best deal that they can, even if that means giving up some land. But if the United States stays in it, stays funding NATO, stays giving intelligence, stays giving weapons and money and things like that, we can last as long as the United States can last, which we assume to be forever, right? And Russia's gonna say, well, I'm gonna stay in it too, you know. that's also a very real possibility. I defer to Marshall, he's a little smarter than me in these kinds of things, but from my experience, the most probable scenario is that it just keeps going on. I think the most probable scenario is nothing changes. They had a good fucking talk, they had something to eat, and it stays the same. I think that's the most probable, unfortunately.
Are you asking like how to win while getting a peace at some point, Captain?
No, I'm not. I'm basically going to rely on your position that Russia's losing the war faster than Ukraine is, and we keep the pressure on through current sanctions, more sanctions, continuing to resupply Ukraine vis-a-vis Europe so it doesn't cost us any money. In other words, is that the best way to go in the best interest of the United States this coming weekend? You think it is? I think that was your position, that Putin's going to lose this faster than Ukraine is, so let's keep the pressure on and let's wait and see what happens in the future, right?
That's only if U.S. and European forces, NATO overall, and maybe India and South Korea, if these countries come to some agreement to supply Ukraine. India is going to stay in the middle road. They don't want any part of it. South Korea has been supplying their weapons. NATO is like, it's just a whole mess there, sir. So I would say unless Trump is going to lead the front, and again, we're right back at square one where we're going to do funding, and it depends on how fast that aid would get to Ukraine. I think if you dropped massive amounts of aid, and I mean military weapons to Ukraine, could they rally and actually push Russia? Most likely, most definitely. If you gave them the right systems, you gave them the right air support, and the U.S. said, you know what, hell with this, we're just going to put a blockade in the Black Sea. Good luck, Russia. Let's see what you got. And did a combined NATO force in there, and then actually sanctions the shit out of Russia, sir, I think you'd have a winning strategy. Also, if I was Zelensky, I would be funneling, low-tiered explosives, weapons to the centers in Russia, saying, blow up spaces. Some of you may not like that. I would orchestrate that. I would say, this is for my nation. I'm going to hit your hard spots. I'm going to get the people so upset with you that they're going to say, hey, we need to stop this, and I'm going to hit soft targets, and I'm going to hit areas where it'll have economic impact as well as optics impact. I'm one that says the rules of war can be changed. I would also say, if everybody was serious about it, Putin is this evil guy. If I was Zelensky, I would probably try to orchestrate a team to assassinate him. I would just do that. I mean, what are they going to do? Hold him as a war criminal? No one's called for that yet. I mean, some Republicans will, some MAGA types will, some on the left will, but no one's going to really do anything against Zelensky.
So again, summarizing, if I may, Brad says keep fighting, and keep fighting harder than the current status quo. And the only thing I would suggest that is a problem with that is if we stay in the position of we're continuing to use our military-industrial complex to provide the bulk of the material to sell to Ukraine, I don't think our military-industrial complex at this point can keep up with the war. I think that we are scraping the bottom of the barrel to produce enough weapons right now just to keep Ukraine supplied. Can we fight harder from the United States, not by putting boots on the ground, but by giving them better and more weapons? I think that's going to be a huge challenge, and it's going to be a very expensive one.
May I ask a sort of an elementary question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do we know why we're supporting Ukraine and say that the U.S. and European partners, allies, are supporting Ukraine? Do we understand why is that countries don't wantonly take other countries' land, despite the fact that Putin considers it a buffer zone.
Okay, so we're funding a war to enforce rules or guidelines.
I believe that the United States has been doing this based on moral principles that, since World War II, if you invade another country, that's wrong and you're not going to get any land in doing so. And that's the moral position that the United States has taken. I agree with that position, by the way, but we're certainly unable to enforce it in Ukraine for the last 4 years. Actually 10 years if you start back in 2014.
Yeah, well, I think that's noble. I think oftentimes wars aren't over morality.
He doesn't have anybody anymore like he had the first time around.
So,
he did have some people.
I think it's my perspective that is maybe not well understood by the general public, that the resources, or more specifically, the land that Putin has occupied and now occupies, how resource rich and important those resources are to the energy security of our greatest allies in Europe, and how that if those resources were to go into the hands of Russia, they further their monopoly on both oil and natural gas. And if you've ever been a consumer in a monopoly, it's very difficult. It's untenable, and there are few ways out. So I'd say that as long as people have a greater understanding that we're providing support to the Ukrainians, and I hope to some degree European partners are as well, they certainly need to step up their game.
They did not say, well, let us bring in, some community leaders.
The energy needs of Europe, and therefore trade amongst the world as it is today, depends on us not giving up that land. Not because of lives or relations, but because of resources, which is the basis of most conflict in the world. It's over resources.
We've got a new guy on the stage that I don't know Bill, I don't know how long you've been listening, but we're really wrestling with this problem, and I wonder if you've got any insights as to cessation of land, what's going to happen, what should happen on Friday, etc. You want to contribute your insight?
Thanks, Benson. Listen, I can talk way too much. I'm going to try and be incredibly brief. There are two ways that countries lose wars, militarily and then politically. And to focus in on that, I'll give you two examples. At the end of the Second World War, the Germans lost that war militarily, i.e. the Allies, the Russians went all the way to Berlin. The Germans could not put another army in the field, defeated militarily. If you look at Vietnam, America lost that war politically. So the North Vietnamese, the Viet Cong, did not go all the way to Washington to defeat the United States. But the United States just said, this is costing us too much to keep prosecuting this war. We're getting nowhere. So if you understand the way that wars are lost, militarily, and then also politically, it then kind of informs what is going on with Russia and Ukraine. So if we look at this, it's an asymmetric war, i.e. the Russians actually could wipe Ukrainians out tomorrow by dropping nuclear bombs. They're not going to do that because it'd be the end of the world, and even if they did a relatively small nuclear strike, the whole world would turn against them. It'd be such a ratcheting up, but on paper, it's an asymmetrical fight. So what are they actually fighting for? The Russians thought they could knock the Ukrainians out of the field militarily by going all the way to Kiev, having a regime change, and then they could then take the land in the east, which is exactly actually what they've done.
some point the cost will be too high for the Russians. The fact of the matter is that from a Western perspective, we don't know when civil society will collapse in Russia, i.e. the institutions away from the state will just say, this is too expensive a fight. Somebody said on the stage that 1 million Russians there'll be 1 million Russian casualties. That appears to be the Western consensus. We don't really know, but this appears to be the consensus. And if you look at when Russia fought the war in Afghanistan, it was much less Russian casualties, which then caused Russian mothers to complain and to demonstrate in Moscow, St. Petersburg, etc. And so we need to bring our boys home. But Putin has a much more iron grip on Russian society and the political apparatus than Gorbachev did at the end of the Soviet Union. So, rationally, the Ukrainians are going to have to give up some land regardless. Crimea is gone. The West has tacitly admitted that since 2014. That's gone. It ain't ever coming back in a plausible scenario. If you look at a map, it's a quiet secret here. If you look at a map of the formation of the Ukraine as part of the Soviet Union in 1922-24, those eastern bits which the Russians wanted and have occupied were not part of the new state of Ukraine, the Soviet state of Ukraine. Actually, what the Russians have done is literally got all of their war aims, apart from having an acquiescent regime in Kiev. So, what are the Ukrainians fighting for? But bear in mind, I'm on the side of the Ukrainians in this fight. They fought for their independence as a state away from the Russian yoke. They fought for that, they managed to do that, and they forged a new national identity, which is much less Russian than it was before. And I forget what the percentage of the Ukrainian state spoke Russian. Let's say it's 30%, 20%. It's somewhere between those two. There is a much more homogeneous Ukrainian state which has been forged. They can valiantly say, we have defined who we are as a people, and actually they can walk away with this with honor. It feels like a relative defeat, but actually their political independence has been kept. I rest my case.
Mr. Royfield, I still have that bottle of bourbon made by that great assistant distiller for you sitting at the cottage.
Next time I'm in the great snowy north of the United States, my friend, I will come look you up.
Yeah, I promise it. You say that about the next time you're in the Pacific Northwest, and then suspiciously, your trip comes and goes, no phone call, no look.
Wait a minute. I have not been to the Pacific Northwest in forever. I haven't admittedly been to the great state of Minnesota.
Fair enough. Look, we have 15 minutes left in this room. This is a good opportunity for people to get their last thoughts. And want to just welcome anyone that hasn't spoken yet to get those off. And then I'd love to hear Anson, your conclusion after hearing people's points. What you think? So anyone that hasn't spoken, go now.
And stick around, Royfield, because I really would like to get your feedback on what I'm going to say later in the next 10 minutes or so.
Okay, nobody's speaking.
I was waiting for new speakers that just didn't get a chance, but I disagree with Royfield on the political independence. I think, unfortunately for Ukraine, they have too many devils they're dancing with, too many high-level interests. If I was Ukraine, I'd be wary of the U.S. I'd be wary of taking a dime. It comes with conditions, and the U.S. is notorious for exacting its price. It will get double what it invested in. The same thing in Europe. I don't think it's really truly independence that goes. But I mean, we can discuss the rationale of the Andrea Newland types, or Victoria Newlands, whichever ones you want to. I'm sorry, I keep getting those things mixed up. But if we're going to, I don't know if they've actually won the
I would say. More Ukrainians than didn't prior to the invasion wanted some level of a closer alignment with the EU. And they wanted eventual accession to the EU. And that's not an opinion, that's just a fact. And you had changes in regime, Yanukovych, etc., in Ukraine, which kind of mirrored that. But there was a strong element, people in the east, people in the south, who were ethnically Russian, or at least spoke Russian as their first tongue, who wanted to more align the state with Russia. Now, if those territories have been cleaved off and now part of Russia, the demographics alone will tell you you have a more homogeneously Ukrainian state. Again, that's not rocket science, that's just the practicalities on the ground. So, whether the Ukrainian state is going to be in the pay to America, I would kind of question that in the medium to long term, but they have fought and won their independence away from being part of the Russian sphere of influence. And Wheel made a point, which I thought was quite clever. He said, why are we backing the Ukrainians in this? And Anson, or somebody else I think it was Marshall, answered this by saying this was a point of morality and political and geopolitical norms since 1945, that in Europe, countries don't roll over borders and snaffle other people's land. And whilst that is true, the real politique of it is, if this had happened in, I don't know, Asia or Africa, we wouldn't really be that bothered. The West is more bothered about this because A, it's Europe, and B, these countries, the next countries potentially be threatened are the Baltics, who are part of NATO, and so they get incredibly jumpy. So you have to then understand. Yeah, well, my son's at the door. You have to understand in the wider geopolitical context, the Ukrainians have pushed themselves away from Russian influence. That's a fact.
I have one question, which is, by giving this land, we achieve what objective?
Peace.
You mean giving Ukraine?
Yeah, by giving away portions of Ukraine, again, ignoring the resource-rich nature, we receive peace. I'm not much of a historian, Captain, you know more than I do, and have a great perspective. Has that occurred other times in life where we've successfully given land and it's resulted in long-term lasting peace?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on American history, but I'd say maybe Vietnam, maybe.
There are loads of instances throughout history where there have been peace treaties which have been concluded.
One or two, not alone.
Well, you could go to the Congress of Vienna in 1815 when we defeat Napoleon, and actually what the Allies don't do is carve France up into pieces. Basically, the French national borders of today are the French national borders which were defined by the Congress of Vienna in 1815, and the French were defeated. Like, they basically are the same. So there are loads of examples. Another example of a political defeat over a military one is the American War of Independence. Yorktown did not mean that the British couldn't put any more troops in North America. There were troops occupying New York 2 years after Yorktown.
but it was a political defeat. The British just said, us to keep on fighting this is just too expensive, given their bloody independence. So there is a rationality to a lot of this, which in hindsight makes complete utter sense. It might feel bitter at that moment, but you look at it in hindsight and you say, that's kind of all right. You've got to understand, what were the Ukrainians truly fighting for? Yes, to defend their sovereignty, to keep every inch of land, but they're fighting an asymmetric war. It's not two equal powers going up against themselves. It's much more, there are more Ukrainians per head of the population in the field against the Russians than the Russians are put in the field against the Ukrainians. Russia is 3 times bigger, it has a much bigger military, etc. That doesn't mean necessarily they're going to win the war militarily. The Ukrainians could keep fighting until the Russians just kind of give up. But how long is that going to take, is the question. And do the Ukrainians have the political will to keep on fighting? You know, do they have the economic heft to keep on putting those troops in the ground? Do they have the manpower, etc.? And will their allies keep going? And this is an interesting question which has been brought up by somebody before in this room about talking about the European perspective. And this is where I slightly disagree. Americans generally kind of think that NATO is completely an American-backed thing, and it is an American-backed organization. However, with the accession of Trump, what has happened to NATO is that all of the NATO countries are now spending much more on defense, even Germany. So there is a very clear difference between European support for Ukraine and American support. Is that European support enough to substitute for American? No. Not yet, but there is a scenario, I would say it's not likely, but there is a scenario that the Americans could just say, fuck it, doesn't really matter. And the Europeans kind of just say, no, we're going to keep going with this, Macron, Starmer, and the new Chancellor of Germany. It's not that plausible, but there is one way that the Ukrainians could keep going, but for what? They're not going to roll back anytime soon. The losses that have been made to Russia, there needs to be a political view that these lands have been lost, but we have gained our independence away from Russia.
Royfield, I think everybody know at this point that it's not Ukraine versus Russia per se. It's, of course, everybody knows it's NATO against Russia in Ukraine, which is completely different. We're talking about Ukraine. Ukraine could have been finished already, let's say, in a matter of a couple of months, maybe 2-3 months.
That's not true. That's not true. There's a large element of truth to what you're saying, but that initial push by the Russians, where they thought they could just go down from the north and be in Kiev in 2 to 3 days, what stopped them wasn't NATO. That was this will and the resolve of the Ukrainian army. And, to be honest, the incompetence of the Russians, because they thought they were just going to go in and in effect have a coup d'etat and put a Russian-leading government there. They were not properly prepared for a long war. So they just trundled in. But it was the Ukrainians' fortitude and determination which turned them back. It absolutely was. Don't get me wrong, what has kept them going has been NATO arms, which is really a pseudonym for American arms. But initially, do not underestimate the fighting resolve of fighting for your homeland. It's one of those massive imponderables when you look at wars. Which is the reason why
Did you say it's ponderable?
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't factor in. So you can.
I've never even heard it.
Welcome to British English, my friend. We have many of these types of words which you Americans can only but dream of. But when you can look at so many instances of countries that go through a revolution and then are invaded by a neighbor, the neighbor thinking that this country is going to be weak, and it utterly gets turned on its head. Big example, Iran-Iraq war, early 1980s. Saddam Hussein invades Iran thinking I'll get these oil fields in the southwest, because the Iranians have gone through a revolution. They don't know the arse of their elbows, but filled with revolutionary zeal and the fact you're fighting for your homeland, the Iranians pushed them back. You can do the Vietnam War, which is exactly the same type of thing, goes on and on and on. So don't just think that the Ukrainians are just propped up by Western arms, because no, their battle hardiness and their strategic nous is actually truly their own, because they're fighting for their homelands. They've seen their homes destroyed, etc. And it's a massive, as I said before, military imponderable. You don't know how strong people will fight, and the backs are up against the wall when you're defending your home.
I think there's an opportunity here, at least for the United States. We're witnessing sort of a transition from an old conventional kinetic war to a highly technology-based conflict where the more technology is used, the fewer people are being lost on the battlefield. Or at least that's a perspective, certainly a Ukrainian perspective or a bias from a Ukrainian standpoint. They're substituting drones for soldiers and having great success recently, 2-3 months, 60, 90 days, something like that. But why maybe perhaps is the U.S. so reluctant to flux a little bit of technological might if we're so damn sophisticated and mighty, is maybe my question. Like, why you don't see a chess master forego an opportunity to sit down at the board and move some pieces? Why are we so reluctant? Why are we so, shall I say, cowardice?
Let's not forget that this is the cheapest it's ever going to get to kill Russian soldiers. And for that alone, we gotta weigh that in. Anson, you want to get some final thoughts here?
Yeah, I finally voted. I'm sorry the poll's still not up there, but I finally voted not to give an inch, but I say that de jure. And this is where I suggested earlier that we can maybe achieve peace with a de facto temporary secession of land, i.e. have an armistice on the current battle lines, and then not cede land de jure through an ultimate peace treaty. In other words, a Korea-like situation. That could be an outcome of the war, and in then trying to figure out the final boundaries for a peace treaty would take extensive negotiations, recognizing something that I think Royfield has introduced, that Ukraine before 2014 was 25-30% Russian and the rest Ukraine, and now they are essentially 100% Ukraine with very little Russians in the current territory that's controlled by Kiev. And that means something, but it counters the moral stance of it's immoral for a country to invade another country and gain any land. And I don't know how you convince, and Royfield also said that's really just a European situation, European/Eastern Asia or Western Asia situation, if you don't consider Russia European, and that people gain land all the time through wars in the Middle East, in Africa, and all over other places of the world. of Russia invading Europe if they gain traction in Ukraine. The last time I checked the map, the Soviet Union did not invade Europe, and they owned all of Ukraine. So I'm not particularly concerned about the considerations of if Ukraine does de jure give up land, that automatically means the next war is going to be across a NATO boundary. I'm not sure that argument holds much. That bucket holds much water. But it's a tough one. I don't have any firm convictions on this thing, one way or the other. But I can wrap it up with a de facto armistice ceding land, holding in abeyance a de jure peace treaty ceding the land legally, such that world maps are drawn with new boundaries across the country of Ukraine. And I will also add that I don't think Putin will go for that kind of he's going to want it de jure. He's not going to settle for a de facto, and he may just keep fighting unless he gets a de jure peace treaty out of this thing. Good room. Again, good discussion. Thanks for doing it, Roger.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, everyone, I posted up top. You guys might want to RSVP. We're going to do the official money bomb for John Kitover for Congress. It's going to happen at 5 o'clock Pacific time, about an hour and a half from now. So you guys might want to RSVP for that. Thanks for showing up. Make sure you join the Rational Discussion Group. We'll be back here 5 days a week talking about these things. And we welcome everyone to join. It's the fastest growing house on the entire app. Thank you very much for participating. Have a good day.
Hey, I wanted to thank everybody. I just set up a campaign to contribute to candidate Congressman John Kitover. If you do want to join that room and you do want to give $1 or $200, I would greatly appreciate it, because that money will be used to recruiting on the ground people to get signatures on these ballots so we can get on the March primary. If you do want to contribute, that's what the money will be used for. And then any residual money will be used for media buying and paying maybe another Clubhouse user, Augustus, to create creatives for the media buys. So, hope you enjoyed this. This has been Rational Discussion Group. I can leave this room open if you want and mod everybody else. Replays are on. No reason to kill a positive vibration. But I've been working in my other office getting an event page set up and a donation page set up. It's pretty easy. If you want to invite people to this room, feel free. The official John Kitover Congress Money Bomb link is pinned above. It starts in an hour and 24 minutes. So that's 7 Central, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. If you go to johnforcongress.com, or I will pin the link here as well. Let me see if I can get it. It's on my X account. Let me see if I can.
Well, we're all going to read. The source material is pinned above. We're going to take turns reading. It's in nifty little verses, so everybody gets a turn.
I can't participate as a second.
Really?
It's not you can't afford my race project.
Well, I hope you know that the clubhouse owns the rights to your voice.
That's right, exactly. They do, but unless your buddy's streaming us, he's streaming us in 27 rooms.
He's not here yet. So this room currently is not being streamed.
Are you still doing your 2 o'clock reasonable house room about
It's
national guard?
You could add it as a moderator, and then the room started 1:50 to make sure there wasn't room for
Good to know. Alright, well I should probably do a pre-moderating one of the exercises since I'll enjoy your afternoon. Maybe I'll check with my agent, see if I can jump into your
Is there a topic for Oh, we have a topic. We're talking about what's happening in East West. Send it out. Do this one. Juicy. You like the word juicy? Scarlet TT's like the word juicy.
Not like succulent better. Succulent is juicy. It's better than moist.
You like the word moist?
Women don't. I like it.
I don't like when I'm moist, but I don't.
How can you not like voice and be a member of some in the bunch?
It's not so bad. Watermelon's pretty good.
Right. Lowers uric acid levels too, by the way, so exact.
That is, well, actually that's good for you.
Very good for you.
And just in case people, medical said, although I'm not a doctor, I didn't read this once. If you have problems urinating, eat watermelon, obviously, but specifically the watermelon seeds help urination problems. Anybody needs to know that information.
The only person I have is urgency issues.
Well, wives too. I don't think those seeds should be clogging up the digestive system.
If you chew them finely, maybe grind them, you gotta grind.
not seen him answer every question up to speech.
Okay, so keeping this set of all non-contingent.
And if I get in trouble here, so that's a good thing. And then we have Yasi, and Yasi has two very important jobs. First, she is the producer. She keeps me on the straight and narrow.
Then, from the time that they own that stock forward, all that appreciation in the persons that passed away.
For some reason, it was
Respect anyone, and they tend to take over holy places of other religions, like the Jewish holy sites, like India.
Agree with some of the shit that they do. If they're spiritually, if that's what they are, we kind of have to follow that. That's part of spirituality, which is a large part of caring for human beings. Just because it
So she doesn't bark all the time, but it's like because they live in like out in.
and everybody will come on stage, and also Marshall. We have Marshall.
Thank you. You see why Yasi? See why I need her? Because yes, Marshall, you want to say anything about your moderation? We'll get to the specifics on the topic as we go, but you want to say anything?
Good evening. I just want to try not to be political. I try to just do the basics of research for the room. So I get ready to go with get a haircut. So I have to be. I gotta go wash my hair real quick. Basically. But I'll be around, and if we need to look something up, I'll look it up and send it to Yazzie if need be, and we can get back on that. I work in campaign politics for a living, and I found remaining assiduously non-political in your room is one of the best ways to help. So,
And it's very helpful, and we have some wonderful conversations. We don't always agree, but what I love about Marshall is that he is very fair-minded, and he is certainly not a member of the cult. I'll leave it there. Last week we talked about patriotism, what a patriotic American does, and I think we agreed, although with some maybe little arguments, that we all have a common obligation to support our government. And the main way we do that is by paying our share of taxes. Taxes are a difficult subject. They're hard to enforce. And one of the great things about last week's room is it helped me really think through the issue of enforcing the common will of the governed, and as it relates to taxes. That was not really on the correct topic, but as a result of some conversations that my wife and I had, we did get into it. I am interested in knowing from anyone on the stage what you think about no tips on taxes. Is it good or is it bad? And if you have an opinion about whether it's good or bad, tell me why. As you may know, this is one of Donald Trump's policy, no tips on taxes. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
May I answer?
Yes. You may, Mojo.
Not only is it a good thing, it's a great thing. And by the way, it's not his idea. Ron Paul was talking about this 15 years ago, and it was resuscitated. In fact, it was first brought up by Ron Paul when he was speaking in Nevada, and when Donald Trump started flirting with libertarians during the election process, he got plugged into things that might matter to them. And in the state of Nevada, where you have people working for tips that make up a good percentage of the state, it's a message that really resonates. The reason why I think it's a brilliant strategy is that tips in general is, it's a gift, it's an extra. the idea of treating it like a wage has never made sense to me. It's something where, they already collect a wage. Now, we've normalized the practice of tipping them. Maybe if we normalize the practice of tipping people for any job that they do, that would be a good thing for them. But I'm not a big fan of looking for more ways to take money from employees. I'm looking for more ways to allow people to keep their money. And this one seems like a very obvious low-hanging fruit to allow people that live on the margins to keep more of what they earn. And the other part that's important with it is to understand that the way that it's being framed is it's not for everyone and it's not unlimited. There's caps on how much income you can have and how much tax relief that you're going to get. I think it's an excellent step in the right direction of understanding that we're overtaxed.
So, Roger, the first thing I heard is that you think it's good because a tip should be a gift and it shouldn't be normalized as part of someone's salary. Is that a fair characterization of the first thing you said?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. The second thing you haven't weighed in on, but I'd be curious to know, do you agree that it's all a part of all of our common obligation to pay taxes, whether we agree with what the government does or not?
No, I think that there needs to be a much deeper discussion about what the rights of man are and what what the government spends their money on. And until the government shows that they can pass a balanced budget amendment and spend money wisely, I think that we should all be revolting. I think the 27 grievances that was sent to the king were much smaller grievances than the ones that I have today. Absolutely, I would revolt. We have $37 trillion worth of debt and $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. And I think it's high time for another.
What I think you said is you recognize that as a citizen, we all have a common obligation to pay for the common good, but you're not happy with the way the government is currently spending its money. Would that be a fair characterization?
Well, you and I might disagree on what the common good is. The only thing I want the federal government spending money on is military, police, and courts. I think everything else is a violation of our Constitution.
Okay, well, I'm not an accelerationist. I don't believe that the solution to our problems is to blow everything up. I'm an incrementalist, and I think we learn, we grow, we improve incrementally, and as a result, I just would like to kind of leave it with you there that you do argue with how the money is spent, but you also recognize that if you could be persuaded that certain things are for the common good, you agree that we have a responsibility as citizens to pay for our fair share. Is that fair?
I do think we should fund the military, courts, and police, and the way that I would propose to go about doing that would be with usage fees, lotteries, and things of that.
We'll get there, but next week you're going to love the topic, because the topic next week is, what does the federal government do that we can live without? And I think that's a fair discussion. But today we're going to confine ourselves to how we define our common obligation. So I thank you for your participation and your basic consent, that your agreement that when something can be agreed that we need it in common, we should pay for it. Now we're going to discuss today how we do that. How we pay for our specific patriotic obligation. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Jim.
Yes.
Page will work for me. I double tapped on it.
Yeah, Jim, we understand that.
So Jim's, it's kind of interesting because I did work for Disney. That was my first adult job. And one of the things that happened there is that there are many cultures where tip is considered part of the bill. And so a lot of people, from other countries thought it was part of the bill. I think, just like the previous speaker said, it's a gift. And I think tipping culture is going through some transition right now. I think sometimes we're asked a little bit much for tips, but I really do think that
it is a gift. And when I give somebody a tip, I'm saying thank you. And if somebody doesn't say thank you.
That's right, Jim. And I am going to change my behavior towards people who receive tips drastically, since the tips can't be taxed. I pay taxes on what I'm giving them. So I've had to pay a tax on the dollar that I'm giving to them, and they don't have to pay a tax on receiving it. It's unlike that in any other form of employment. If I have an employee and I pay that employee, I withhold payroll taxes and I withhold Social Security taxes. But as a worker in a restaurant or someone who receives tips, they don't have to pay taxes on it. And I think that if people want to grumble about what the government is doing, that is absolutely your right. But I think it's extremely unpatriotic to argue that you shouldn't pay taxes if you disagree with what the government is doing.
I also want to say real quick that can we agree that the tariffs are being paid by the person that poses the tariffs or the nation poses the tariffs and not by those others? In other words, when it hits the port, we pay for it. Can we agree on that?
We will talk about that in a minute, Jim. I don't think the way you said it is what you mean, but we'll get to that in a minute. I think Grover Norquist is a complete coward. And I know that some people may disagree, but that's why next week we are going to talk about what does the government do that we really, really don't need? What can we live without? And I'm extremely eager to hear people's idea. I will give you an example of something that the government does for me, and it does it for Jim too, that maybe I could live without, and that is paratransit. Now, paratransit is paid for by some federal subsidies, and yes, it does make life for disabled people a hell of a lot easier. But, as Roger says very eloquently, we have $37 trillion of federal debt. And if we have that kind of debt, maybe I shouldn't have paratransit. I'm perfectly willing to sacrifice that. And I hope that next week, rather than cowardly saying, let's blow the whole thing up, that people will come to this room with some ideas, some real serious ideas about what we can live without. So ultimately, there are three forms of taxation. They are consumption taxes, wealth taxes, and income taxes. Now, Roger might argue, and we'll get to this in a second, that there also are lotteries, and I will cover that. Consumption taxes. Let's talk about those first. Those are the easiest form for the government to calculate. They are the easiest form for the government to collect by far. They also are voluntary in the sense that someone is choosing to purchase something, and just by virtue of the fact that they have purchased that thing, they are paying the tax. So it is a form of voluntary taxation, unlike the other two forms of taxation that we'll discuss today. They are also regressive. That means that they fall much harder on poorer people than wealthier people. I don't think anybody needs proof of that, but does anybody have any question about the fact that they are regressive? Okay, good. Excellent. I did mention that I would talk about lotteries. I think a lottery is, we all know what a lottery is? It's an extremely inefficient use of a dollar. Now, I think we can agree that if you spend $10 and the government only gets one of those, and we call that a tax, that's an extremely inefficient tax. It also has a moral component, and some people may object to it, or some people may not object to it. That's the idea that you're encouraging people to gamble, essentially, or to voluntarily pay taxes. But as I said, if they want to voluntarily pay it, it's like if I have one of these deals at a restaurant where they'll give back a share of the bills to the charity if they have a dinner night. Well, you spend $100, and maybe you get back 10 or 15 to the organization. That is very inefficient. So it is a kind thing that they do essentially. It is a thing that gives you something theoretically back for your tax dollar, but it's inefficient. I also think there is a moral component to it in that the government is, with the lottery, encouraging particularly poorer people to spend money that they may not have. And I was a real believer in the lottery in California when it was put on the ballot in about 1987 or 88, I think. And my wife, women often have a better understanding of things. My wife talked me out of voting for it. And I am thrilled that she did, because about 10 years later, I heard all of these ads for the lottery that said, what if your number was picked and you didn't play? Well, you might as well go to Las Vegas. You know, I have nothing against Las Vegas collecting tax on their revenue from gambling, but that's very, very, very different than the government encouraging gambling. I should also mention that sin taxes, that's a tax on cigarettes, a tax on alcohol, those are also sales taxes. So they are essentially trying to use social legislation to encourage certain behavior. In other words, we're going to make cigarettes more expensive so that fewer people smoke them, or we're going to collect taxes on alcohol to pay for the damage that alcohol does to our culture. I don't think that's a moral issue. Do we have any need to discuss this before we move on from sales tax and lottery?
I'd just like to say that in regards to the sin, well, I'll say two things. One, here in Ontario, lotteries is a corporation that's run by the government. So it's the Ontario Lottery Corporation. It covers lotteries and all gambling in the province. Other than that's those that are on reserves. That's how that's operated here. So they have their finger in it right away. And in terms of the sin taxes, I suppose morally they're trying to get people not to smoke or alcoholism, etc. But they raise a lot of money that way too. So I don't know how they can sit on both sides of the fence, but they do. So.
Well, personally, I'm a fan of sin taxes. I think, even though I think social legislation using the tax policy to enforce certain social ideas may not always be the wisest. I think sin taxes may be one of the best.
I'm on the opposite side. I'm for tax credits for sinning. Like you fornicate twice and you get a tax credit. Like that would be my thought.
The Reverend Scott Jones has been heard from. Can I just say, I would be really interested in having that run by the church. All right, that's.
You never know. What's happened to the asses in the seats? That kind of preaching. That's the asses in the seats.
Yeah, and that's what the collection plate's for.
Well, I think Scott's idea of the collection plate is people should take money out of it and not put money into it. I don't know. But anyhow, that's funny, Scott. That's absolutely hysterical. Let me just say I'm not a fan of that kind of sin taxes. I think the government should stay out of our bedrooms altogether. We kind of learned that last week, or at least tried to. I'm not sure we succeeded, but anyhow. You missed a doozy on that one, Reverend Jones. Okay, so, by the way, tariffs are also a tax. And I think it's really important, if Abby was here, and I wish she were, because she tried to argue this with me once, and I wasn't prepared. And one of the things that I have learned, if I'm going to be in a discussion with Abby, is I should always be prepared. I am both a husband and a brother. Now, the fact that I am a brother has nothing to do with the fact that I am a husband. Abby was arguing that the tariffs are not a tax because their purpose is to foster and encourage a certain industrial process in the United States. That may be true. I am a brother. But as far as anybody is concerned, when they purchase something, they are paying a tax. And in that sense, it is important that we tell the truth about it. And a tariff is a tax. Does anyone want to argue with me on that?
taxes. I'm sure Roger and I are not going to completely agree on this, but I would love to try to come to a compromise with him on it. Wealth taxes, I don't mean what Elizabeth Warren is talking about, because I think that her idea was absolutely insane. Can someone give me an example of a federal wealth tax? Okay, hearing none, I will tell you a couple of them.
Net investment income tax for investment earnings when your gross income exceeds $200,000.
That's an income tax. Okay, that's good try, Monica, but that I would classify because it's related to your income. That is an income tax. No, capital gains.
Okay.
Capital gains and capital gains are gains on an asset. You bought a stock at 10, you sold it at 100, and you pay a certain tax on that gain. Capital gains is a very clear form of wealth tax, and I would add to it that it's fairly easy to calculate. It's fairly easy to collect. Now, we have some discussions about long-term capital gains and short-term capital gains, and if somebody wants to engage in that discussion, I'm perfectly happy to engage in it. The current idea is that you pay less tax if you hold something more than a specific period of time, I believe it's a year, and you pay more tax if you turn it over quicker. If I were writing the tax law, I would absolutely argue that we need a third form of capital gains tax, and this would not be for necessarily to raise revenue. It would be to discourage the behavior, and that would be day trading, a huge tax on day trading. Why? Because day trading doesn't help anybody except the trader. It does nothing for in fact, it hurts other traders because it'll make the price of stocks deviate more widely. So we could debate that at some point, but that would be one of the things I would point. Another form of wealth tax is property tax, and I thought about this for a while, but we're not going to talk about property tax much in this room because it's not a federal tax. Capital gains is, but we don't have a federal tax on property that I'm aware of, at least. If some tax eagle was here, they might argue with me on this finer point, but that's pretty much it for wealth taxes. Does anybody want to discuss anything about wealth taxes specifically? Okay, wealth taxes are not as easy to collect as sales taxes, but nowhere near as complicated to collect as income taxes. And that is the last form of taxation we're going to talk about. Oh, before we do that though, there is one idea that I have for, it came up last week, and it's for dealing with reparations. I am not a fan of giving people money in terms of reparations. On the other hand, it is very clear that historically, the black community has suffered from things that have kept their wealth from growing. So I would be a fan of incorporating wealth taxes, incorporating reparations into wealth taxes by perhaps giving blacks a higher allowance on their estate taxes than everyone else. But that's for another day. It's just one idea, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a good idea, but I think
once you give that to once you have people black, which would be African descendant of slaves,
scientists have to prove you were a descendant of slaves.
Because like in that instance, like you would get like somebody like Barack Obama who wouldn't qualify for it, and Michelle Obama who would, right? I mean,
yeah, you'd have to prove that one member of the couple was a descendant of slaves, and I think it would be. What I like about your question, Scott, is it gets to the essence of what's wrong with the idea of just paying just paying out a dollar amount. I'm very much opposed to that, but I think that if we were to reinstate what I think is one of the best forms of taxation, which is this inheritance tax, we would be all much better off. And by the way, I don't know if Roger is still in the room, but if he is,
he was given a very good piece of advice, tax advice, the other day in a room, and I didn't get a chance to say it. It may not be to his personal liking, and I respect that, and I don't think the government should ever tell people how they should behave. But if you give your money to your children while they're living, you can avoid a certain amount of inheritance tax if you're at that level. And Roger isn't even at that level, so it doesn't matter. You know, if what he told me is true, it doesn't even matter. But I would favor bringing the estate tax level way back down, maybe as low as $1 million, and it would raise a significant amount of money. And not only that, but it would level the playing field. Why should my children, who were raised by a middle-class person, be at a tremendous disadvantage relative to a wealthy person's children?
Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, I wanted to acknowledge that while Roger is not in the working class, but his cohort and my good friend Nancy is here. Nancy, congratulations on the beginning of your new life. And I wanted to know, where are you getting such creative titles? I mean, you guys are oozing creativity. I love it. Congratulations on the movie.
You can respond to that.
Yeah, well, thanks. Good.
Obviously, we're at least the first room hooks right off of the critical thinking.
I can went tonight to the exact same title.
That was more. That wasn't intentional poaching, but I'm not.
I like the intentional because it wasn't. There were never different prepositions or anything. It was based. It was the exact same.
But what I'm trying to do is to get the opportunity, have a rational discussion rather than one person speaks, they go down to the audience, next person speaks. I really like the conversational mode and still being able to make forward progress. And thus far, we've been able to do that. We've only had 3 rooms, and we also have a poll in the room so that we can check what the room temperature is. In other words, is there an overwhelming sentiment one way or the other, and then see how that poll evolves as the discussion goes in the room. And it's interesting. I'm enjoying it, and I wish you guys the best over in the Critical Thinking Forum. But I just decided to try a different tact, and we're not trying to poach on your topic.
If you didn't copy the room titles to save you time, I could message them to you at like 4:45 just to save you time.
I'm sorry, I've got my hearing aids in, but I didn't hear what you said.
I said if it would save you time, like I could get the room titles early and I could message them to you, so that just save you time.
Well, I think between Roger and myself and Steve and Moose, we'll be able to come up with some pretty interesting titles.
Well, if you ask this Burlock, you haven't yet, but I look forward to this, and I think you're a creative guy. I want to encourage you. I think you will.
Well, we're trying a different approach, really, in the way the room is controlled and how people are allowed or not allowed to engage in a conversation as opposed to a speech.
That's great. That's what
we're trying to do, and thus far, I mean, today I have no idea what the output was in the Critical Thinking Forum as to whether Ukraine should give up land or not. But I'll tell you, we had a wonderful discussion, and the difficulty. Hell, I didn't know how to vote in the poll. I mean, the difficulty of that subject is intense, but we really had a great discussion, and it was not just a one position decision. There was a real blend of more than anything a blend of confusion and uncertainty as to what's in the best interest of America, Ukraine, and the world at large.
I think Vladimir Putin types in America that say, of course he does. Of course he does. Of course he does. But and he sees it. He does everything in his power to stimulate that uncertainty. But we actually don't need much help from the Russians in that regard because we are very, well, I'm not going to give my Great Divide speech, but I don't think Russia caused the Great Divide. I think we're causing it ourselves. But that's beside the point. But anyway, thanks for asking. And I'm going to stay up here on the stage. I don't really have any prearranged thoughts on your topic, but I'm interested in the conversation, and I might inject myself somewhere along the line here.
I encourage everybody to learn how to make better use of Clubhouse. I want to see it be a better venue for discussion, and I think, Anson, before you came, we talked about the challenge in America with all of the different kinds of ideas and the complexity that goes on here. So the purpose tonight is to talk about three forms of taxation: consumption, wealth, and income. And we were in the middle of discussing wealth tax. One of the things I find very disturbing about Clubhouse, and that may ultimately cause me to give up what I'm trying to do here, is how people will come in to troll and throw out an idea, but they don't want to stay and argue it. To me, that suggests that they aren't very deep. That their thoughts are just, how can I make a point for my side? I have no interest in making a point for my specific side. I don't even know what my side is other than the side of rationality. And so I think we will hopefully learn, all of us together, Gary and Anson, you and myself, and all of us will learn how to have intelligent discussions without people getting on their soapbox. Anyway,
what consumption, wealth, and what was the third form of taxation? Income. What's the difference between wealth and income?
Oh, it's huge. Wealth tax is a tax on an asset. It's something that's on a
Wealth does not include income. It just includes land, stocks, whatever.
Existing assets. It's a tax on an asset.
Existing assets.
Right.
If the asset
Existing
it may both in its lifetime have to pay income tax on it, like a rental property. But when you sell it, think of like capital gains.
Yeah,
One, you have a gain in asset value appreciation, and the other one is maybe it's income it kicks off.
Let me clear my foggy old mind here. If I make $100,000 a year and pay tax on it, that's income tax.
That's all income.
If I have a stock portfolio worth $1 million and I have a profit on the sale of that stock portfolio of $100,000 in a year, that is wealth tax.
That's capital gains.
Both get taxed.
No.
But that's wealth tax.
This is what, Romney ran against Barack Obama.
Okay,
Barack Obama paid the highest tax rate, and Mitt Romney paid like half a minute. Just real quick, Scott, in America, we don't have wealth taxes yet. We have capital gains tax,
Right,
that translates to your income tax and gets split based upon how your other income's composed and how much you have. But income from assets is income itself, but we do not have a wealth tax as of yet in America.
Do you remember that? Respectfully, in Washington State, a wealth tax was passed.
Let's slow this down. Let's slow this down. Anson, when you report your capital gain, you report it on your income tax return. It is still a tax on wealth. It is not a tax on, you could claim it's a tax on income, but technically you are paying that tax because you have wealth. So
So I would, then the fact that somebody said we do not currently have a wealth tax, but what you're saying, Alan, we do have a wealth tax, we just call it capital gains.
Well, I'm trying to help us classify how we tax and what the benefit to the government is, how we talk about it. So yes, Anson, you do not have a wealth tax the way that Elizabeth Warren imagines it, and I think that's a terrible idea. But when you think about it, state taxes at bottom are wealth taxes.
It's a debt
wealth tax, perhaps.
State income tax is not a wealth tax. But when I pay taxes, when I pay local taxes on my home, that is a wealth tax.
That's a wealth tax. When you pay property taxes, that's a wealth tax. An estate is how you die.
Can we call them 4 different taxes? One's a property tax. Because you have a property, I would call them capital gains and ownership. Capital assets that have property taxes, right? Luxury taxes, they fall into property taxes. But I think that the wealth tax, as the nomenclature clean, is purely assessed on someone's annually based upon how much wealth they have. That purely probably is a separate thing than a property maintenance tax. Like you have property tax on the house, right?
The point I'm trying to make is that if you don't have wealth, you don't pay that tax. And that it is neither regressive
You
nor
don't have
progressive.
property. You can have wealth without any property.
Yes.
Because it's all cash in the bank and it doesn't appreciate.
And it's
There is no wealth tax.
and it's not taxed except at death.
Correct. So there'll be that purely tells you whether it's a wealth or a property tax.
Yeah, I mean, I think the nomenclature is hard. But I don't think you can claim to be a patriotic American and then brag about not paying your taxes. I just don't think it matches. So the question becomes, how do we assess what is a fair share or a citizen's obligation? And because I'm trying to confine this to federal taxation and not get into local taxes, I think we have to define what they are, but I don't necessarily want to talk about them because I'm really only interested in discussions about federal taxation. So I guess the point I'm trying to make, David, is that if we would reinstate the inheritance tax down at a reasonable level like it was in the 1960s and then before, it would level the playing field. Because why should, a billionaire's children get 100 times more than an average person's children? It would also provide a tremendous amount of income for the federal government. And it also would be, I think, one of the fairest ways to do it. Easy to levy, easy to understand. When we talk about income tax, which we will in a minute, this whole puzzle becomes even more complex. I think one of the reasons people get so exercised about their tax is because they think it's unfair. And I think one of the reasons that they think it's unfair is they conflate a whole bunch of things. They don't look at the whole picture. They just conflate things. And then they'll do like Roger did and come in and throw a bomb, or not really a bomb, he just made a point. But they don't listen to the whole discussion, so they're really not very, very capable of engaging in the discussion. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, so any more need to discuss wealth taxes specifically?
Yeah, if you're going to take the position to reinstate a very aggressive inheritance tax, and that is a wealth tax, then I've got a point to make there, but I don't. But I'll also go with the flow.
All right. Well, let's see what we get after the income tax, and then you can come back and maybe you may still want to make that point because
But that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. So the income tax is very different than the other two forms of taxation that we've talked about. It is a tax on income, and it's very confusing to people for many reasons. First of all, your income tax is divided into two very different kinds of taxation. One is a progressive tax based on your income. The other is a payroll tax. So Medicare, Social Security taxes are not based on your income. They're based on your income, but they're an even share. In other words, it's a specific tax to pay for a specific program. It only goes as high as the current level is about $200,000. It is not paid as a share of income beyond that, and has a designated purpose. Income taxes are progressive in the United States, and we believed, I think rightly, that the people who pay the highest level of taxation are those with the most money. You will hear arguments for a flat tax. A flat tax would be much heavier burden on middle and lower class people than on upper class people. The important thing to understand about your tax bracket is if you are in, let's say, the 28% bracket, it doesn't mean you're paying 28% on every dollar. It means you're paying 28% on the last dollar. So for the first X, you pay 12%. For the next Y, you pay 18%. For the next Z, you pay 28% or whatever it is. When people talk about their tax bracket, it is incredibly confusing because they often do not specify whether they mean their federal and the state bracket combined. They often will pay different depending on whether they're self-employed or employed by an employer. So when someone talks about their specific tax bracket, what they really should tell you is the federal tax on their last dollar. That's the only way to compare taxation across the states. Does that make sense to people? Okay, good. So, all that being said, now I think we have a pretty clear idea that our income taxes are divided into a progressive income tax, that is how the federal government raises money, and of course the corporate taxes are different. We're not going to address that here. And the second form is taxation that is paid for Social Security and Medicare, and that pretty much covers what the three forms of taxation are. Now, Manson, do you still want to make your point about your problem with wealth taxes?
Well, specifically the inheritance tax, and it's the standard argument. If my family owns 2,000 acres of farmland, and you lower the inheritance tax, the threshold of where you have to pay inheritance tax, then in order to pay the tax, I have to sell the farm.
No, you don't. You have to buy life insurance. You have to plan for it. In other words, you're making the Rush Limbaugh, I think, very unintelligent argument that if you haven't planned for it and the government assesses it, that there's something wrong. That's why those of us who sold life insurance sold life insurance. That's one of the reasons.
But to buy a $3 million life insurance policy for the family farm trying to farm 2,000 acres, I can't afford a $3 million life insurance policy, Alan.
Well, the farm probably isn't in a person's name, and it wouldn't pay its inheritance tax. If you operated a 2,000 acre farm, Hanson, you should be doing it as a business, and I can't imagine that in a world full of financial services, nobody's approached you with the conundrum that you have a huge taxable estate and you didn't know you would have to pay premiums for a period of time to have insurance at the time of death.
Well, as a
retirement, that's financial services. If it's a new business you came into in retirement and you stepped to yourself and nobody told you, it's almost tragic. Otherwise, it's an argument, as Alan says, that is not, it doesn't stand the test of the financial services and all the wealthy people that are already doing something to account for large inheritances. It's part of the business of being rich. You have to know better. You shouldn't be blindsided by being rich.
I can assure you that as a retired naval officer, nobody's approached me to suggest how to manage a multi-million-dollar estate. But that's a joke. But going on with the inheritance tax, let's forget the family farm. Your solution is buy life insurance. I'm not sure I like that insurance, that approach. But let's now go to the guy that has a $3 million stock portfolio. revised inheritance tax tax that $3 million stock portfolio, assuming I didn't do something sneaky and create a business or whatever David was talking about. My dad if he had a $3 million stock portfolio, would that whole stock portfolio be taxed at whatever percent based upon your inheritance tax? Just like the family farm would be taxed at whatever percent.
Probate court settles your estate at death. And what it does an assessment. Creditors and debtors, they arrive to do this reconciliation just like a bankruptcy. Who owes what, who gets what from this estate. So at the end, the net taxable estate is the size, the net worth of the deceased individual. That estate is what is assessed, whatever the threshold is. If it's $5 million and this person ended up having $7 million and $3 million was a stock portfolio and whatever was land assets, usually the illiquid assets like real estate, people intend to not do anything like have a fire sale, and they'll sell the liquid ones. So the stock portfolio is part of that net assessment.
Okay, so Dad has a $5 million stock portfolio, and I go through probate. That the current value, today's value, and whatever, the value when the probate ends is $5 million. Then I'll have to pay whatever percent the government decides on that $5 million.
I'm going to take over the threshold. So if it's $5 million and the threshold is 3.5, then it's a $1.5 million taxable estate. And you go look up on the table and it says it's at 20% of $1.5 million. Do the math.
Okay. All right. I got it.
That's the IRS bill.
I got it. I understand now. Thanks for explaining it all.
Report with what you know, Alan.
Yeah, that's consistent. And Anson, your point is, I think, an example of why I wanted to have this discussion. Because for 20 years or more, people listen to an idiot like Rush Limbaugh, a complete, total idiot who had no college education and had very little foresight about what he was talking about. If you own something and you haven't planned for your obligation in taxation at death, shame on you. If the idea is that we don't want to pay taxes, that we just want to accelerate the disintegration of our country, we're on the right course. But if we want to have an intelligent discussion about what fair taxation is, my point is that income tax is problematic because it has so many deductions and ways that we've tried to use for social legislation. And that while I hated Elizabeth Warren's idea about a wealth tax, estate taxes is also a wealth tax. And this nation did quite well when the wealth taxes were at a level that supported, the issue. Roger will come in here and say, we have $37 trillion of federal deficit. He's right. What the fuck are we going to do about it? And I think that when you have an idiot like Rush Limbaugh or similar right-wing commentators who haven't thought through the whole problem and don't have a better solution, they want to accelerate just the destruction of everything. That's why I say Grover Norquist was a coward. Next week we'll talk about what services we can live without, and I'm perfectly happy to do that. But we have an obligation to pay off our federal deficit. We have an obligation for the common defense. And I would submit we have some other obligations that we should be talking about. And the answer is not to just blow the whole thing up.
Hey, this is Alan. Can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, to Anson's example as well, if it's purely stock, you can actually gift stock to a beneficiary. You don't actually, it doesn't have to be liquidated. The cost basis gets adjusted. I forgot what the phrase was. It's stepped up.
Stepped up basis.
Yeah, stepped up basis. So on your example of your dad's stock portfolio, you don't actually have to sell it. You can gift it. There used to be this phrase when I was on Wall Street. It was make, borrow, die, right? The idea being that once you make enough money and get to a certain level, you spend a lot of time just borrowing because there's a lot of institutions institutions that will loan you money. Like in your dad's case, Anson, they might actually, do some margin loans against your dad's stock. You're paying back the interest. Hopefully, there's never any calls on any of that stock. And then the idea is that you just basically die and leave your inheritance, and in many cases, the original tranche of your wealth is pretty safe. I remember when I was with JP Morgan, every 6 months, we would have to put up these in the paper, like I'm sure you guys have seen it where you are, of unclaimed assets, right? Like, there's sometimes it's 3 or 4 pages of people who have assets at the bank that the bank hasn't heard from in 5 years. And I forget, it's a state requirement, but each state is required, requires the institutions or the companies to list the last known contact, last known sometimes city where they were. But I remember it would be pages and pages of names of people who never claimed assets, and those assets are just sitting in what's called house accounts. And the state is hoping that you never come and claim those assets, because the state wants to claim those assets, and in the meantime, the institutions are making trillions on this money, in interest, lending some of it out. It really is a system. To something you said, Alan, previously, with regards to the deficit, this is just my opinion, right? We hear folks saying, as always, we gotta cut spending, we gotta cut spending, we gotta cut spending. I don't understand why no one wants to raise revenues. Because I think the idea of raising revenues, that means we have to raise taxes. Maybe not. Maybe there are some other ways where we can raise revenues in this country. Some of it could be taxes. It doesn't have to be individual. Some of it could be corporate tax. The idea that, we give massive tax breaks to companies, and this idea that somehow it's going to trickle down to the individual employees, it has never worked. Trickle-down economics has been something that they started talking about, I think, with Bush Sr. It has never worked. It's a theory that most economists will tell you will never happen, simply because, it's inherently human to be greedy, in a sense.
Absolutely.
But I do think we have to figure out, as opposed to cut spending, are there ways to raise revenues? That don't
I think that's
always
right,
go to the top. Yeah.
I think that's right, and I think a big piece of this is to upgrade the quality of conversation that we have around this topic. Because most of the time, I just hear conversation that is so inane, for lack of a better word, and I'm trying not to level personal insults at anybody, but it hasn't been thought through. And I think we have a responsibility, or at least the media used to have a responsibility, and I think we as citizens have a responsibility to push back on each other and try to come to more intelligent solutions. It's easy to say that inheritance taxes are bad because someone might lose the family farm, et cetera, et cetera. Then bring me a better solution. I think that the benefit to asset taxes, or particularly to inheritance tax, is that it has the potential to somewhat level the playing field. And I think this is one of the real problems in our country. And if you don't believe that you want the playing field to be leveled, then say that. Maybe you believe, I'm not saying anybody in particular, but if someone really believes that the best way to have a country is to have a very few people at the top and a massive number of people at the bottom, then we're doing great. I don't think most people believe that. And I think most of the discussion around it is had by people who have not considered the implications of what they're saying. And they get away with saying things that are just not true. And that's particularly true around inheritance tax.
Yeah, I think it's because
I don't know if I feel about inheritance tax, you know. Well,
Let Daryl make his
I
point.
have a question about inheritance tax. Daryl, please finish. Sorry.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say is I think we see things happening around us that we don't understand that our taxes pay for these things, right? So if there's a fire, your taxes are probably paying for your fire department, your ambulance service, your police, even if you're in a small town and it's just your sheriff. I think that people don't make the connection that, hey, my tax dollars pay for these services in my community, large or small. And I actually wonder, if you ask them, hey, they'll tell cops, right? You see this on TV and TV shows. Hey, I pay your taxes, you work for me, right? But that individual cop pays taxes too, so that cop is he's paying himself.
Absolutely right. Used to drive me crazy. My wife was a school teacher, and we'd go to these parties for teachers, and they bitch about their property taxes. The next sentence out of their mouth was they wanted a pay raise. Don't you see something inconsistent about that?
They're not making the connection, because I think, just in general, I think we should go back to teaching like just basic civics and economics in high school.
I agree. Marshall, you have your question.
I think he's on the phone now. I think Anson was going to say something.
Go ahead, Anson.
No, I was too busy writing you a message, Alan. You can read it. I'm not going to raise the point publicly. Let me ask this question. If we added up all of the income, which it would be probably, wealth tax, income each year for each individual, and didn't have a single loophole, would we be able to create, in other words, the billionaire has, no loopholes. He gets his $14 million a year salary as a CEO. He does all of his stock trading, and he has profit. He sells stuff for a profit, etc. We just add up all that income, figured out what percentage, and everybody pays the same percentage with a threshold that if you don't make up to, say, $100,000 a year, you don't pay any taxes at all. Would we be able to resolve the national debt?
Daryl, you want to take a shot at that?
I would say no, because I don't think there's enough income, even if you add up. I don't think there's enough. I think it's complicated.
It's like the cultist vibe.
Get some money tonight, though. I'll take some money.
Yeah. Give me some dollars.
Yo. Hey, once it gets on the ballot, I don't want you guys to get haters who want to change your mind and then say, maybe. You watch.
You want replays on or off on that?
What do you think?
I guess both. Okay.
It doesn't matter if it's on or off because it's going to stream live on YouTube to a much larger audience.
Okay.
I'd like to welcome the Congressman. Before he says any words, I want to just say that it's an honor to be able to come here tonight in front of the great state of Illinois, the great state of Clubhouse, and talk about John Kitover for Congress. The one man running for Congress that wants to tell the truth about the $37 trillion worth of debt and the $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. After tonight, we are going to raise enough money to be able to fund the people that are going to be on the street getting signatures, gathering names, petitioning, participating in the democratic process to get his name on the ballot. If you believe in democracy, then you believe in John Kitover.
So I believe, and people are not saying Illinois, it's Illinois. I think that's the silent Illinois.
Say, quick Parmesan.
needs to go to town hall. They got recording. You can listen to it later.
Oh.
Look, welcome. Dr. Jordan's here. Dr. Jordan, this is the official money bomb for John Kitover for Congress. So we're going to be posting a link here soon that will allow people to donate. And those of you, listen, if you don't have any money, we're going to reach you where you are. All we ask is a minimum of $3.50, just $3.50. If you can come up with $3.50, you can donate to John Kitover, and it will be money well spent. Because what he's going to do when he gets to Congress is fight for less government spending, so you can keep more of your money, and the government won't have to waste it. John, do you have any words for anybody?
Yeah, Mojo, thanks so much for helping me organize this. I got the Antidote account set up, which is the fundraising platform, basically a credit card processor and a landing page creator. So if you want to be involved in this campaign, I would love for you to be. I need your help. I need your money, and I will be totally transparent and show you everything we are doing. So far today, we have raised $110, and we've already posted 3 ads in the 3 major towns in the district. That's Rockford, Peoria, and Bloomington Normal. We've posted in the marketing and in the government portions on Craigslist to find Republicans or politically interested consultants to help join the campaign. They'll be doing door knocking, getting signatures on ballots for the March primary. They'll also be at grocery stores and creating content on behalf of the campaign. And you know what? They're probably going to end up joining some of these clubhouse rooms, because I'm going to force any campaign coordinator or consultant to join the clubhouse rooms to get their work done, or to be involved in some of these conference calls. So I'm going to pin the link to the top of the room. If you do want to contribute to the campaign, I would love for you to do so. I will be your friend for life, and I need your help, because part of this is a communication campaign, and your money will be used to basically spam out our messaging to all the potential voters in the 16th district, as well as across the Ethernet and America. So this is really a giant marketing communication operation. Your money is needed. Your thoughts are needed. Your voices are needed, but I'm also going to accumulate your voices regardless. I love you all, and I hope you will join me on this journey as we try to defeat Darren LaHood in the 16th district of Illinois.
Wow, that was powerful. So I think the way we'll do it is, now that we've got it posted up, we will talk about how much money we've raised every hour. We'll do it like Jerry's telethon style. If anybody wants to, announce their donation plans, that would be great. But yeah, just like Jerry's kids, we're going to be raising money, and this telethon's going to go all fucking night. We're going to be raising money for John Kitover, because we're fed up. We're fed up with the government spending your money. $37 trillion. Did you know that if you were to stack $100 bills on top of each other, it would be a pile 25,000 miles high? That's $37 trillion. I just wanted you guys to understand that, and that is what John Kitover is fighting for. So if you believe that the government is spending too much money, that the government is borrowing too much money, you might want to join John Kitover for Congress. And the way that you can support is you can click that link above, and you can reach into your pockets and you can make a generous donation. Go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, but Jerry Lewis had a lot of performers come, and I don't know, maybe Nye can sing a tune, maybe Dr. Jordan can sing a tune. There needs to be some entertainment besides you and your humorous self.
Oh, we will definitely have entertainment, and I think Brad in here, who can yell at people, he was doing that, a very good job of that earlier today. It was classic Clubhouse with Brad. We'll get him in here. He'll be yelling at somebody. We're gonna call this Yell for Freedom. I think
maybe Mojo, that JB can do some poetry, maybe. JB.
How about for every woman that Brad cusses out on this stage tonight, I will donate $10. $10 to the John Kitover for Congress.
I'll put in for that, yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Also, if you don't like me and you don't want to donate any money to the campaign, that's okay, but we still need your likes, your retweets. Post this clubhouse room to your X account. Send it to all your friends on Instagram. I know many of you have large social media followings. We need your help to essentially distribute this global message of stop borrowing, stop spending.
telling us this.
Sorry, Colsey, can you maybe form a more coherent sentence?
What is the way you're going to encourage stop spending besides telling us that? What are your moves or what are your steps to stop the spending?
Sure. So I looked up what Darren LaHood, who I'm running against in the 16th district, has ever said on his social media profiles about lowering your property taxes or your income taxes. He is he doesn't say anything about it. He's not interested in your property taxes or your income taxes. He's a can kicker. That's what I like to label him, as a can kicker. He keeps kicking the debt down the road. In his 10 years as being a congressman, he has created $20 trillion in debt. $20 trillion. It's $2 trillion a year for every year that he's in office. 10 years is enough. We need somebody who's willing to crush the cans, recycle them, and stop just kicking the can. Vote no on HRX. Lower the NDAA by, let's say, $400 billion. Lower Medicare, Medicaid by, say, $400 billion. Let's start cutting now. Let's stop borrowing. Let's stop spending.
Your financing campaign besides groups like this.
I have a question, John. When it comes to, because I work in Medicare and I work in Medicaid, I work with seniors. When it comes to healthcare and primary care, when it comes to Medicaid and Medicare, what do you mean by cuts? What do you mean by cuts?
Well, in Medicare and Medicaid, there's $100 billion worth of fraud a year. $100 billion worth of fraud every year. Over 20 years, that's $2 trillion worth of fraud. So I think cutting Medicare and Medicaid by $100 billion immediately and letting the medical industrial complex, recapture that profit from the loss of that $100 billion budget, that's one way to get started.
Okay, because when it comes to Medicare, yes, there is a lot of fraud, of course. So when it comes to Medicare and cutting the cost of Medicare, I don't think you need cutting the cost of Medicare. I think you need adding more regulation to the Medicare process, because what I see a lot is primary care doctors charging procedures that are not even done, getting money and premiums from these seniors, charging for medications, referrals, procedures that aren't done. So what do you mean by cuts? Because that's where I get confused where people say cuts or regulation on what's being done with these primaries and these insurance companies.
Yeah, I mean, lowering the annual budgetary expense by a minimum of $100 billion a year to start.
But how would that stop the fraud? And that's where I'm getting at. How would that stop the fraud? Because it wouldn't. It would just leave more room for fraudulent activities and less money for people who actually need it. So that's where I feel like when people use the word cut in Medicare, it's like almost what do you call that? Where it's shock factor. Shock value, where, you don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to cutting the funding. You need regulations. So you low-key need more funding in Medicare and Medicaid.
No, what I'm saying is,
allocate for that fraud.
Pockets, what I'm saying is if we immediately lower it by $100 billion, guess what? That's $100 billion less of fraud a year.
No, that's not how the fraud works. The fraud is what is getting us into the negatives when it comes to the funding of Medicare. It doesn't matter if you cut $100 billion. These frauds are still going to be taking that $100 billion. It doesn't matter if we cut it or not. These people who are doing these actions are still going to do it, John. So that's where I want to know, what are you going to do when it comes to
let's say
fraud?
If $100 billion out of $2 billion is a percentage, well, then that percentage less is of fraud. So I understand what you're saying, Pockets. I'm being facetious in saying that we can't keep borrowing $2 trillion a year and only collect $5 trillion a year in tax revenue. How do you suggest we deal with that annual deficit, Pockets?
The regulation on fraud. That's where I get really upset with that. People want to cut funding, but they don't want to regulate the fraudulent activities. They don't want to put people into these positions to regulate the fraud that's happening. But I don't think people remember when I don't know if it was Trump, somebody in the Republican Party wanted to make it public access for what you're being charged with, or the access charges in your medical bills. People wanted to make that public. I know that. I think Congress, whether it was the House or the Senate, someone denied that. But I feel like we need to get to that point to where people are actually seeing what they're being charged with. They're seeing these access charges, which is ridiculous what these seniors are being charged with in the medical field. So I feel like cutting funding in Medicare, it should are. I don't know how cutting funding is gonna help the fraud situation, that doesn't make sense.
No, I agree. Listen, there's
There is a solution that a politician like Don is not going to tell you. You need to raise taxes and cut spending. You need to do both of them. Democrats are going to propose to raise taxes and not cut any fucking spending. Republicans are going to throw in the deep end the moment you say raising taxes, while they also continue to not cut spending. So that's really how we got into this position. No one's going to bend. They're both the fucking problem, and the deficit's just going to keep growing.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Well, yeah, of course. But when it comes to these fraudulent things that are happening, the insurance companies have coverage, like a credit card company, on whatever is being fraudulent, so they get that money back, John. Regardless, they get that money back, in a way where they go through that process. The insurance companies are getting that money back. It's the people that are still not getting their coverage. So that's where I get confused when people say, cut Medicaid, Social Security, Medicaid. It's like the worst thing you can fucking do is cutting Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. It's the worst thing you can fucking do. In my eyes. That's someone who works in the case. That's someone who works in this industry.
John, I donated $100 so you can make them up.
wow. Thank you, JB. We are now at over $210 raised so far.
Now, but the one thing I do agree with you, John, is the term limits. I agree with that. Term limits when it comes to season. I agree.
And JB, if there's any videos you want me to delete on YouTube that may have your name, I'm more than willing to delete them now. 100% deleted immediately.
Delete what? I'm sorry?
Any YouTube videos from Clown House.
No, I'm doing it. Thank you.
I mean, hold on. How much do I have to get my videos deleted?
I mean, you can give $1. I delete them at this point.
I mean, at this point, I feel like there's got to be at least 10,000 of them. If I were to give like a penny for each of them, that would be equitable for me.
I'm really though taking this serious. Like, if you are in a local election, I think that's very important. Local is more important than federal in my eyes. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, this is a federal election. I'm running for Congress in 16th congressional district.
Better. Even worse. So what are you gonna do for the 16th district? What are you gonna do?
Well, you have to ask yourself, if you were the leader of your people, what would you want to do for your people? One is lower their property taxes. I know, but I'm telling you, any good, pragmatic, common sense person who wants to help his people would lower their property taxes and lower their income tax burden. Also, maybe eliminate private and public debt on their behalf. Those would be 3 great things that a good leader could do for their people.
I thought you wanted to know that we're feeling more. I'm done.
What are you going to invest in your schools? What are you going to do to your local district that has it?
Okay, I'm going to tell you again what I'm going to do for the people of the 16th District of Illinois. I'm going to work my ass off to get your property taxes down as low as possible, your income taxes down as low as humanly possible, and eliminate any of your private or public debt that you are associated with. Those are the 3 things I'm going to work for the people in my district. Because you know what? Money matters. Money is time. And we're $37 trillion in debt, kicking a can down the road. Do you want to crush this can and kick it? Or do you want to just keep kicking it down, with a fresh can? You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm going to tell the people.
Oh, you're doing Kamala with the coconut.
Let me grok that for you, young man, and I'll find the biggest Fortune 500 corporations in the 16th district. Oh, I know they're there. I know some of the major corporations. Well, I would assume it's property taxes and income taxes.
No, the correct answer is the number one issue for Caterpillar, which they're bitching and complaining about, and they're saying was they used to lost jobs in your specific district is fucking tariffs. And they're being hammered with the tariffs, right? So that should be, if you're trying to get people to vote for you in your district, you should know what their issues actually are. Because people are at risk of losing their jobs in their district over the situation that's fucking going on, right?
Thanks,
so,
Mother.
Property taxes and the deficit is a nice talking point, but focus on your actual district.
I'm focused. And Mother, listen, this is a decentralized campaign. I'm willing to listen to anybody. And my favorite, because I've done a lot of campaigning, in the streets, at the subways, gathering signatures, and a lot of people want to talk to you. And my favorite thing to ask them is, if you were in charge, what are the 3 things you would want to accomplish for your people? So, Mother, if you were running in the 16th district, what would you want to do for the people of the 16th district of Illinois?
Okay, so I actually grew up in this district, so this is a district I know very well, right? So the number one thing is you have to get additional law enforcement to get Auburn back under control, because when they took down the gangs at fucking Chicago, a significant portion of them migrated out to Rockford. So they needed a lot more resources to help get that back under control. The second thing is getting additional manufacturing jobs, which have been crippled in this area, specifically back into that area of tax incentives, et cetera, right? Then you gotta go down to the southern part of your fucking district, which is Peoria, Illinois, and Normal, et cetera, right? And those areas are predominantly manufacturing-focused, agricultural-based products. So you need to get them in a position where they are exporting a lot of corn, et cetera, whatever, to other countries are getting fucked too with what's going on with the different tariffs and back and forth with China, right? So like those are the main issues for the main people that are employed in your district, and I cannot believe you don't know that, John. You should fucking know this. How long have you been in this district?
Oh, I know it now, Mother. Also, I want to announce that there is a Clubhouse town hall happening right now. What a coincidence, because this is technically the Republican Illinois Town Hall Convention here. We're raising funds for the campaign to elect John Kitover. Our campaign website is johnforcongress.com. If you want to follow the campaign on YouTube, it's John_Kitover_Congressman on YouTube, and X.com. The profile handle is John Kitover, Illinois. Some of you may appear on some of my YouTube videos. Some of you may have a lot of fun watching my YouTube because you're there. You've been recorded onto Clownhouse onto YouTube.
I'm sorry, I came off a little strong. I apologize, John.
Oh, that's okay, Mother. I fully expect it. And I appreciate all the information because I'll never forget the caterpillar.
Yeah, they were considering at one point relocating outside of the state of Illinois. I mean, the tax issue is a problem, right? But it's not the number one problem. Like the property tax, et cetera, for the people. Like, yes, property taxes in Illinois are an issue, but it's like item number 10.
Well, I got to tell you, I am a homeowner, and the property taxes are insane. The water, the sewer, the garbage, it just never ends. And mom and pop landlords, they can't make it. It's impossible at this point. You can't turn a profit.
Hey, John, what branch of the military did you serve in?
I was in the Army National Guard.
Thank you for your service.
I was an infantry, I started off as an infantry PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant, and then I got commissioned into the Army Intelligence, and I served from 2002 to 2006. So, I was all around the United States: Fort Benning, Georgia; Fort Huachuca, Arizona; Fort Lewis, Washington. Again, I was in the Army National Guard, which Donald Trump is currently deploying to all of our major sanctuary cities. Praise God.
Well, everybody should follow my lead. Even if you give them $5, man. Support the campaign. Support both y'all's campaigns. This is a little campaign manager. $5 you cheap bucks.
$1 even, because I want you on the list. I want your name in the FEC website showing that you gave $1. If I gave you $1 before, give me the $1 back. Fork it over. Fork it over.
Maybe I should run for Congress in this district.
Maybe you should. I think there should be hundreds of people running for these congressional seats. Instead, there's just a handful. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. There should be hundreds of people fighting for these positions.
You have to decide which mayor I'm going to vote for. That's the only thing I'm worried about down here.
Okay, let me ask Cool C a question. Cool C, if you were running for Congress or you were a leader of your people, what would you do for your people?
I would actually find out what's important to them, find out what jobs or what data centers are important in my area, if they're building new data centers, and how they can enrich the AI for the local businesses around me at this moment, and what I can do to raise the wages of the low to middle class people, and get them very well into homes if they're not there. What things I can do for their health care, what I should be advocating for, because just saying you're going to cut things, you have to have things in place. If you're going to cut something, you need to have something else in place that
be connected in person so you can't get them. Thank you.
It's possible.
Wow, you want to kick me out, huh? Sorry.
Man, shut up, you moron. I wasn't even talking about you.
All of the people in that district, like their contact information, like their phone numbers, whatever.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Well, you know how to get that, right? Because it's public. You can get that.
I'll help them with that. Can you guys support the campaign? So here's the call. Roll call. So we're almost 30 minutes into this, and we'd like to at the top of the hour talk about this, but right now I want you to prayerfully consider what your donation size is going to be. And I would like to set a floor of $3.50. So if you can just reach into your pockets and get $3.50, just click on the link above. A minimum of $3.50 is all it would cost to get somebody on the ballot to help run for you, to help represent you in Congress. This is the most important election of your life, and this is the most important step of the way. Reaching into your pocket and making a commitment to John Kitover for Congress. You can do this. At the top of the hour, I'm going to read off how much money that we've raised in this room, and I would love for that number to be enough for us to hire the right people to go knock doors, to be able to get John on the ballot, because if we can get John on the ballot, we can get John on the debate stage. If we can get John on the big debate stage, we can embarrass these career politicians, and we can send John Kitover to Congress to represent the American people.
It's a powerful endorsement.
John, how long do you have to get on the ballot? How much time you got?
We have to get about 25 signatures a day leading up to about mid-February.
Oh, you can definitely do that.
Because you need, like, what, you need 20,000?
I'm not sure on the exact number. I haven't actually researched the exact number that we need.
20,000.
I don't think it's 20,000. I think that might be a 10-to-1 ratio that you're quoting here. Kitty, welcome to the room. So a lot of these things, a lot of these questions, like I don't even actually, I've searched for the ballots that I need to get filled out, and I actually have not been able to find them with some very simple Google searches. So the campaign does need help. We need to actually get the PDF, right now. So if you can find the PDF that we need to get signatures on, post it in the chat. Send the link right now. This is a coordinated approach to running this campaign.
And then, hey, John, my mom, I've got my whole family in Chicago.
Sorry, I'm watching John on YouTube, and John, I'm watching how you're laughing behind the back of people who are asking you questions, including Roger, including JDB. This is extremely disrespectful. I've posted in the chat the link to the live YouTube, so you can see how John is fooling with you, and how he's playing with you. This is so bad.
Thank you, Rick. Everybody, watch the YouTube live stream and look at me in my office. Go ahead, finish up, Rick. And if you want, post the link in the chat so everybody can see me live streaming this room. Thanks, Rick.
I already did.
Okay, fantastic.
Rick, you're doing your part.
If you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, subscribe to the YouTube channel. And I'll click on my profile. The YouTube link is also there, and I'll put it in the chat. And if you haven't donated $1, just $1 to this campaign, you really don't care about yourself, because this is your campaign. I'm not separating from Clown House if we get into Congress. You want to be on a podcast? You want to let the American people know what you're thinking or feeling about the news, about Ukraine, Russia, Israel, China, whatever it is. It's going to be an open book. I'm fully transparent. You go to my YouTube and, watch me in my office 24/7 live streaming Clown House.
Just looking at, hold on one second. There is literally zero filing fee in Illinois to run for Congress. So the filing fee is not a factor. And the amount of signatures needed to run as a Republican is 536 signatures. So I think we can get those signatures pretty quickly.
Illinois.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're Polish, so there's like, I got billions of siblings, and cousins, and aunts, my mom, my brother, all in that city. So I'll send that link to them.
Yeah, I ran for committeeman about 2 years ago, and I generated over 750 signatures just by doing door knocking and being at the train. And I hired multiple people off of Craigslist to help me get those signatures. And guess what? Most of those people who helped me get signatures were African Americans from Chicago who hate the political industrial complex that they know they're getting scammed by. So my number one campaign volunteers were African Americans. Isn't that interesting? And I'm not being facetious. I'm being 100%. I can post the selfies with all the campaign volunteers. But the point is, the Chicago GOP are a bunch of corrupt demagogues, and they challenged every single signature that I generated, and I fell short by, I don't know, 20, 50 signatures, whatever it was. They got me kicked off the ballot. They sued me. I had to go to court twice. They spent $10,000 challenging me. They failed to produce any witnesses. I tried to request that the woman they installed would actually appear in the court, but she didn't. They just sent a lawyer. And, so the point is, this campaign, we have to verify that all the signatures are actually registered to vote. And it's a very complicated, it's not complicated, it's time consuming. It's laborious. So all the signatures we get, we're going to hopefully do like a signature and an address verify. So when they do go to challenge, say we get 1,000, we'll have enough to actually get on the primary and on the ballot. There are some other people that I'd like to invite to this room who can talk about the campaign work that has been leading up to this moment. But if you haven't shared this room yet, share it on X. Hit that little share icon, post it to your X account, post it to your Instagram messages, send this room to all your friends on Instagram. If you want to screen record the room and post it to your YouTube, or you want to send us $1, send us $1 right now. I don't know how long this room will go, but I can't thank Mojo enough for organizing it. I have thoroughly enjoyed Clubhouse because of Mojo and his super positive vibration. And, I know all of you quite well in this room and on the stage right now, so I thank you all for being here.
So, like, Norm Green, did you get that many votes again?
Norm Green get those many votes again? What was that, Coolsey? Sorry, did you want to repeat yourself, Coolsey? I couldn't understand what you were saying.
I guess, are you trying to get Rogers' vote like he did for Norm Green? Or whoever else voted for him?
I did vote for Norm Green for president, but this is quite different. This is actual ballot access. Norm was not on the ballot. Norm was a write-in. This is going to be a major campaign. This is going to be a challenge to the system of power in this country. We're going to have somebody working in Washington on our behalf. And so I would just ask anybody that has a patriotic bone in their body that cares about the national security related to the debt that we have. $37 trillion worth of debt. That's a lot of money, folks. It's a lot of money. And we have one person that's running for office that wants to turn that around. And that man's on the stage right now with you. He's spending his time campaigning for you guys. So all we can do to support him, just click that link above, reach into your pockets, and go ahead and give him some of your money to support it. And if you can't afford it today, that's fine. The campaign's ongoing. You can share on all of social media. That helps. Send a link to his campaign to all of your family and friends that are politically minded. If you know activists, people that care about government, go ahead and send this link to them so they can get it.
John, a quick question on the verification of the signatures. Do you have a service, or how do you plan on doing that so that they don't pull that same type of move on you this time around?
It's a great question. I'm not exactly sure how you can efficiently do it, or how you even do the lookup with the state of Illinois.
That's a Marshall question. That's a Marshall question. We should defer to Marshall when he gets here.
I'm gonna be honest, I changed my profile pic and then I saw JB's and now I'm gonna rechange it. But I'll donate more when I can, John. I promise. And I'll send it out to like our whole family. Mojo, you should encourage everybody to have something like that as their PTR.
Well, people don't have to share that. And by the way, don't feel bad about the dollar amount. It could be $1. I'm encouraging people to only donate $3.50. Now, if you have quite a bit of extra cash laying around, you can donate $350. I think the Tree 50 plan is really the way to go here. So if you can spare $3.50, donate it to John Kitover for Congress, and you can do so by clicking the link above.
And I will add, it took me about a month to get this checking account open, but the banker in the end, she was very helpful, Robin at Parkway Bank. Persistence and kindness is what got this checking account opened. It's been added to our Antidote account today, and sure enough, they had to have another signature confirmation from the bank. So the banker, Robin, very quickly sent us a letter with her signature on it, so Antidote could open up that account as soon as possible. Many fiscal conservatives like Thomas Massey are using Antidote to raise funds for their campaign. It's very quick and easy to use, and all you have to do is click the link above, send the campaign to elect John Kitover $1 or $10 or $200 or $500 if you want. Your money will be deployed in terms of organizing ballot signatures in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Illinois, Peckins. You can go to johnforcongress.com to see more content, a letter that I wrote to the citizens of Illinois or in District 16 to rouse their Abraham Lincoln patriotism, because Illinois is the land of Lincoln. And if Abraham Lincoln was today, how do you think Abraham Lincoln would feel about 37 trillion in funded debt liabilities and 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities?
John, I'm posting in the chat some masterpieces of yours from your YouTube channel. I think it's delicious. I think it's beautiful. And continue posting. Okay, John.
Thanks, Rick. Are you the guy that said you're going to come and kill me and you're going to get me because I'm not with you in terms of supporting terrorists and your Free Palestine movement? That's you, right, Rick?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Rick. You're a valuable asset to this campaign. We need guys like you so we know who we need to target in terms of security.
So, John, I put a link in the chat, and that's the 2025, the people that are running in every, like, the glossary of it, and what you have to do, and the calendar.
John, Israel came up. Can you talk to us about your support for Israel?
Yeah, I've been to Israel. I took a birthright trip, even though my mother's not Jewish and she's gorgeous. I lied on my birthright application with Shorshim. I said she's Jewish so I could go on the free trip. Now, many of you will think that's unethical, but I just want to let you know it was a fantastic trip. I got to meet with Mr. Bronfman, met with Israeli generals. I met with Palestinian dissidents who don't like the terrorism and the fascism of Islamic Palestine. And it was an incredible experience. So if there's one country in the world that I would like to support militarily, it's 100% Israel. Now, I'm not taking any AIPAC money. Don't you worry. I'm not going to get influenced by AIPAC. But if AIPAC does want to contribute funds, they can go to johnforcongress.com. No, I'm just kidding. But we're not pursuing AIPAC. Maybe we will. But I stand strong with Israel, and I stand stronger against terrorist Palestinian and Islamic fascist cocksuckers who can't seem to keep their hands in their pockets and seem to love launching rockets every single week. October. I don't know if you've ever gone to the October 7th Wikipedia page, but actually reviewed the military campaign by the Palestinian jihadist brigades and what the Israeli brigades were and the key actors. It's really fascinating to read that October 7th Wikipedia page, even though I'm sure it's not that accurate. But it's still fascinating.
John, could you open the link that I've posted? And can you explain to everybody what you meant in those videos when you were wearing the devil's horns and this YouTube shorts? Can you explain that?
Sure. There's these filters on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat where they allow you to become a devil. And I'm just kind of surprised, that they allow this type of Satanism on these social media platforms to people put these filters over. And, I didn't create it. It wasn't me. My name's John Kitover. I'm running for Congress, and I got to say, a lot of the culture and the content, that these platforms allow people to put out, it's sadistic. And so I was just merely using their artistic, frames and lenses to see what I could create.
So would that make you the clown?
Correct. I'm a comedian.
Like you call us on here?
Correct. It's Clown House. A lot of clowns on here. You know it. I know it. A lot of clowns here. Love to crack jokes, troll, waste your time, talk about nothing, have heated conversations, road rage all day long. Those types of clowns cool. See, I know those types of clowns here. Do you?
So are you one of them?
I try not to be.
Yes,
I try not to be.
So
Today we read a book. Most of the clowns on here have never read a book on this app. They mostly just scream and get very angry about everything. And whatever topic that comes up, they're a subject matter expert on it. Doesn't matter. People want to talk. People want to get that dopamine feedback loop going through social audio. That's the way the brain works. I don't know how to explain it any better than that.
John, I agree with you. So, will you split the money with Roger tonight next? Is that the mechanism?
No, this money is going to go all towards the campaign to people that want to work as a contractor on the campaign, because we probably won't raise enough to hire a full-time employee. That would be very difficult to do. But I am 100% sure, based off of my former campaigning, that there are patriots living in the 16th district of Illinois that it makes them sick to their stomach to know that this Congressman, Darren LaHood, has spent $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. We're creating $2 trillion a year in debt. This guy's been there for 10 years. He's created $20 trillion in debt. Who likes that? I don't like that. You like that?
So, is there a response to that?
It's his HR acts. On Grok, I asked Grok, correlate the HR acts that he has voted on and the Open Secrets Fortune 500 donors, and you will see that there's a 100% correlation between every vote he made and every dollar he collected by Fortune 500 donors. And Open Secrets proves it. It's right there. He's raised $10 million from Big Pharma, big health insurance, big telecom, big insurance companies back this guy because of Medicare, Medicaid. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, Cigna. Why do you think they give these people money? Because they keep passing multi-trillion-dollar omnibus bills that keep their profits flowing. It's a must. But I believe that most of the fraud in the system is being done by the providers that are actually taking the revenue from the government through Medicare and Medicaid submissions. So it's not the American people that are committing fraud. It's these major health insurance corporations like United Healthcare, Aetna, Cigna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and a dozen other Cardinal Health systems. They all make billions of dollars off of your taxpayers and by the federal government borrowing and spending to keep paying them. Is that fair to you? No, it's not fair to you, the consumer who needs health care.
Do you line yourself in the back like Martin Keller Green?
No, I voted Trump twice, but I think that, economic sciences, common sense, pragmatism, rationalism, like you can't just keep borrowing and spending, but I support President Trump. I like Stephen Miller. I like conservatives in general who are willing to stand up against the woke mind virus, which is still persistent and everywhere. So, to say MAGA, it doesn't mean anything to me, because when you file to run, it's Republican. And a lot of people like to say MAGA or Zionist. These are just abstract terms, for patriotism. So if you're not, I don't mean nationalist as in a fascist, but you should have your country, in your heart in terms of like supporting the president, rooting for the team. I mean,